65cc B class, Rayson DeHaan, Carter Wise, Benjamin Pelegi, and Mason Morrow, all poised and ready to start next on road number 2 in 10 seconds. .651, Mason Morrow on the gas out of Granbury, Texas, will grab the early lead in this one. As we go to the 85cc class, 21 riders in this one. Rain Allison, Colin Clowers, Thomas Bement, Riley Christian, Brecklin Moser, Brentley Isbian, Leo Crossland, Ezra Harrion, Maddox Bush, Colin Moore, also Colton Harris. 10 seconds. Grady Caldwell, Luke Doty, Jackson Veeder, Zachary Cooper, Ryder Andio, Crew Bell, Benjamin Baltimore, Ryder Baker, Reese Kirby, and Ryder Gano. 2-2-3 on the machine. That's Grady Caldwell out of Fletcher, Oklahoma, riding on that Yamaha. Getting the early jump, and man, is he getting an early lead out there as he leaves him in the dust. We head to the women's short course. Row number 4 coming up next. Tinley Hargis, Cedar Ridgeway, Olivia McGriff, Annie Harrion, and Sarah Harrion are all poised and ready to strike next as those 21 85cc riders find their way through these field sections and into the woods. The blue flag waving, and we are ready to roll once again in a matter of 10 seconds. Women's short course off and rolling. I believe that's Tinley Hargis taking the early lead out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. One of our top and the top women's riders there last year in our inaugural season as we go to road number 5, 65 CCA, Camden Bella, Caden Hunter, Huxton Collins, Nathaniel McGriff, Ranson Lamb, Debo Hunt, Remington Birdwell, Gus Barton, Cash Gillum, and Rhett Hosta ready to roll in 10 seconds. Whoa, looping it out. That 280 gets a little bit of gas, Gus Barton, but it's going to mean that 142, Remington Birdwell is going to get the early lead behind him now. I believe that was a 31 machine on the bike, so that'd be Cash Gillum. 65cc B class, Jason Marcelina, Wesley Rowe, Pollux Tibbetts, Jaden Flowers, also Lincoln Butterbaugh, Eli Ingram, Samuel Ingram, Talon Ryan, and Connor Berry. 65cc B class, our final row. East and ready to strike next in a matter of only 10 seconds. And our final row, the 65ccb, are off and rolling here at the Bear Lakes GPXC, presented by your friends once again at Ajax Motorsports. That's a 1-2-2. Pollux Tibbetts out of Pryor, Oklahoma will grab the lead in this one. We're going to give them a few moments to get things sorted out. Heading over to the finish line region, and we'll get you up to date on what's taking place here at Bear Lake GPXC. Check, 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 check.
Takeoff. Home point updated. Return to home. Landing.
Check, 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 check. Sounds like we got noise, my friends. And we are racing here at the Great Plains Cross Country, the Bear Lakes GPXC, and we are live on YouTube this morning, my friends. It happened. It finally happened. We are blessed, and what a beautiful day. We've been blessed no matter what. We've learned a lot, and moving forward, we hope to see this a little more. We'll get the other cameras in action for you here in just a few moments, but right now, folks, we are looking prime as far as racing action goes today. We're going to keep you up to date with what's going on. Give us just a second here to get dialed in as a new season is certainly upon us here at GPXC, and glad that you have chosen to be with us, whether you're on site or watching online. Just remember, we'll be back at it again here in just a couple of weeks as we'll be heading to Twin Cedars, and that, my friends, is a great place. That's where we kicked things off last season in the inaugural championship, and great little cozy spot to go check out for sure. Stand by. We'll start, we got riders going through the finish line as we see there, and we see that the 321 machine of Clayton Kraft out of Edmond, Oklahoma, is your overall leader. He turned a 9:27 first lap time, and we expect that first lap and second lap and so forth will be a little different. I know we start a little bit into the course, but also a lot of turns and things before you get into the actual course itself. So don't know if it'll be longer or shorter or right about the same, but we'll be keeping an eye on that. 9:27 for Kraft on the 321 as we look at second place. That's the 69 of Brazen Slim from Gracemont, Oklahoma. And third place then, the 911, Alexis Kahn. Kahn is here with us out of Gray Summit, Missouri. Then in the fourth place position, we're looking at the 651 Gas. That is Mason Morrow. Morrow is actually the leader of the 85cc B class. In second place behind him is Carter Wise out of Bixby, Oklahoma, riding the number 320. He would be fifth place overall. And then the 85cc C class leader is none other than the 22 machine of Colin Clowers from Edmond, Oklahoma, a rather large contingency of 85cc's C class, 21 riders. You put this all together, 35 riders in the 85cc ranks today, riding 80. Well, you got Super Mini 85B and 85C, so about that. In 85cc. Super Minis, they're a little jacked up, I guess, a little bit more, but not too much. So back there in the number 7 spot is your 85cc B third place ride. That is going to be the 81 machine of Racer Denham. Denham hails out of, where does Denham make his way? Guthrie, Oklahoma. And then, of course, we're looking at, let's just go class by class for you now. That we've got the overall, most of the overall, Jay Taylor from the Super Mini class, the 115, Rishian in the number 10 spot, and as that's overall. As we go to the class by class breakdown, you got Kraft and Schlimp, and we also got Cone, Crossland, and Taylor, your top 5. All righty, as we check it in, it is Kraft, Slimp, Cone, Crossland, and Taylor, your top 5. That 115 machine is Jackson Taylor out of Lawton, Oklahoma. I believe he's actually riding the RAR machine. Got a great jump off the line on that electric machine. Then in the 6th place position is the number 10 KTM of Landon Rishian out of Chelsea. Then the 23 machine, Trip Pulis is running in the number 7 spot. 8th place, the 133 machine of Jack Brown. 9th place is the 230. That is Yamaha rider Bracken Jacks out of Noble, Oklahoma. Then in 10th place is the number 38 Husabird, and that is Connor Hunter out of Mustang, Oklahoma. That's your top 10 in the Super Mini. As we go to our second row, the 85cc B class, this is the way things are looking there. And Marlowe, one of the top 5 riders overall, as well as leading his class out there on the 651 from Granbury, Texas. Then in second place position, the number 320 of Carter Wise. Behind Wise is Denham, the 81 machine, third place position of Denham. Hailing out of Guthrie, Oklahoma once again. Racer Denham is his name. And, of course, the 325 Husqvarna, Whitesboro, Texas native Benjamin Felige is here with us, and he's holding on to the 4th spot in that class. As we go to row number 3, 21 riders across this row this morning in the 85cc C class. Then, of course, we were being led by the 22. That is Husqvarna rider Colin Clowers out of Edmond, Oklahoma. The 223 machine running in the number 2 spot is Grady Caldwell from Fletcher, Oklahoma. And then in third place, the 36 machine is Riley Christian. In the 4th place position, we've got the 85cc 397 of Ryder Baker. Make sure I got that first name right. Number 397 and Ryder Baker. Then on the 74 Kawasaki, Brecken Moser out of Yukon, Oklahoma. Then we got 6th place, the 117 Yamaha would be Leo Crossland from Owasso. As we look at the 7th place position in this class, the 585 machine is Reese Kirby from Blanchard, Oklahoma. Behind Kirby is the 8th place ride, the 663. That is Ryder Gano from Sherman, Texas. Then we've got 9th place, the 98 Husqvarna. That is none other than Brentley Ibeson out of Greenwood, Arkansas. And behind Ibeson is the 141 Kawasaki of Maddox Bush out of Newalla. That is your 85cc C division. Row number 3, women's short coursing, Tinley Hargis, an 11:29 lap time for her, and she's got the lead out of Hargis out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. And then Olivia McGriff also checking in, 1 minute and 25 seconds back on the 225 Kawasaki out of Elgin, Oklahoma, running in the number 2 spot of that class. As we go to row number 5, the 65cc A class, it is the 331 Gas. That is none other than Cash Gillen from Whitesboro, Texas, with the early lead in that one. He's followed up by about 39 seconds by the 15 machine of Huxton Collins out of Minco, Colorado. No, I'm sorry, Oklahoma. I totally misread that. Then it's the 822 machine of Rhett Hostetler out of Shady Shores, Texas, I believe is where that is. And then, of course, behind Hostetler and then, of course, Ryan, the 623. We got the 5th place rider, the 142 Gas. That is Remington Birdwell from Frederick, Oklahoma. The number 2 Yamaha, Camden Bella from Oklahoma City. So we've got a hometown boy out there in the number 6 spot right now. The 24 Kawasaki is Nathaniel McGriffin out of Elgin, Oklahoma. Then in the 8th place position, the number 280 of Gus Barton. Barton hailing out of Blanchard. Behind Barton in 9th is the 114 Gas. That is Bebo Hunt from Gwinnett, Oklahoma. And then rounding out the top 10, the 41 Gas machine of Ransom Lamb. Now, just outside the top 10, the number 11 Husqvarna is, of course, Caden Hunter. He is running in the number 11 spot. And I believe one more 65cc B class says Tibbetts in the 65cc B class, and good reason. The 122 is leading that one. Pollux Tibbetts out of Pryor, Oklahoma. Then it's the 371 machine. That is Eli Ingram. Ingram is running in the number 2 spot. He's only about 2.7 seconds behind the leader. Valley View, Texas is where he calls home. And then, of course, the 3rd place position of the 399 is Samuel Ingram. 4th place is Marcelino Marcelino running about 30 seconds off pace. So we got a front three that are about 3 seconds apart, 3.2 seconds apart when they came through the finish line. And then another 30.5 seconds back in fourth place was the 32 Gas. That was, of course, Jackson Marcelino, and that is your top four. Now your fifth place rider checking in there. We just saw a moment ago the 138. That is going to be Jaden Flowers from Moore, Oklahoma. Well, all right, folks, we got 2 laps in this one, and it is Ingram, the number 399. Well, that's the 65 CCB class. We're going to go to the overall. We do have a little bit of a change up front, though. It looks like the 321 machine of Clayton Kraft, followed by the 911 now of Alexis Khan. And the 92 Husqvarna now of Turner Crossland out of Owasso are your top 3 overall. That puts 4th place overall right now, your 85cc C-Class leader. Yes, you heard me correctly, the C-Class leader into that number 4 spot overall, and that happens to be the number 22 machine of Colin Clowers out of Edmond, Oklahoma. Then you got your Super Mini 4th place rider in 5th place overall. That is Landon Richardson on the number 10 KTM. You're going to have to give me a few minutes to get familiar with these riders' names. And looks like we got camera 2 up and working now, and we'll also be getting our drone shot going here shortly as well. So we're going to be getting a little bit more as far as some of these programs as we're watching now. That is about the 4-mile marker, I think, so maybe 3-mile marker for the youth class. But our FMF PowerPoint, this is also going to be, our FMF fan zone, this is also going to be the hill climb region for our afternoon race. And as you can see, a very sandy, loose sandy hill, very steep as well. As we get a little closer to the afternoon, that is going to be a massive hill climb, and it's going to save a lot of time. You can go around like the youth are going around right now, but if you want to save time, you can actually go up that hill.
Takeoff. Home point updated.
All righty, folks, Super Mini Craft, Crossland, and Cone. Let's go ahead and break them down class by class. That was for your overall top 3. For your overall craft, for your Super Mini class, it's Craft, Crossland, and Con again. Richardson running in the number 4 spot. Landon Richardson, Trip Pullis in the 5th place position. Let me make sure I'm getting that name right. The number 23, Kawasaki out here with us today. Yes, Trip out of Davis, Oklahoma. Then we've got the number 133 machine of Jack Brown. Jack Brown is in the 6th place position. Jackson Taylor now 7th. As we look back, the 230 Yamaha Brecken Jackson 8th. It is the 38 machine of Connor Hunter in 9th, and looks like Slimp in the number 10 spot there after 2 laps of racing complete in the Super Mini. In the 85cc B class with 3 laps complete now for Morrow and Denham. They're running 1 and 2 and only about 10 seconds apart right now. Very interesting to see.
Return to home.
So looks like Morrow Denham, then Wise in the number 3 spot on the 320 and the 325 machine of Benjamin Felige is your 4th place position there in row number 2. There, I make that 3rd place. Felige just checked in. Felige just checked in the number 3 spot. He's running about a minute
Landing.
16 behind Denham right now, and that leaves us the question and wonder where the 320 machine may happen to be. So here we go, folks. Go back out here to camera 3 now and see what's going on at the FMF fan zone. Meanwhile, we'll check in with row number 3, the 85CCC class, where we've got Colin Clower still leading in the 36 machine. Riley Christian then in the 3rd place position, the 223 machine of Grady Caldwell. This is after 3 laps for the top 2. 2 laps still, working on 3 is Caldwell. Kirby was in the 4th place position. There's Caldwell. He just checked in just a moment ago. So we're able to keep an eye on that. Alrighty, so we're making it work. Look, we got a picture of me. Not that matters, but we're getting our 1 mile bunker set up out there, and we got our fan zone out here, the FMF fan zone, as we see some of our front runners moving through there right now, and a check of the finish line itself, and we'll zoom in on that a little bit, maybe get a little better bird's eye view of what our things are looking like there. But it is Clowers, Christian, Caldwell. Then Kirby is in the 4th place position now as he checks in with that 3rd lap complete. 5th place, the 74 machine, Brecken Moser. 74 Kawasaki. I knew an old guy, Dick Spangler. Back when I first started announcing races, I called him the Wild Man Dick Spangler. He ran a number 74 Kawasaki. It was like a 1991 or 92 model. Ran it all the way up into the, mid-2000s, around 2005, 2006, if I remember right. But what a guy. But that puts me in mind of him on that 74 machine this morning. Also looking at the 117 in 6th place, that is Leo Crossland. Leo is all the way from Owasso. Then we look at Ibeson, the number 8 spot, the number 98 Husqvarna, Brentley Ibeson. Then we've got the 663 of Ryder Gano in 9th. And look at this, back in the number 10 spot, the 141 Kawasaki of Maddox Bush. That's your top 10. In the 85CCC class, row number 3, women's short course after 3. Tinley Hargis still out front, looking for Olivia McGriff, also in the number 3 spot. We would have the 999 of Sarah Harrion, and the 4th place position, the 767 of Annie Harrion. And as we check in at the finish line, we'll see what's going on here now. We should be getting close to 4 laps complete for some of these lead riders out there. Don't think that was any of them that we're watching check in there. We're looking at McGriff checking in, the 65cc A-class, or A-place rider just checking in now in that class. He's 31st overall, if you're taking a look at that. 32nd overall is 65cc A-class 9th place position rider, and that is Hunt. And so class by class in the 65cc A classes, which is the next class, we got Gillum. We just lost. As we're watching this finish line region right now and watching more riders check in, our 65cc class looking like this, as we told you, 331. That gas rider, Cash Gillum, out front out of Whitesboro, Texas. Then it's the 822. That is yes, 822 is Rhett Hostetler. Then in third place is the number 15 machine of Huxton Collins. Fourth place, a 623 of Ryan. And that must be a late sign up. Oh, Talon Ryan, that's it. Talon Ryan must have signed up in the wrong class, but that looks like they got him out there right now. Looks like fifth place, the number 2 machine of Camden Bella. Sixth place, the 280 machine of Gus Barton. Seventh place, the 142 Remington Birdwell. Eighth place, Nathaniel McGriff aboard the number 24 Kawasaki. In the ninth place position, the 114 Gas of Bebo Hunt, and the number 11 of Caden Hunter rounds out the field in the 65cc A class. 65cc B class, looks like the 399 of Samuel Ingram is leading. The 122 machine, which of course is Pollux Tibbetts. Tibbetts now running about 57.5 seconds back. Then we've got, of course, Ingram, the 371 Ingram. That's Eli Ingram. And the fourth place position is the 32 machine of Jackson Marcelino. In the fifth place position, it's the 138 Jaden Flowers. And sixth place in the 65cc B class, the 777's Connor Berry out of Grove, Oklahoma. And I believe that is all 6 of our rows right now. So we go back to the top of the order. 4 laps now complete for our front runners. And in the overall right now, 321 is holding on to that lead out there. And that, again, is none other than Clayton Kraft. Kraft followed by the 92 of Turner Crossland. And your Super Mini third place position, the 911 of Alexis Crone. Khan is running in the number 3 spot. Number 10 in that fourth place position, Landon Richardson, and rounding out the top 5 is the 23 of Trip Poulos. Now, just to let you know, that's our top 5 in our Super Mini class. 85cc B class leader. Looks like Morrow, the 651 machine. Mason Morrow checked in. He is now running 6th overall. And so has the 85cc C class leader, Colin Clowers, the 22, he is now running 7th overall after 4 laps. Racer Denham, the 85cc B, 2nd place, is 8th overall. Super Mini, 6th place ride. That is Jack Brown running in the 9th place position, and Riley Christian, number 36, 85cc C class rider, or 65, 85cc C class. So there's a lot of riders, a lot of different classes, and a lot of C's in that particular. Excuse me, I called him racer. It's Riley Christian out of Comanche, Oklahoma, rounds out your top 10 in that one. Fellagy, the 325 Husqvarna rider, has dropped just outside the top 10 now in the overall. He is still 3rd place in the 85cc B class, but 11th place in the overall. Give these riders just a moment to get sorted out, and we will get it sorted out as well. So there's a nice little shot of our drone. So we've got, we've seen 4 cameras so far today, but we'll have them all up and running for you right here real quick. But welcome aboard. If you want to let folks know, we are streaming on CrossStream's YouTube page. I believe you can find the link on the actual Great Plains Cross Country Facebook page. You can find it there, or you can search CrossStreams online and should be able to find it that way. And we are live from Bear Lake. Welcome to our first ever. Now, we had some troubles yesterday in making sure that we got everything up the way that we wanted, but today it looks like things are a lot smoother. What a beautiful view of our lake there as you're watching the drone action here this morning on GPTV on CrossStreams Online. That's what we'll call it, GPTV, Great Plains TV on CrossStreams Online through our YouTube channel. All right, so we got our 3rd camera up, getting them into position and have that all up and rolling here in just a few moments. So we'll get more shots of the track for you coming up in just a few, folks. But again, great racing action going on. Well, as we look at this race, I know that I was thinking it was somewhere in the neighborhood of a 45-minute race. New season, got to try to recall all the details of everything that is going on as far as the race schedule. And the race schedule has changed a little bit from last year as well. Yes, we started with our youth bike race at 8 a.m. It's a 1-hour race, and if you're wondering, we're about 45 minutes or so into this race. We started right at 8 a.m., so we're about 46 minutes into the race. Our next race coming up at 9:30 will be the Pee Wee race. That'll be a 30-minute race. Then at 10:30, we got the AM race, the AM bike race, an hour and a half. And at 1 o'clock, the PM bike race will be a 2-hour race. As you can see, very sandy soils that we're faced with here. And yesterday's ATV racing action, sprint bike racing yesterday, and bike practice has taken its toll on this track. Soft, and but man, it's got some nice lines carved in it. We also have, I think, a few whoops that are starting to develop out there, making it a little bit tougher to traverse as far as things are concerned there. righty, so working out some kinks in the streaming end of things as we watch this great race unfold. We're about 47 minutes into the near 1 hour race. Alrighty, folks. So again, keeping an eye on things. We got our top 3 in, and according to this, it says with an 11:01 lap time. Don't know how that's working, but it's got the. There we go. We're fixed. If you're watching timing and scoring, you may have been as confused as I was there a few moments ago, but we've got that straightened out. We're in the home stretch, if you will, of a 1 hour race here, and we got plenty of racing to go, but also it's winding down very quickly. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and break them down class by class as we've been watching and getting excited about what we're seeing on screen here, of course. This shot that you're looking at there, I believe, is out near the 1.5, if I'm not mistaken. But overall, again, Super Mini class leader. That, again, is the 92 of Turner Crossland is your new leader, as it looks like the 321 machine of Clayton Craft has dropped to the number 2 spot, about 23 seconds back. Then we've got Alexis Kahn still in that number 3 spot, about 1 minute and 8 seconds back. Test camera right there. Where's it? Alrighty, so as we go class by class now, this is after 5 laps, starting with row number 1. Turner Crossland outside Colin Craft in second, Alexis Kahn in the number 3 spot. Looks like Landon Richardson is in the number 4 spot on the number 10. Then we've got the 23 machine that, of course, is Trip Pullis out of Davis in the number 5 spot. In the 6th spot, the 133 of Jack Brown from Stillwater. 7th place position is that number 38 machine of Connor Hunter out of Mustang. Then we've got the number 8 spot is the 230. That is Brecken Jacks out of Noble. Jackson Taylor, the 115 out of Lawton, running in the 9th spot. And the 69 machine of Grayson Slimp out of Gracemont, Oklahoma, rounds out the 10 in the Super Mini class. And your top 10 there, 85cc B class It is Mason Morrow, the 651 85cc B-class leader. Ryder Denham in one machine, about 53 seconds back in second after 5 now. Still working on his 5th lap. Due in the next few seconds is the 325 machine, Benjamin Felige, and the 4th place position then the 320 Husqvarna of Carter Wise as we go to row 3 next and check in with how things are breaking down there. The big class, 21 riders in this one. The 22 of Colin Clowers back out front of this one with Riley Christian, the 36 Yamaha in second. Then it's the 223, I believe that is Grady Caldwell from Fletcher, Oklahoma. The 74 machine, then Brecken Moser runs in 4th. On the 117 Yamaha, we've got Leo Crossland in the number 5 spot. The 585 is 6th place position. That is Reese Kirby. Then Ryder Gano, the 663 out of Sherman, Texas, runs in the number 7 spot. We got the 98 machine. That is Brentley Ibeson out of Greenwood, Arkansas, running in the number 8 spot with the 141 Kawasaki of Maddox Bush out of Newalla in the 9th place position. The 47 Kawasaki of Thomas Dement out of Meeker, Oklahoma, rounds out your top 10 there in the 85cc class. So we check in next with row number 4, the women's short course. Looks like after 4 laps, still working on that 5th, Hargis, McGriff, Harrion, and Harrion running your top positions and the 4 positions in that class is our 5th place, our 5th row of the 331, the 65cc A class. That is Cash Gillum out front of the 822 of Rhett Hostetler. The 15 machine of Huxton Collins in 3rd, 623 Yamaha then is that of Talon Ryan. He would be in the 4th spot. In 5th place, the 142 of Remington Birdwell. In the number 6 spot, it is Greg Barton on the number 280. Gus Barton on the 280. In the number 8 spot, actually the 7th spot would be the 24 machine of Nathaniel McGriff. Then it's the number 2, that is 8th place ride, Camden Bella out of Oklahoma City. 9th place, the 114 Gas of Bebo Hunt, and the 41 Gas of Ranson Lamb rounds out your top 10. And that 65cc B class, row number 6 has Samuel Ingram out front, the 399, with a 1 minute and 29 second lead over Eli Ingram, the 371. I believe they're probably related. They're from the same town. I'd almost say maybe brothers. Then we've got, of course, Pollux Tibbetts, the 122 in the 3rd place position. The 32 machine, Jackson Marcelino in the number 4 spot. Then the 138 machine of Jaden Flowers in the 5 spot with the 777 of Connor Berry in 6th place position. Now, we originally had 9 entries in that one. I know one, I think, got moved up to the 65cc A class, which has been in Talon Ryan. So a couple of our 65cc B riders not making not checking in, at least that we've been able to tell as of yet. So it's interesting to see what we got to look forward to. 9 minutes, 13 second lap time, so right around 9 minutes, 47 minutes, 8:47 was the last time they were scanned. That puts them through at about, 8 on top of, let's put 9 on top of, so that'll put them at 58. They may be actually on a white flag lap. I have to check a little further away from the finish line. I see a yellow out, but we don't see any white, so probably going to see a white flag coming out this next time around. Nope, checkers are out. So this one already into the history books, I guess. So, yep, riders are pulling off the track. Crossland, I see, is checked in with a 9:25 lap time and comes across the line first in that super mini class and for the overall appears. What happened to your earlier leader there with Kraft at 3:21? We'll just have to wait and see what it brings. There's Kraft checking in now. He had some sort of an issue. 43 seconds back. So they're looking things over right now there as he comes off the track. Might have had a little bit of a mechanical issue. We're waiting on that third place overall position, which we expect to be the 911 of Alexis Kahn. And then we'll get the official word on that as well coming up here in just a few moments. But right now, unofficially, Crossland and Kraft are first and second. We still wait on that third place position. Check. It's there. So here we go. Still waiting on that third place finisher in this, overall. And right now, Super Mini is what we're banking on being our top three overall, as our 85C and 85B class riders have dropped to the 6th and 7th place overall positions. And there it is, Alexis Kahn checking in the number 3 spot. A minute 13 back now, as we've got our top 3 overall ready to go to the podium here in just a couple moments. So I'm going to shift gears and start heading over that way in just a couple moments. Welcome aboard if you're watching with us online. Certainly glad to have your problems. And for those asking, no, the Quad Live, we got part of yesterday on, but we didn't get an actual show on yesterday, but we did get some live streaming on. Hopefully moving forward, we shouldn't have any issues as we've got a lot of things figured out on race day that we didn't expect. So anyway, yes, moving forward, we expect to have ATVs on Saturdays on the stream as well. And we plan to stream all day long, as we are going to be streaming here as well. That's all the classes as Cross Streams Online, focusing on the grassroots of motorsports and just the grassroots of what makes America great, of course. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for being a part of our historical day here. As this is our first big event as far as this large of undertaking, and I got to say, thanks to the team, they've done an amazing job of putting this all together. As we head over to the finish line and get ready for the podium and get ready for today's action.
over there.
Well, folks, we have made our way down here to the podium now, and we are preparing ourselves for the podium presentations and our opportunity to say congratulations. So head on down and move around if you can and if you will. By the way, just want to let you know, it's rather elementary, but we are starting something, and it is the streaming, cross streams online. We did just stream this race out here. It is live on YouTube. I think you can get the, if you go through the Great Plains Cross Country Facebook page, I think there's a link on there. And also, if you just go on the YouTube and search Cross Streams Online, you should be able to find it there as well. And with that, how about it? Put your hands together for our top 3 overall here today at the Bear Lake GPXC. Alexis Cone is how we say that, and I was calling her Con. I did say Cone a couple of times, but Alexis, nice to make your acquaintance. I need to stop over there and grab you a plaque of stuff. Hang on. Thanks for helping me handle that. I appreciate it. All right, put your hands together for Alexis Cone. Alexis, welcome to GPXC, and congratulations on your 3rd place overall. Tell me a little bit about your day today.
Well, I feel like I had a good start. I went in the woods in 3rd, and I passed somebody because I think they messed up. I don't know who, though. I don't remember. The track was fun. There was a lot of whoops. I messed up a ton, but I tried my best, and
How many times have you raced this year so far?
This is my first race this year.
Your first race this year. Now, are you feeling it?
Yeah.
You're a little bit tired?
Yeah.
And I imagine there's whoops and everything. So the track was firm. What was your favorite part of the track?
I'd say, like the first half when it gets a little tight. I like that part.
Yeah, that's the only part that I got to ride, and I really love that, man. Nice and flowing, good lines in there and everything. Well, congratulations, Alexis. Very impressive ride today. Who would you like to say thank you to?
My parents.
That's it, huh? That's all it takes.
Everyone here.
Everyone here. There you go. Put your hands together for Alexis. Ladies and gentlemen, taking 3rd place here at the Great Plains Cross Country. And then over here to make sure you get this guy's name right again, it is Jumbo. You go by Jumbo?
No.
I just see Jumbo. What was your name again?
Clayton Craft.
That's it, Clayton. I should have remembered that one. Clayton. All right, buddy, congratulations. You did so well in the race today. Let's talk about that one.
Well, I pulled a pole shot, kept first for 4 laps, and I got tired, and I had a good battle with Crossley.
Well, I'll tell you, that was really good. I was wondering, and I wondered if maybe you had a bike issue or whatever. So your first race of the season also?
Yep.
Awesome, man. So felt good. So you know what you got to go home and work on and come back in 2 weeks and be a little stronger, then, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How did it make you feel to come back and come win now?
I definitely needed it. Waiting for it all the time.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's right there on the cusp, man. Just keep working at it. I want to say thanks to.
I'd like to say thanks to my mom. Her birthday was yesterday. This is for her. My dad, my sister, and the battle with Crossland.
There it is. Clayton! All right, Clayton Crafter takes me a second. How about this guy right here? Make sure we get this name right as well. Turner Crossland taking the win here today. I was going to say, somebody like you, what'd you do to make everybody upset with you, Turner? You won. That's what happens when you're a winner, man. They get sick and tired of seeing people win like that on top. They want to see you get knocked out. But I'll tell you, man, that was a good show out there, man. Take me through it.
Well, I was dead last off the start. My bike wouldn't start, and I just quickly passed everyone in like, I don't even know how many laps. And then the track was just really rough, yeah.
Did you like the track?
It was okay, but yeah.
No, if you had to druthers, what kind of track conditions or what kind of track do you like?
I like the mud.
You like the mud? Well, I'll tell you what, the forecast is calling for a little bit of that, but thankfully we are getting it. But it was a little dry out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, but some sections were like just perfect.
That's awesome, man. I'm glad you had a good day. Taking home the win here today from the Bear Lake TPXC. How's that make you feel?
Pretty good.
What do you want to say thanks to?
God for keeping us all safe out here. My mom, my dad, EWI, and Clay Thong.
How about Turner West? Make sure you get this right. Crossland. What did I want to say? Turner Crossland, ladies and gentlemen. There. That's what we want to hear. Thank you guys very much. We've had a wonderful, wonderful time here, and we're getting ready to do it again here with the Pee-wee, so stand by. And for those of you that are tuning in on Cross Streams Online, GPTV on Cross Streams Online, thank you very much. And we're going to be heading down to the starting line for our next race. All right, 65 up next. Oh, yeah, we got to pop that. We started at 9:30 and 10 on this next race. All right, so somebody go come up here and do this. All right, so we're gonna have this champagne celebration. Now, I'm just gonna stick your thumb over it.
Yeah, just now.
Sure. Wait till. Hey! Hey, that's you. You gotta. I'll tell you, give me the secret to it. That's great, by the way. What you gotta do is you gotta unscrew the top, then you put your thumb over it, then you shake it and spray it. That's how you get your champagne to spray like that. So, you'll learn. How's that taste? Tastes like victory, don't it? There you go. All right, so stand by. We've got 65 CC classes and other classes that we're going to be highlighting here on the podium in just a moment. And we're going to do that on Cross Streams, and we're going to head on down to the starting line as well and get things up and rolling as far as today's Pee-wee racing. Stand by.
Hey, the people that are watching live said that you're getting them from the neck down on your live stream. Just give you a heads up on the next one. Thank you.
I'll do these real quick. You gonna stay here for this?
Check. All right, loading onto the podium next. We've got our 65cc overall riders coming up here. Samuel Ingram is going to be in third place. So we'll have him, oh, wait, sorry. I got that wrong. I got my order wrong. So we'll have Rhett come up on here next in the second place position on the far side of the trailer. Watch that ratchet strap there. All right, now first place. is Cash Gilman is going to be up here in the center of the trailer, followed by Samuel next.
There you go. Good job.
All right, we're going to get these guys the awards. Thank you, Patsy. All right, you guys give these top 365 overall winners a hand for here at the Bear Lake Great Plains Cross Country Round 1. They put in a hard ride. Samuel, you're up here on the box. You had to fight through. You started on the second row of the 65 riders. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, I had a bad start, and then I made my way up to first. First on the third lap, and then from there, I kept going.
All right, that's awesome. Tell us who you want to say hi and thank you to here today.
I want to say thanks to my mom, my dad, Bike Graphics, Fly Racing.
All right, y'all give it in. Samuel Ingram taking the third place position here at Bear Lake. We're going to go to second place here. We got Rhett with us. Rhett, run us through your race and how it went for you.
I started on the start. I went from 10th to 2nd, and I think my mom, dad, God, and Jesus.
That's awesome, buddy. You got your podium speech down right there. Tell us a little bit more. 10th to 2nd. That's a heck of a ride. You had to pass a lot of people. Tell us about how you do that.
Just gotta get by them, especially when you're in last and you catch those front row guys that are not in your class. You just gotta try and move them.
That's right. You gotta try and move them. Here right there, second place picture. Y'all give them another hand. And that we go to our overall 65A and overall winner, Cash Gilman. I hope I'm getting your last name right there. I'm not an announcer. I'm a race promoter, so bear with me there on that one. But go ahead and tell us about your race and how it went.
Well, I got second off the start and just passed him on like third, second straight, whatever you want to call it, and then just rode my race from there.
All right, that's awesome to hear. Tell us who you want to say hi and thank you to here today.
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my grandma, my grandpa, NB Electric, Cycle Center, and everybody else.
All right, one more time, y'all give them a hand. Top 3 overall in the 65 division here at Bear Lake. We'll give you guys a second to take some pictures here. Look to the camera for us. Oh, flip it. There you go. Flip it the other way.
Hold it up. Woo!
All right, to the starting line we go for the PB bike race starting at 9:30. You guys be sure to join us down there for the next start.
You want me to take this camera to start right now, or just wait?
To ensure the safety of our scoring staff as well as accuracy of scoring for eventual race results. Please be mindful of this requirement and follow the instructions of scoring officials while in the scoring zone. Any rider who violates this required procedure will be subject to penalty. Keep in mind that accurate scoring is the best way to ensure that you are seeing appropriate standings during the race through the viewing of live results if available and on the scoring monitor in the scoring zone. When you approach the scoring zone, you will notice a digital scoring monitor near the scoring tent. This monitor will show your position, your rider number, and the total time that you are behind the rider in the next highest position. Please note that this monitor may not be accurate due to issues beyond the immediate control of scoring staff. Keep riding, and if you do not agree with your final standings upon official release of results, you are then welcome to discuss the results with scoring officials. Note that mistakes do happen, and that we catch most, if not all, during the race, and the final post of results will reflect this. Do not rely exclusively on the monitor for your position. Again, ride your race and be sure to stop in the scoring zone to ensure accurate recording of your lap. Great Plains Cross Country Racing is a live engine start for Pee-wees. When the blue flag is waved, this signals that the race will start in 30 seconds. At this time, all riders must watch the official starter. When the blue flag is held straight out and the starter begins to drop the flag, all mechanics must step behind the rider and their machine. Once the blue flag has completely dropped, the green flag will be thrown within 10 seconds, signaling the start of the race. This procedure will be followed for each row. Rows will start approximately 1 minute apart unless the official starter indicates otherwise. Pee-wee parents, you are not allowed to push your rider off the start of the race. You are also not allowed to hold your rider's machine up and drop it at full throttle. Penalties will be issued. Once your row has started, you will follow the colored arrows into the woods. The course is marked with arrows, ribbons, and tape. The boundary of the course is within 20 feet of the colored arrows. The exception to the 20-foot rule is fencing, signs, staked areas, hay bales, motocross tracks, or grass track sections. You must stay within the confines of these markings. In addition, you may not cut to the inside of a white pole corner marker, and you must go between double arrows. Riders may pit anywhere along the race course except for the scoring zone. There is no pitting or signaling allowed within the scoring zone. Penalties may be assessed. Exit signal danger. Please use caution in these areas as they are difficult sections of the track. A W signals that you are traveling the wrong way. Turn around and return to the track in the place where you left it. You must stay on the marked course. If you encounter a bottleneck, you may go more than 20 feet off the marked course to get around the bottleneck only, and you must re-enter the course as soon as possible. Upon approaching this section of the course next lap, you must remain on the original course, provided that the track is clear. If you leave the course for any reason, you must return to the course in the place where you left it. If you cut the course, we will not stop you. We will simply take your number down, and it will be reported to scoring staff, or a penalty will be assessed. It is not an excuse that you were following another rider. You are responsible for following the marked course. If you encounter a lapped rider, give them notice that you are behind them. Have patience and give the rider time to safely get out of the way. If you are a lapped rider, please be courteous and move out of the way as soon as it is safe to do so. If you hear a rider come up behind you and they indicate that they are not in your class, be a good sportsman and get out of the way quickly and safely. If you encounter an injured rider on the course, you do not have to sacrifice your position in the race. However, we do encourage that you make a mental note of the area of the course in which you found the injured rider or a course issue, and tell the first track sweeper or course official that you see. We will get help on the way. The finish of the race is at the finish line, not in the scoring zone. The finish line is marked with a large metal frame with the finish line banner located just prior to the scoring zone. Do not race into the scoring zone, and again, please stop within the scoring tent. Be aware that the area between the finish line and the scoring tent is a no passing zone. Any rider who violates this policy may be issued a penalty. This is designed to improve scoring staff safety as well as to provide for scoring accuracy. Once the checker flag is thrown, our track sweeping crew will begin to check the course to ensure that all riders and machines have been retrieved. Pit crews, if you are missing a rider, please notify the official scoring staff. Riders, if you break down, please remain with your machine unless you are injured. Our crews cannot tow out a machine without a rider to steer it. Results will be posted as soon as possible, and it is our goal to post results within 30 minutes of the last rider checking in. If you have a question about your result, then you may proceed to the scoring bus to discuss your times with scoring officials. Awards will be given on the Great Plains Cross Country Podium to the top 3 overall finishers in this race. And for Pee-wee classes, the top 3 riders in each class will also be awarded on the podium. The Great Plains Cross Country announcer will announce results prior to podium ceremonies. At the conclusion of the race, please check the posted results if available to see if you or your rider qualifies for a podium ceremony if you have not yet heard an announcement of race results. If you do qualify for a podium celebration, your prompt presence is requested at the podium so that ceremonies can be completed prior to the beginning of the next race. Great Plains cross-country racing, like all motorsports, can be dangerous. You have had an opportunity to inspect the race course. You have heard the race procedures, and you will soon be given a course description by the course designer and trail boss. Once you have received this course description, if you feel that either you or your machine is not prepared to complete this race, you will be permitted to withdraw from this race and receive a complete refund of your race entry fee, no questions asked. Due to the nature of Great Plains cross-country racing, there is no fence barrier around the race course. Race fans, it is your responsibility to keep yourself and your children, pets, and anything else you have with you a safe distance from the race course boundaries. No crossing the track on any motorized vehicle. You must use extreme caution in areas where you may need to cross the course by foot, and do so quickly. Never turn your back on oncoming racers. And remember, unless you're crossing, stay off the track. Finally, we ask you to do your part to be good stewards of Great Plains cross-country racing and help us to keep this property clean. Carry out everything you carry in and help our staff by picking up any trash that you see laying around. Please stand by for official pre-race activities. Ride hard, ride safe.
That's right. And also one other reminder and caution, this goes for everyone out in the pits. The trails are closed. Unless you are in a race, you're not supposed to have your motorcycles out on the trails. I understand there was a couple of guys out. They said they were looking for a rider, and even if that's the case, what you need to do is you need to contact a sweeper or someone at the finish line or someplace. We can get the information out to our sweeping crew, but don't get out there on the course. It's unnecessary to have extra bikes and extra folks out on the course. We appreciate everyone's cooperation with that in advance. Also, reminding you that coming up in a couple of weeks, we'll be over at Twin Cedars, which was actually the inaugural kickoff of Great Plains Cross Country Racing last season. And if you've never been to Twin Cedars, you're in for a very nice and cozy and exciting race event over there as well. Coming up here in just a moment, Hudson Taylor will be giving us a course description and telling us exactly what we have to look forward to. I look out across this starting line this morning, and I am joyed at seeing the numbers that we have seen yesterday. We had our biggest ATV turnout with youth and basically all day, and it looks like we're on the mark for doing something just exactly like that today, and we really appreciate the dedication, and maybe it's just maybe it's wonder, if you're just curiosity that's got you out here. We hope that we'll see you back at each and every round of Great Plains Cross Country Racing. We will be dipping down into Texas for one round down in Kilgore, and you say, oh my gosh, all the way. Don't worry about it. If you're going to be a part of the series, you're really going to enjoy each and every journey that you take, because the weekends, my friend, around here heat up and they get so much better. So for guys like this right here, Trampus Parker, who is our chaplain, if you will, of the GPXC, and a great voice. And, of course, as Hudson makes his way up, we're getting ready to give you a course description. But just circle all the dates on your calendars, and don't forget to share with your friends that GPXC is on Cross Streams Online. We call it GPTV on Cross Streams Online. And now with the description of your course, here's Mr. Hudson Taylor.
All right. Thank you, Rodney. Man, this is awesome to see so many Pee Wee racers out here with us. We love seeing the kiddos here. Parents, thank you guys for coming out to race with us. We really appreciate it. Hey, so just so everybody's listening up, here we've got the starting line and our race course description for you guys. If you did not get a chance to race, now's your time to pay attention. You guys have got your first three corners here. You've got your hay bale located on the far side of the field. You'll make a right-hander around that. And then immediately following, there is a hard left-hand turn onto the Pee Wee track. We do have a banner up there. We have several workers standing there pointing you to that direction. You'll take that left-hander, and then you will take another left-hander. Following that, that will join you into the Pee Wee track. From there, you're going to end up over by the scoring area. You're going to take a hard right. That's going to dump you out onto the main portion of the Pee Wee track. You have a 1.5-mile loop. It's going to tie back around into the scoring area. You guys have got a lot of spectator viewing points right up here in this area, as well as before scoring. The track is fast and flowing for you. Gives you plenty of line options, so you shouldn't have any issues there. Following that up, you guys have fun, be safe, and follow those green and white arrows. We'll go ahead and roll forward with our prayer, national anthem, and we will have the green flag flying here in a moment. If y'all don't mind, remove your hats, we'll go ahead and pray. Dear Lord, we love you, Father, and we thank you so much for today. It's so great to see so many little racers out here with us, and God just takes me back to early memories for myself. Lord, we thank you that there's parents out there that are willing to take their kiddos and enjoy these memories, and oftentimes it's chaotic and crazy. Father, help each of us to slow down enough today to remember that these are the good times, these are the times that you've given us, Father. And Lord, that you protect each and every one of these racers and keep them safe. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
And now, if you would, please remain standing and remove those caps and cross your hearts as we honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem.
One say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
folks, the stage is set, and GPX racing about to resume here at Bear Lake. It is the Bear Lake GPXC presented by Ajax Motorsports. I don't know if you can hear me, we'll repeat this again in just a few moments, but first gear, slow through scoring. By the way, you got to go through the scoring barrels very slowly and likely stop if you're instructed to do so. They are making sure that they've got backup scoring completely dialed in for you. Rule number one in this Pee Wee class this morning, featuring a host of riders, 9 in all. The 65cc beginners, including the number 3 from Edmond, Oklahoma, Ryder Caperton. Number 15 from Wayne, Oklahoma will be Wyatt Allison. Number 72 from Bartlesville, Oklahoma, Brett Gage Road. 127 from El Reno, Oklahoma, Madison Enright. 225 from Bowie, Oklahoma, Connor Roberts. The 278 from Mustang, Wyatt Smith. Miles Million out of Edmond, Oklahoma on the 419. The 423 is Jet Jarvis out of Davenport, Oklahoma. And the number 781 from Yukon, Oklahoma, Phoenix Davis, ready to rise today. As we are less than 30 seconds away as that blue flag flies. Again, guys, remember, slow through the start, or through the finish. When you go through the finish line barrels at the yellow flag, and when they go through the scoring sure you're going slow as we turn our Jason Taylor ready to roll in 10 seconds. For row number 1, the 65cc beginner here at the Bear Lake GPXC, presented by HX Motorsports. It is the 419 Biosunion from Edmond driving the early lead in the 65 beginner class. As we turn our attention down next to the 50cc seniors, we got Nicky McCracken, Alex Lewis, Danny Castro, Pollux Timmons, Gatlin Reedon, and Hayden Hall. 6 riders poised and ready to strike next. In a matter of only 10 seconds. For row number 2. 50 senior off and rolling. It's the 1, 2, 2. Actually, the 22. No 122. Pollux Timmons, I believe. The bike says 22. The helmet says 122, and that's Pollux Timmons out of Pryor, Oklahoma. Grabbing the early lead. 50cc Junior, Pierce Kirby, Cosmo Rusinski, Gatlin Gambrel, Grace Huck, Creed Pritchard, Emily Huck, Everly Cox, and Brody Evans set to roll next in 10 seconds. 214. That is going to be Grace Hunt. Up next to Micro E, Grayson Evans, Liam Wright, Lincoln Legg, William Cheater, Miles Enright, Ryan Cook Coudron, and Colt Carroll. All boys here to strike next. Fired off one right, another, and we are ready to roll in a matter of only 10 seconds. Off and rolling. All right, up next. Our 50 beginners. Ready to roll in 10 seconds. 19 and all this with Kate Sexton, Everest Henderson, Brock Christian, Leonardo, Garrett and Bodie Coudron, Baker Allfire. That's the 110 machine of Sawyer Walston out front. Alex Hammersell, Ryder Brooklyn, Baker Allfire, Declan Deacon, Benny Harriman. Also Parker Butterball, Emma Harrison, Titus Cody, August Pritchard, Jason Steve, Lucille Brewer, Arlo Farrell, and Hall are off and rolling now in this 50cc beginner class. Look at that. This is the chance for our trail crew. Hey, give us just a couple moments. We'll be back over and ready to start adjusting things and let you know how things are going. And for those of you listening and watching on on GPTV, there on Cross Streams Online, we certainly appreciate you being on board with us. All right, folks, just want to let you know for that AM race, make sure you're over here in plenty of time. Try to be here 30 minutes before the start of the race. We got a lot of riders to check in. We got big things going on, and to keep from falling behind, we need your cooperation. So, AM riders, make sure you're at the starting line in ample time this morning. Thank you very much, and stand by. Keep an eye out on what's going on here at the Great Plains Cross Country. Welcome to the Bear Lake GPXC Round 1 of 2026.
Four. His battery died on his transmitter. He's coming back.
All right, there we go, my friends. We've got ourselves a race, another one underway here at the Great Plains Cross Country, and we've got on the track right now Pee-wee being led by none other than Mr. Tibbetts there on the number 122 machine, who got off to a blistering start there. And, of course, he was looking back at the dust. Alex Tibbetts out of Pryor, Oklahoma, your early leader. He is your 50cc senior rider. He actually started on row number 2, but turned a 4:38 lap time. And, of course, is leading the overall by now almost 30 seconds over one Butterball, the 234 machine, who started out there on row number 1 in the 65cc beginner class. He is your leader of that class, but he's currently second overall. And my paperwork's not matching up, but anyway, that's Butterball in the number 2 spot. Probably a late sign up that I didn't get on my rider sheets there, and I do apologize for that. But anyway, back in the number 3 spot overall, second in the 50cc senior class. That is going to be the 333. Actually, that's. Hang on here just a second. 50cc senior, 333. Well, I've got Brody Evans. It says he's in the junior class, but evidently they've got a few things wrong on my paperwork, but they got that sorted out by obviously the time they got on the racetrack. So it is Tibbetts out front in the 50 senior class. We're going to go class by class right now. Then we'll give you an overall. Let's go with the 65cc first. And the 234 machine is... once again, Luke Butterball, the 65cc class leader out there. Then in second place is the 225 machine of Connor Roberts. In the third place position, that'll be the 72 Kawasaki of Gage Rowe out of Bartlettsville, Oklahoma. In the fourth place position, the 127 of Madison Enright. Then in fifth place, it is the number 423 of Jeff Jarvis from Davenport, Oklahoma. Then we've got behind that rider, we've got Miles Minion, the 419 machine. Seventh place, the 278 machine of Wyatt Smith. In eighth place, the number 3 of Ryder Caperton, and rounding out the top 10 is the 781 of Phoenix Davis. Also back there is the 15 machine. That is Wyatt Allison in the 11th place position of the 65cc beginner class. We go to row number 2, the 50cc senior class, and it is, once again, Tibbetts, the 122 out front of this one. Pollux had the 22 on his machine, but the 122 on his helmet, and he was rolling coal out there, and he is currently overall the leader as well. The 333 machine of Brody Evans running in the number 2 spot. Then the 13 machine that we look at, Mickey McCracken in the number 3 spot. It is the 899 of Hayden Hall in fourth. In fifth place position, the 267 of Gatlin Breeden. In sixth place, the number 22 machine is Alex Lewis. And seventh spot would be the number 48 of Danny Castro. That is your 50 senior class. Starting on row number 2, 50 junior class, row number 3, we got the 214 machine, Gracie Hunt out of Wanette, Oklahoma, in the number 1 spot in this one, leading. Well, it says she had she made up some time somehow or another out there, because even with a little faster lap time, Kirby had a 5:12 and is 17 seconds back, so he must have lost a lot of time on that one somehow or another. But Gracie Hunt, it says, is out front. Second place then is the 112 machine of Pierce Kirby out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Third place is the 144 machine. And I believe that is one of the Mahalka boys. So we even have more riders than what I got on my sheet. We got some late entries, it looks like. 318 machine in that fourth place spot. That that is going to be Everly Cox in the number 4 spot. In 5th place, the 305 machine of Credence Pritchard. In the 6th place position then is the 202 of Gatlin Gamble. And 7th place is the 115 of Cosmo Ruzicki. That is your 7 there, top 7 so far in the 50cc junior class. As we go to the 50cc beginner class, that is the 233, I'm so sorry. That is Parker Butterball in the number 1 spot there. In the number 2 spot is the 719 of Arlo Farrell. In the number 3 spot, that is the 718 machine. And that's another Farrell there in that one, the Farrell. We've got the number 36 in 4th place. That is going to be Brock Christian. In 5th place, it's the 87 machine of Ryder Tillman out of McLeod, Oklahoma. In the 6th place spot then, we've got the number 49 Yamaha of Leonardo Carrera. 7th place would be the number 98 machine out of Oklahoma City. That is Axel Kammerzel. In the 9th place position, then we're looking at the 167 of Benny Harrion out of Enid, Oklahoma. And following up Harrion is the number 244 in 10th place of Emma Harrison. In 11th, we got Skeen Walston in 12th. Gore is 13th. Jenkins in 14th. Hall in 15th. 16th is Henderson. Doty in 17th. Kudron is 18th. And Alkire is 19th. We'll go through them all coming up here in a few moments. By the way, your top 8 now have checked in with 2 laps complete here in this class. And the Micro E class is one that we look at here. Lap number 3 for these fast cats out there, it looks like, as the number 2 of Cade Sexton leading that class. The 777, I believe we may have some questions. Wyatt Kudron in 2nd place. I got some anyway. 4.5 seconds back. In the 3rd place position, the 123 machine. And that is going to be Liam Wright. In the 4th place spot is the 314 machine being piloted today by Emily Hunt. In the number 5 spot is the 767 of Miles Enright. Behind Enright in 6th is the 707 machine. That is William Jeter in this Micro E class. The 316 machine is the 8th place position rider, and that is Lincoln Leggett of El Reno. In 9th place is the 111 of Grayson Evans, and that is your class-by-class breakdown so far. We're looking at overall right now, Pollux Tibbetts, after 4 laps, is leading. The 65cc beginner class leader is the 234 machine, and that 234 is being piloted by Butterball. Then in the number 3 spot overall is 50 senior 2nd place ride, 1 minute and 14 seconds behind Tibbetts, is Evans, the 333. 333 out there is Brody Evans once again. 4th place, the 225 Kawasaki. That rider coming out of the 65cc beginner class. And that is Connor Roberts in 4th place overall. 5th place overall is the 214 machine. That rider hails out of the 50cc junior class. And the 214 of Gracie Hunt is your leader in the class and is currently running 5th place overall. Pretty impressive, for sure. Awesome. Well, having lots of fun watching the monitors right now and picking up and learning a lot here on our first stream weekend with GPTV on Cross Streams Online. Again, just an experimental thing that we're working on. Not really. This is what our heart and soul is about. We are going to make this happen. And speaking of which, if you want to help us make it happen, we're going to need advertisers and sponsors. So if you've got a business, you got a race team, you got an organization that you would like to help out and make sure that we get these grassroots kind of programs on, we'd certainly appreciate it. And one of the guys that worked with me, this is my nephew, and he is kind of the one of the brainstormers behind this idea, and he's also got a lot of heart and soul in it. We call him Buck Atkins, and Buck, man, I tell you, thanks for having this stream with us and helping us make this happen.
Oh, Ronnie, it's been an absolute pleasure, and just in case I forget and I call you Bud, that's what I know you as. So, or Rock and Rod from the God Squad. I know you from back.
Well, that's okay. I call you Doe Buck, so that's all right.
What? That works. I lost my horns, man. That's cool. So just want to tell Great Plains Nation, thank you so much for having Cross Streams out here. We are looking so forward to this season and what we can do together. Love to get these riders out here on the big screen, or the biggest screen as we can put out right now, but it's getting bigger. It's going to get better. Don't forget, look us up on Cross Streams Online. We've got our webpage. You feel like throwing us a sponsorship, throw us a sponsorship. But we are a veteran-owned company, and between my brother and my uncle and I, we're all here for you guys. So God bless. Thanks for having us out, and Champus's prayer this morning was perfect. Love it.
Wasn't it though, man? Trampus is just such a great addition to this series. There's no doubt about it. And for those of you folks that may be tuned in and don't know anything about Great Plains Cross Country, out here in the Great Plains of Oklahoma, we'll be dipping down into Texas. We'll be racing in here in just a couple of weeks. So I think that you folks are in store if you're watching, but make plans. Go to Great Plains Cross Country, greatplainsxc.com on the web, and follow along on our schedule, and you too can be a part of that. As as we say, this is we're experimenting. I've basically tried to make this as we've tried to build as comparable system as possible, as well as user-friendly system as possible. I got to say, our remote shots, Buck, are incredible out there.
They're looking great, and these camera guys, man, I can't give them credit. We got a young crew, but we're learning and building as we go, and these shots are looking pretty amazing, I think.
Absolutely. And if you're out in the Oklahoma area and you'd like to give us a hand and come out and help sometime, let us know. You know what kind of talents that you might have and be able to expose. But again, here at Great Plains Cross Country, the Bear Lake GPXC, as we continue 5 laps down, it is taking about 4 minutes and 52 seconds. So with 4 laps down, we're getting in the 25-minute range. So I'm thinking that we got a white flag out. I'm looking at the hand of the flagger right now. So he's got a white flag in his hand, and we are mere moments away from seeing checkers fly. The last time scanned, I believe, was 23. So add about 5 onto that. So we're about probably 6 minutes, 5 minutes out from checkers, and the conclusion of this one is Tibbetts is on rails out there, Butterball. Now, we may have a different physical overall leader. No, it looks like that's the case. There's Tibbetts in, Evans is checked in now in the 50cc senior class. Butterball, the 234, is dropping off to third place overall right now with 5 laps complete after some time adjustments there. It's only, get this, 4-second difference in those riders, but the 50cc senior second place ride, 333, Brody Ev, he was able to make up that time and put that 4 seconds gap on the clock out there. So Butterball back in the number 3 spot after some time adjustments. So just to let you know, Buck, this is his first time ever announcing a race. I got to go take care of some other technical issues. What? You could just go right here and go class by class. That's all you got to do. Yeah, that was a pretty quick explanation there. All right, Ronnie's taking off, heading back to the podium right now. We're going to get some things straightened out as far as the transmission over the scene here at Great Plains Cross Country and Bear Lake. So we're going to get that all squared away here in just a second. All right, so, well, we're going to try to let you know, those of you listening on the radios, on the FM radios, you need to be down to the starting line. AM riders need to get down there ASAP. Once again, AM riders, you'll need to make your way down to the starting line ASAP so we can get this morning race underway as quickly as possible. We appreciate your cooperation in that and look forward to a big race here this morning. Again, checkers about set to fly here in just a few moments. We'll be getting some shots from our finish line here shortly, and we'll see those checkers coming out in that. But once again, 15 minutes. You need to be down there 15 minutes early in the pro race. And looks like Checker, I think Checkers might have just flown there. Yes, they did. So Pollux Tibbetts taking the win there. The 122 out of Pryor, Oklahoma. I believe that should probably put Evans and Butterball in the second and third place positions. So we're going to head over to the podium and get your official results. Also, you can check online at GPXC, Great Plains Cross Country, and go to live timing and scoring and be able to keep up to date there as well. You are watching Great Plains Cross Country Racing. It is GPTV on Cross Streams Online, live from Oklahoma City here at the Bear Lake GPXC, presented by Ajax Motorsports. Well, that right there is going to explain why you couldn't hear me on the podium. I forgot to switch things around. need an assistant, so if you want to be an announcer's assistant, we'd love to have let us know. I did get a second announcer, by the way. But anyway, right now, listen up, morning class racers. If you're within the sound of my voice, you can hear us the 91.9 frequency. Just want to let you know, we do have, we need to get you down to the starting line ASAP and be prepared because we're going to get the writers meeting underway as quickly as we possibly can. I think my top 3 overall to start making their way up right now.
We're doing two of them.
All right, and our own Trampus Parker is actually going to take care of the podium presentations as we're going to go down and get things started on the starting line. So again, we need to make sure that all the morning class here the starting line got a nice turnout. Oh, by the way, Trampus, did you notice this place? It's hard to get around this week, man. There's people everywhere out here. I had to go driving about a half mile normal than what I have been. No beelines around here this weekend. This is pretty exciting to me to see this kind of a turnout here at GPXC.
Well, Rodney, you know, last year it took off and it was successful. But, you know, when Hudson and Taylor decided to do it for God's glory, I believe God shined his light bright down upon this facility, and he said, we're going to make this race grow. And man, it hadn't just doubled. It's just unbelievable what's taking place. We've seen more kids, more parents. I watched the start just a few minutes ago, and it looked like a whole hatch of sea turtles were born because them little kids just kept coming and kept coming. And it was absolutely awesome. All right, we're waiting for our paperwork, and then we're going to get our podiums underway. Rodney, he's going to be heading back down to the start to get everything organized down there, and I'll take care of the podium for the kids.
Go on, you got it, man. Ride it up. What place? Huh? Okay.
What was that?
Man, as I'm just sitting up here and I'm waiting for my official paperwork. And Brody, man, you already made your way up here because you look like a man that knows exactly. We'll also be doing top 3 of the 50 overall. So if you was in the top 3 of the 50 overall, we'll also be doing a podium for our 50cc racers also. So we encourage everybody to make your way up, and so you can cheer the kids on because this is a big deal. I can remember back when I was 7 years old racing, and it meant a lot to see everybody clapping for you and everything. So we're going to get our older racers done first, and then we'll do our 50cc class. So everybody make y'all's way toward the podium, and we'll be getting our paperwork here pretty soon so we know exactly who was our top 3 overall from each class. All right, we're just waiting for our paperwork right now because we definitely don't want to get it wrong. I'm sitting here looking out, and the man with the big beard over there, I see my friend Quentin Cox over there, and he's probably ready to put a beat down on me today. He's over there with a big smile on his face. He's like, yeah, I'm fixing to beat you down out there on that trail. Hey, if your child was in the 50cc class, we will be doing an overall podium also for the 50cc class. So y'all keep all the young kids up here. And even if they wasn't on the podium, let them come up here and watch it, because I know that's each and every one of these children's dream is to be up here on this box. And I don't care if you're last place today. It can happen because no one starts out up front. This guy might have won the race today, but he started in the back of the pack at one point in his life, and he's worked hard and he's got up here. So I don't care what place you got. If your dream is to make it up on the box and you work hard enough, one day you'll be up on the box. I want to know did all you parents have fun out there? Because I was watching y'all run around as fast as some of the kids. It always amazes me. I tell people all the time, if you want to get in shape, let your child ride the Pee Wee class. Because these Pee Wee parents are in shape because they're chasing these kids around all the time. All right, we need L Butterball number 234. L Butterball number 234. You got third overall. We need you to make your way to the podium, and I believe that's how you pronounce your name. But you can set me straight once you get up here. All right, he's making his way up right now, and I'm still waiting for the official paperwork. He come up here and he set me straight real quick. He said, I ain't no butterball. I'm a booterbow. Booterbow. He said, get it right or I will smack you down. All right. We're up here on the podium. And, man, the first round of our 2026 Great Plains Cross Country. And in my third place, he's already got his plaque. And it's Mr. Booterbow. Man, you want to give me a little bit of how the race went and tell me who you want to thank and everything?
Well, just, I don't know.
What are you, a man of no words?
Most likely.
Come on now, you got third place. You got to have something to say. Like, everything was going good. I got to thank Mom and Dad. The motorcycle worked good, and I'm almost there to beat this dude sitting in the middle.
Yep.
All right. Y'all give a big round of applause for our third place finisher. And he's not Butterball. Good job. Let me make our way over here to second. And I believe his name is Brody Evans because that's what his jersey says. Is that your name, young man?
Yes.
All right, I want to make sure I get them names right because I don't want everybody watching me get beat up by a bunch of young men. Brody, second place. Tell me how it went and who do you want to thank?
It went good. I thank ATAX Motorsport and my mom and dad.
Well, Brody, I know that we're at the Bear race. It looks like you was racing thinking that the big bear was right behind you and you was trying to catch the leader and get in front of him so he would get eaten by the bear. Is that what really happened?
Yes.
That's what happened, man. Y'all give a big round of applause for Brody. Brody, you got to
my mom, my dad, ATAX.
All right, a big round of applause for our second place finisher, Mr. Brody Evans. And I'm fixing to step over here. This dude let me know real quick he is a fellow motocross rider. He's a cross-country woods rider. He probably drives a car and nobody knows it. He's probably got a driver's license nobody knows about. Man, give us your name real quick. All right. So you put it up on the top of the box. Tell me how you did that. And I know we're at the Bear Lake race, the first round of the Great Plains. Do you have like championship visions already going through your head?
Yeah.
I like to hear that. That's what every racer should be thinking about. I want to be a champion one day. Go ahead and tell everybody how it went and who you want to thank.
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Robbie Smith. It was bumpy and sandy out there, too.
Yeah, but you had that personal training, and I believe you said Robbie Smith. I know him. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
All right. Y'all give a big round of applause for our first place rider. Not only our first place rider, but go ahead and give a big round of applause for all three of these riders. They did a great job. Let's grab that silly string, and I'm going to jump out of the way, and y'all spray Hudson Taylor.
Next up, we're going to be replacing our third place overall finisher with the third place in the 50cc division. The top two will stay on the podium. Our third place one that we are currently looking for is P. Kirby, number 112. If you are here, please make your way to the third position of the podium.
All right, we got our top three from the 50cc class up here, and our first two, the overalls, are from the 50cc class. But we're going to get over here to our third place 50cc racer, Mr. Pierce Kirby. I believe that's your name?
Yes.
All right, Pierce. Up here in the third place spot, looking across at these two men, tell me how your race went. What's it going to take to reach where they're at, and who do you want to thank, man? You don't know? Well, I tell you, it's just going to take a little bit of practice to reach where they're at. And then who do you want to thank here at the Bear Lake Great Plains Cross Country Race?
My dad.
Your dad. Is he the one that takes care of that motorcycle for you?
Yes.
All right. Well, he must have done a good job because I've seen a lot of motorcycles and yours is still running. So anybody else you want to give a shout out to?
No.
All right. Y'all give a big round of applause for Mr. Kirby himself. All right, and y'all already know Brody. He not only was he second in the overall, but he's also second in his class. Brody, one more time, man. Bear Lake, Great Plains, first round, 2026. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my big brother.
Go ahead and say the second-rate announcer, too. Thank you, man. I love you. And here he is, the man with the plan, holding the number one like Tomac last night. So, who's your favorite cross-country racer? Who's your favorite motocross racer? And when you get to be into that 16 to 20 years, where will we see you, man?
My favorite rider in woods is Joseph Garcia and motocross Tomac.
All right. So when you're 16, 17 years old, where are you going to be? Are we going to be watching you on TV?
Yeah.
Or are we going to be watching you at GNCC? Or maybe by then the Great Plains Cross Country will be the new GNCC. So where will you be? He don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. He's going to do it all. He's going to be like Aaron Plessinger. He's going to be a winner in cross country. He's going to be a winner in motocross. Y'all give a big, huge round of applause for our three that's up here on the podium. And I'm looking forward to the day that we don't only see them on Great Plains Cross Country Podium, we see them on podiums all over the world. We will be starting the next race at 10:45. We'll be getting the riders meeting off here pretty shortly. And they're going, oh, mom and dad's getting blasted by the silly string. I love that. Come on, Brody, fire back at them. Cover them up. Silly string them up. Hey, maybe they need to do away with the champagne on the pro podiums and give silly strings, because you know how cool that would look with them silly stringing it up at the Nationals. So the start of the next race will be kicking off at 10:45. That's directly from Hudson Taylor. The next start, 10:45.
Once again, folks, we are on a bit of a holding pattern right now as we work our way towards
Everybody's information is accurate. Today. Man, we super appreciate it. This is just humbling to see this many racers here. We're right at 200 racers in this AM race, so exciting to see. And thank you guys for showing up and supporting round one of the 2026 season. So going into a quick course description for you guys. Maybe some of you didn't get to run a lap of practice, but I'll try to keep it as detailed and organized as we can here. You've got your first three corners and the hay bale located on the far side of the field. You'll make a right-hand turn. From there, you're going to enter the tall grass field section. That field section is rough and choppy, so make sure that you guys are being careful. I know that everybody's going to be amped up off the start, but this first quarter mile here is very rough and choppy, so make sure that you're paying attention to that. From there, you're going to enter a section of woods that's a little bit tight before jumping across the spectator road. Spectators, please be careful. Please watch for that road crossing. After you cross that spectator road, you're going to enter into what I would consider my favorite part of the track. From mile marker 1 all the way till about mile marker 3, you're going to be going along the North Canadian River, and there's many passing opportunities all throughout that. Make sure to look to your left, look to your right. There's lots of line options there. In a lot of places, the track is as wide as 80 feet with the way we have it marked. Once again, our arrows are 20 feet to either side, or if there is two straight up arrows, you have to go between them. From there, you're going to enter into a field section about 3 miles in. It's going to take you around to the bike-only section. From there, once again, plenty of passing opportunities. Keep your eyes open for line options. That 1.8 mile bike section, the backfield is getting a little bit choppy, but it's working in pretty good. You're going to have a bunch of roller coaster hill climbs to go up and down. Lots of fun action. Then you'll connect back into yesterday's ATV 5.5 mile mark. From there, you're going to enter into another open field section, and then you're going to pop out in a big open field where it's just mowed down. You guys are shooting straight across that to the other side, taking a left-hander once you get to the tall grass from there. That's going to take you around into the FMF fan zone and Pro Hill. Fans, the best way to get there is for you to walk from the scoring. You can walk all the way around. There's a road there that goes across a metal bridge over the lake. You'll see on your right-hand side after going across the bridge, the FMF fan zone. Our staff is going to be heavily working the scoring area and stuff today, so as many fans want to jump in there and help out, just make sure that you guys are trying to stay out of the racers' way. But if you do take that hard line, it is between the two trees on the right-hand side. It is about a 25 to 30-second advantage to take it. Not sure how it's going to hold up during the race. That's the reason it's the Pro Hill, because it's going to be a challenge. So make sure that you pay attention to that. From there, you're going to link back together on the off camber. It's going to bring you around back into the last 1.5 miles of the track here and into scoring. So big note for you guys. I need everybody to pay real close attention to this. We need you guys to go idle speed through scoring.
Will return to the home
Every
point
single
in
person
10
needs to go idle speed. We need you guys to give each other a bit of a gap. That way we can ensure scoring accuracy today, okay? With this many racers on the line, we want to make sure we get everybody scored properly. So make sure if you don't come through tire to tire bumping somebody, give us a little bit of space. We're going to be working it pretty heavily, and you guys will get scored properly, and everything will be good to go as long as we follow that. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and roll forward with our prayer, national anthem, and then we're going to check back in with timing and scoring. We'll have you guys off and rolling here momentarily, but if y'all don't mind to remove those hats, we'll go ahead and pray. Dear Lord, we love you, Father, and Man, we just thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with our friends, our family, those that we love, getting to do what we love. Father, it's March 1st, and the weather's perfect, sunny, 75, and the dirt can't get any better. And Lord, we just thank you for that. We pray, God, that you watch over each and every one of these racers, protect them and keep them safe. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Hudson, let me say one thing real quick.
Hey guys, right before the scoring chute, we've put a yellow flag up. It's right before our ladies are scoring, and we've narrowed the chute after the finish line with another yellow flag. We're asking you to go slow from the first yellow flag all the way till you clear the chute where the last yellow flag is. You have an hour and a half to win the race. You're not going to win it in that 50 feet right there. So please go slow. It allows our ladies to get your numbers, and it keeps everybody safe and okay up there. Any first-time racers? I know we got a couple of them because they talked to me. Good luck to you guys, and God bless y'all.
And now, if you would, folks, please rise, stand at attention, remove those caps, and cross those hearts as we honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
The stage is now set, and Great Plains cross-country racing will get underway and resume here in just a few moments. Again, welcome aboard those watching and listening live across the world on Cross Streams Online's YouTube channel, and of course here at GPTV. So glad to bring you a historic first day of live coverage of GPXC racing. It is the Bear Lake Great Plains Cross Country presented by Ajax Motorsports. And let me tell you, we got a lot of great sponsors we'll be talking about as the season and highlighting as the season goes on. Remarkable turnouts, and if you know the history of GPXT and what we've seen it happen, it's certainly great to see this. Now, I don't have my paperwork just yet, so as soon as we get some paperwork, we'll be able to keep you abreast on what's going on. I know that the ladies are out checking all the riders and all the classes to make sure everyone's in the right rows and the right classes and things of that nature. And we are in constant communication with timing and scoring at this time. And again, our first race of this 2026 season, and great turnout. Hey, just want to remind you, if you want a Great Plains Cross Country Bear Lake event souvenir shirt, we've got those available up there right next to rider registration. We've got cross country hoodies, hats, and we've got event souvenir shirts. I'm telling you, you want to grab these shirts up now because these shirts are going to be great memorabilia. I've been around this racing world for a long time, and there's nothing more joyful and bring back more memories than being able to reach in a drawer or pull a t-shirt to the side and read 1996 Sunday Creek Grand National Cross Country, a GNCC, or a High Point National shirt, or any one of those kinds of shirts. They take you back. They're like concert tees. They take you back to that night, that time, that place. So grab your event souvenir shirts. They're available up right next to rider registration in that trailer. A real different look for the souvenir stand this year. The ladies need a little more protection, I guess, and so did the product. But you can, I can assure you, great quality design, beautifully designed artwork on each and every one of these, and it's great memorabilia for the history of off-road and what's taking place here in Oklahoma. I don't know if you folks recognize or realize, but this has been a barren land as far as great organized championship racing like what we're seeing here, and of course looking at the regional level of racing. And we're in our infancy here at GPXC, but with your help and your participation, things are going to grow. And these are going to be the days of some great memories coming out here to Bear Lake, the first time a race has ever been ran. Who expected the sand that we have out here, the whoops that have developed already in this season opener? It could certainly become one of those nostalgia type events and affairs that we have that take place here in off-road racing. But again, as far as our schedule, just to give you an idea of what it's looking like, and we were taking a look at that a few moments ago. And our next round actually coming up Saturday and Sunday, March 14th and 15th. That's 2 weeks from this weekend. It's the Twin Cedars Shootout in Guthrie, Oklahoma. My first experience with GPXC was there at that event, and what a great and memorable experience it was. And I only hope that you folks can come and share with us there. Then at the end of March, we're headed to Kilgore, Texas, the 28th and 29th. We're headed down to the Coyote Crossing. It's an NRA as well, and you guys can get qualified for the Nationals and all that kind of great stuff that's going on there in Texas and with GPXC. And then back across the border into Oklahoma, the Windmill Run for round number 4 in April. We'll take a few weeks off until the 18th and 19th. And then, of course, May 2nd and 3rd, we're at Outlaw Pass in Hennepin. Another great event. And then Rattlesnake Ridge, also located in Hennepin. It'll be interesting to find out the difference in those two events. But we'll be going all the way through round number 7 to the Red River Showdown in Grady, Oklahoma, May 30th and 31st. And that one should be a good one as well. So that'll take us through round number 7 and to the summer break, where folks will disappear and dissipate for a little while and reconvene again in late August for round number 8. So a great looking schedule that we've got laying out before us. And we hope that you folks will follow along and join us. We had a great banquet just a few weeks ago in, I believe it was February, yes, maybe late January. That's February. That was January. Well, whenever it was late January. We had a great banquet. I came in from Ohio, had an amazing time out there. Actually got a haircut for that event. I hadn't cut my hair in months and had to shave. But anyway, it was a great affair, and we had great times. And the award ceremonies will only get bigger and better as time progresses as well. So we hope that you can be a part of all that also. Again, just to be open and honest, timing and scoring, just making sure they've got everyone entered. A little bit bigger turnout than probably what was expected, but certainly 1 minute. We're 1 minute away, so we are almost there, friends. 1 minute. 1 minute. So be watching for the blue flag. When that blue flag comes out, that will be a dead engine call. And Great Plains Cross Country Racing will resume here in Oklahoma City at the Bear Lake GPXC, presented by Ajax Motorsports. The crowds are gathering around for this one in anticipation as the blue flag waves and a hush goes across the starting line. And all eyes focus in the turn number 1 on Hudson Taylor as he signals these riders on row number 1 and lets them know it's time to roll in 10 seconds for row number 1. And the Bear Lake GPXC is off and rolling here. Again, still waiting on some paperwork down here, but as soon as we get it, we'll pass it along. Row number 2 about to take off next. As that first row gets it sorted out now, heading through turn number 3. Our attention back into turn 1. The blue flag is out. We are less than 30 seconds away for row number 2. Hudson Taylor readies the riders and lets them know 10 seconds. And row number 2 is off and rolling. $7.99 getting the lead in that one. Row number 3 getting set to roll. Again, my apologies. Under normal circumstances, we have that information. Row number 3 getting set to roll next, less than 30. And ready to roll in 10 seconds. Wow, what a bad gas and a jockey for positions in. Hoops up to 2-1-1. Taking the whole shot to row number 3 as we head down to row number 4 next. As the dust settles on this one here in the Great Plains. Welcome to Middle America Racing. Blue flag out. Riders ready on 4. And set to go on Hudson Taylor's cue as he lets them know 10 seconds. And they're off. Nice big healthy rows heading off into turn 1. It's 261. Taking the early lead in row 4 as we go down to row 5 now. What a beat, what a race. The blue flag waving on this one. Less than 30 to go. The hush across the start line once again and ready to go in a matter of 10 seconds. Oh yes, row number 5, clean through turn number 1. It's a 45 Kawasaki, looks like, as we set our sights on row number 6 coming up next. Less than 30 seconds to go, says Hudson Taylor. Shutting them down and getting them ready. 10 seconds. Let's see out here. Row 6, our early leader, the 1-5-2 in this one. As we turn our attention next, after this little scuffle in turn 2 and 3 down to row number 7. Blue flag out, less than 30 to go. Hudson Taylor readies the riders. It's time to roll in 10 seconds. And a 77, the fly guy, making it happen. And row number 8 readies themselves next. They're not going to be late to the big show today here at Bear Lake. Blue flag out again. Dust begins to settle. Riders set, placed, and ready to rock into turn number 1 on road number 8. starting sequence is clear. We're ready to roll in 10 seconds. Row 8 off and rolling. 7-12 on the inside. Nope. Looks like that one's going to be stolen away. Number 9 coming up next, row 9, if I'm counting back right. Blue flag out on this one yet again, friends. We're ready to roll in 10 seconds. The 911 on the bike, 912 on the helmet. Gets that first turn first, but man, he's got company. Road 9 off and through and clean, it looks like, through the start turns. Down to road 10 next as the blue flag waves on this one. Set and ready to roll next. 10 seconds. And row 10 is up. The 119 grabbing lead in this one. I think we had a women's class rider start. We had a class with, I think, one rider in it, and she thought that was their row. Hey, honest mistake. Gonna get our line back up. Folks, don't forget we got some great concessions here as well. All right, looks like we're ready to go next. 10 seconds. All right. That's the women's class right there. Wow. Look at the ladies out in full force today at GPXC, and they are going after it today. Wow. I love the way that these ladies' classes have been growing across the nation, right here at the grassroots level of off-road, as we see that blue flag once again, set and ready to roll in 10 seconds. And that looks like, I believe, a final roll off and rolling here. What a start, what a day. Well, we still got, I think we got some trail riders back there, 3 more trail riders to take off, and 200 plus riders on the starting line today. Thank you again for everybody that showed up and showed out. We got lots of fun still to go here as we're ready to run this final row in 10 seconds. And there they go. Making it happen, Captain. That's it, my friends. So we're going to head on over to the finish line area and get set up and poised. Again, don't forget, streaming on Cross Streams Online on the YouTube channel. You can check it out. You can also find that link through the Facebook page of Great Plains Cross Country. Once again, thanks for joining us here at Oklahoma City's Bear Lake GPXC, presented by Ajax Motorsports.
Is that live?
Huh?
Is that live?
Yeah.
How are you streaming that over? You got like cell service on that, or like a Wi-Fi thing?
I don't know. We got this transmitter and then we have a bridge set up around here to help us get signal before we go.
Yeah, that is pretty sick.
Got one of the drones.
You do?
Yeah, the DJI.
Oh, yeah.
The Maverick. It's an old one though. Still works.
Might come through here.
It's a Scout roof with
Offline.
I see that. I know, but I don't want to be where he's at either. That way you're not. I feel like this is going to become the spot.
I'm hoping not like our office when come smack us.
I know, so I'm like, because they definitely purposely made a line there.
How many of y'all are out here?
It's me, man.
Just two different cameras?
Yeah. You got two different cameras. I was talking to him. Huh?
Hey, Bubba, I wouldn't stand right there.
Yeah.
That's a line.
Yeah. Let's say start putting up. If y'all trying to go through the street,
Okay, Son, you have to come up further this way, Bubba. No. I've done a lot of crazy things and I've not.
I love being close to them when they pass by like that.
Yeah.
Where you get shot off that bottom?
I've been hit.
You're coming this way.
I've not been hit. I've came close to being hit.
It's my first woods race on my foot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let's hope I don't get hit.
You can usually see their lines.
Oh, yeah. That and you can hear them coming. Both those lines, can they go that way too?
Yeah, they can go that side. That's an easy line. Your pros will more than likely take this. Everyone else might go that way. You'll have the team take this.
You'll have some girls take this right now.
All right.
Probably like this kid right here.
Yeah, he'll take this.
All right. Looks like we got folks that are. And of course, looks like we got some riders through that 7.5 mile marker over at the hill climb. Riders already starting to make their way up and over the hill climb. As you can see, it's not as challenging as we expected to get as the day progresses. But as Luke says, oh, there's our first accident, I guess you could say, is our next rider coming up to the top of the hill. He takes a little easier over this one. And it looks like a lot of the riders are electing to go up the Pro Hill Challenge. And they appear to be making it. Whoa, and there you go. There's your first rider stuck on the hill now, so this is going to get interesting. And there comes the spectators. The same freeze out here at this particular race today with the sandy soils of Bear Lake, better known as mud freeze in a lot of the other off-road championship series, but we'll call them sand freeze right now. Very pleased.
I'm like yelling with all my power, but I can't.
As you can see, watching that person walk down the hill, it's not the easiest to traverse on foot or on a machine. It's near the top of the hill. This is where it's going to get fun, just sitting back and watching. This is what GPXC and off-road racing is all about, friends. And speaking of which, we got some other things going on here. We got some riders making their way a little further down trail, it appears.
Hey, it looks good on camera, man. I'll tell you that. Good shot. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Some of our leaders coming through this area of the racetrack, and we should be seeing them at the finish line region before too much longer. Is that a rider going through the finish? I believe it is. And so it looks like we're going to get our first riders checking in here in just a moment. I got a little bit of a late start today.
That is the line right there, though, sir. Okay.
Right now here
I just want to make sure.
And back to the hill climb on GPTV as we're watching these riders try to maneuver their way up the hill here. So this shot that we're looking at on TV right now is actually at the 8-mile marker, just past the hill climb, so we're able to switch back and forth and keep up with a few things there. Many of our riders making their way by, many of our riders making their way up the hill as well. Get creative with lines right past the cameraman there. Here comes some more up the hill. We'll get some names. There you go. Thomas, W. Thomas, the Swivel C class leader and overall leader. And it looks like hits there on the 799 machine. Again, didn't get paperwork for today's race on account of some just really trying to make sure everything is going A-OK. And look at the riders that are bypassing the hill climb out here this morning. some of them maybe rightfully so will catch up with some close-ups of them coming up here in just a moment. As they should be coming through this next section of racetrack pretty soon. Leaders coming through. We've got Open C Class A defined. Green, the schoolboy third place. Catherine, women's expert, checking in. Man, did you see the number of ladies in the in the women's class? I think it was a 16-plus class. It wasn't the women's expert, but there were several women's experts as well. Catherine leading Shockley and Mahalka, running in the number 3 spot. 1, 2, and 3, 13 seconds and 10 seconds separating the two. Or the three, I guess I should say. 50 seconds, 13 seconds, second, third's 10 seconds, and now another 51 seconds back. Ray, the 76 KTM, checks in a 4th place position. There is Burns as well, women's expert, another 3.6 seconds back on the 24 Honda. All apologies. See if I get some paperwork, I'll be able to get you some first names, but we'll just go W. Thomas leading the schoolboy class and the overall right now. T. Hicks running second, about 47 seconds back. H. Green, the 225 KTM schoolboy rider in third. Winner Abella, the number 11 in fourth. In the number 5 spot is, I think it's Charlie Foster. The 233 KTM and Slim on board the 169 Yamaha checking in. In the 6th place position of schoolboy C, Doty, the 383 KTM, a minute 13 and a half seconds back, is 7th place in the schoolboy class. There's 8th place G Hall. 16 seconds back on the 37 as we check it out with the Open C class. B Fine, the leader of this one, is B Fine and B Fine. 21.57 minute lap time, 21 minutes 57 second lap time. Nets is out there on the 699 Gas. The Open C second place. A Harmon, the 38, over 18 and a half seconds back in third. Chase Silk, the 877 is fourth. C Hannock is fifth. A Durbin is 6th on the 135. 7th is the 129 Tony. 8th there in the Open C class is going to be the 220 KTM of R. Moore. The 151 of P. Metz is running in 9th, and C. Osborne rounds out your top 10. We'll give you a top 15. 11th is C. Adamson. L. Youngblood in 12th on the 128. C. Tilly 13th. J. Bebo is 70 to 72 and 14. And T. Bauer for 41 rounds out the top 15 in the Open C class. Still waiting on row 5 competitors. Brett C to check in. Senior 40C, still waiting on them. So it must be these young guns that are out there in front of everyone this morning. We even got a bike team race. That's what that last row was about. I think we have like 4 teams that are going to be racing. So team racing is what we've been looking at. We'll climb very busy, if you will. We can widen that out just a little bit to give you a little better feel of what's going on there on that hill. If you're watching on Cross Streams Online. A good shot up the hill right now. Hey, just for you afternoon riders, don't forget there's obstacles on the other side of the hill. Now, you can see them on the way up. There's trees that are sticking up, but remember, those are on the other side of the hill, so make sure you know which direction that your machine is pointed to. Lots of riders going through here. This section of the track. Already we've got 63 riders that have checked in with us. Starting to see that Vet C class start to check in now, so we'll check in with them on row number 5. Dussold, Dussold, the 244 KTM, has the lead in that one by, it looks like 16.2 seconds. S. Willingham, the 45 Kawasaki, another second back in third. Richardson with the 2 KTM in fourth. Jay Gano, the 314 in 13. The 531 in sixth. C. Cone, the 331 KTM in seventh. And B. Tibbetts, 8th place in the Bet 30 plus C class. And Lindenbrink, I guess it is. W. Lindenbrink, the 322 Yamaha, is 9th in the Bet 30 plus C class. I would expect that we'll probably be seeing some more check in. We'll come back and check with them again in a little bit. There's the senior C40 plus class, row 7. Our leg leading that one, the 24.08 lap time. Second place, R. Kirby, senior C40 plus class. C. Osborne is going to be your third place position. And let's see, fourth place, S. Alberts, the 15 KTM in the senior plus 40 class. Senior plus 40 sees Kirby in second, C. Osborne in third, S. Aldrich in the fourth place position. Kate Claypool, the 77 KTM in fifth. C. Kerrigan in the number 6 spot. A. Sex in the 421 in seventh. In 8th place, Jay Walker. 9th place, S. Brown, the 333 KTM. And R. Fisher Jr., the 431 KTM in the number 10 spot. Super Senior C, 50 plus class riders. S. Carl Charlton in the lead in that one, just under a 25-minute lap time. D. Solman, the 747 in the second place position. K. Aldridge, the 712 in third. And M. Metz, the 640 KTM, would be your fourth place position there. Go back and see if we got 10th place. Yes, we did. We got 10th, 11th, and 12th in that Bet C class. B. Bell, the 187, is running that C30 plus, so it's Dussold, Carl, Willingham, Richardson, Renault, Burl, Cone in 7th, Tibbetts in 8th, Lindenbrink in 9th, and B. Bell rounding out the top 10. Emma Lofton in the number 11 spot, and R. Kudrin in the 12th spot. We're back and checking in with some of these senior C guys as well. We got Red, Osborne, Aldrich, the top 4, Claypool in the number 5 spot. It was C. Kerrigan in 6th. A. Sex in the 421 Gas in 7th. Jay Walker, the 213 KTM in 8th. S. Brown, the 333 KTM in 9th. And R. Fisher Jr. in the 431 in 10th. J. Tackett, the 561. And C. Jacks running 11th and 12th. K. Wilson is also checked in the 13th spot. Now more of our Super Senior C50 plus class riders. Charlton, Solomon, also Aldridge, 1, 2, and 3. Metz in the 4th place position. Then Jay Little, the number 6 Honda. In 5th, A. Acuna, the 924 KTM. In 6th, 7th is M. Salick, the 347 Yamaha. In 8th is Scheifel, the 744. In 9th is D. Hill, the 611. And rounding out the top 10, the 27 of Pete Bell. So riders go up the FMF area there, the fan zone, if you will. And then they, that's about the 7.5, if I'm not mistaken, a little past the, right at the 8-mile marker or so. We get a chance to pick them up again as they head toward the finish line. Speaking of which, here's how things are looking over there right now. Kind of a busy place. As riders are checking in there, checking in at the fan zone. Many of them, again, electing to go the extra time around in case they don't make it up that hill. I'm not sure what the approach is starting to look like, but I know it was really soft and fluffy, and I'm sure it's starting to eat out and chew out quite a bit. So interesting to see how many people will be hitting that hill. as the race progresses. To this one lap of racing complete, we've made it through the Super Senior C 50 plus class, now the Masters B 60 plus class. Wow, 7 of those riders. E. Croak, a 7-11 Husaberg. That dude was rolling. C. Bingham, 986 was 11.7 seconds back. R. Hemphill, the 912 KTM in third. Jay Farmer, the 442 Husqvarna was fourth. Lee Burrow in the number 5 spot aboard the 920 KTM. Jay Little, the 664 KTM in sixth. In Beckwith, I should say, 562 Husqvarna in seventh. In eighth place then is D. Craig, the 599. That is the top 8 that we have checking in so far. Here's that big women's class we were talking about. I only see 6 riders that have checked in this one so far, but there are more than that on the line. Our Christian women's class leader just 25 minutes. A lot of folks right there at 25 minutes. A. Cone is running in second. I'm not sure if that's Alexis that we saw earlier this morning taking forward in the youth race. M. Turman, the 88 KTM, is running third. C. Easton, the 670 KTM in fourth. S. Smith, the 818 KTM in fifth. And A. Raven, the 313, is your 6th place ride. That's your women's top 6 so far. Race number 11.
Yeah.
Row number 12. Beginners class, we got German, M. German, the 133. Beginner class leader there, 20 minutes and 5 seconds. It's a pretty quick lap for a beginner. Kate Henderson running in the number 2 spot on the 130 Yamaha. C. Hunter, the 138 Husqvarna in fourth. Then is Al Edwards, the 910 KTM. Fifth is Jay Brown, the 933 Yamaha. C. Pruitt in sixth, the 369 Yamaha. Seventh place S. Royce, the 114 Yamaha. 8th place H. Rowe, the 183 Honda. 9th place A. LaHood, the 723 Yamaha. And D. Davis, 214 Kawasaki pilot, rounds out the top 10. 11 and 12, D. DeGroot and W. Ellis. They're outside the level of that top 10 here this morning. Is it still morning or are we into the afternoon yet? Yep, still morning. So waiting, watching, and wondering. So we'll be watching for our leaders to check in here. They checked in with a 20-minute lap time. So with that being said, the 20-minute lap time, let's see how that translates. Add that on to, they were scanned at 11:16 basically. So add 20 onto that, that should put us, what, at 15 would be 30, 20 would be 35. So at about 31 minutes, the 31-minute mark in the hour. So we're about 10 minutes out, if my calculations are correct. Oh, that's for the overall. Now, actually, take that back. 11:09 was when your leader was scanned. 21:06 was his lap time. So, yeah, we're still in the market of about the 36, 37 area right there. So we're not as far out as I thought. So, we're within 10 minutes, I guess. Or excuse me, it'd be 31:32, so we're within 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Sorry, it's been a year. It's been several months since I had a chance to sit down and do this kind of math and this kind of work in my head and on the fly like this. But nonetheless, that's what we're doing. And we're watching Great Plains Cross Country live from Bear Lake. It's the Bear Lake GPXC presented by Ajax Motorsports. Again, race fans here at the racetrack, don't forget, stop over and get yourselves your event souvenir shirts, your Great Plains Cross Country shirts, and all the good stuff. And Jeff, you want to come over here and talk with us for a few moments, man? I know that you are an avid off-road fan yourself, and you traveled all the way from Indiana just to come watch this season opener. And Jeff is from Boosted TV and also High Octane Graphics. And Jeff, I know that you design a lot, well, all the artwork here at the Great Plains Cross Country.
Yeah, I do. It's a great time. I've done everything since Hudson started last year, and I'm really proud of what he's done. And just made a 12.5-hour drive this weekend to support him because I knew it was going to be a big event. I was excited you guys were out here streaming it. Wanted to check that out and help you guys out any way I could, but I think it's been a more than a successful weekend. You know, there's seen some growing pains like always, you know, for new series, but I mean, what Hudson and them is putting on is just phenomenal. He's really doing it right, and I think these racers should be very happy to have something like this in the state of Oklahoma and surrounding states, because I know Hudson's got big plans for the series. It's going to keep growing it, and if this weekend's any indication, he's going to grow it as fast as he'd like, and I think the racers are going to love that.
Absolutely, they will. I know race fans will love it as well. So if you're out in the neck of the woods, you maybe haven't ridden in a while, but still like the atmosphere, check us out in a couple of weeks. We'll be over in Guthrie at Twin Cedars for the Twin Cedars Shootout. You didn't get a chance to make it to that one last year, did you?
No, I went to two last year. They were back-to-back. What was it? I went to the one that was in Hennepin, Outlaw Pass, and what was the one before that, the lake, where we gave out the lake boards. But yeah, I went to those two. It was really fun. And you were talking about coming out racing. Just met two guys in line over there who boys are out here racing for the first time, and they look like they're having a good time and on an older dirt bike. And I said, that's what's good about the sport is you can come out with, race what you brung, whatever they call it. You don't have to have the newest bike to compete and have fun. Just get some safety gear and something halfway running. You can come out in here and have a good time. But then again, if you're very competitive and want to have that top-notch bike with all the fancy parts on there, you could do that too. So it's a little bit of everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, did you see Pro Row over there? That's pretty cool. And we're going to have some pretty good and exciting moments, I think, there. Was that on the concrete or just off the concrete?
Just off the concrete, but it's pretty hard packed right there. And just the way they got it set up, it's split on two sides of a ditch, whatever. But yeah, I'd say there's probably, I want to say close to 20 easy ups over there in Pro Row. So it's going to be a huge pro turnout.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I'm excited to see what the pro class and all that's going to look like coming up here in a little bit. And I expect that, we may be a little bit behind on getting started, maybe right on time. We got started late on this one, so I can expect that is likely going to carry over into the next event also. So just bear with us if that's the case. Growing pains, if you will, as we always like to say here in the off-road racing world. And these are the worst kind of growing pains to have is when you get good turnouts, good weather, and just great racing action. And that's what we're in store for right now as we're watching some riders traverse that hill climb area. And we are getting somewhere here close in the neighborhood, I believe, of a completion of laps, if truth be told. 133 KTM. I don't know if we've seen it go through there yet or not, but if that's the case, we'll be keeping an eye over here as well at about the 8.5 mile marker. Waiting to see. Yes, waiting with bated breath, so to speak, to see if our leaders come through these shots and if we can pick up on them. Got the hill climb over here. We've seen a few folks making this one, and then a lot of folks electing to just go around just like this rider right here.
Now that you say that, you did never hit it.
There's the 91 machine. I don't think that was one of our leaders either.
Yeah, I know.
All righty, folks. 2 laps are complete. Thomas is checked in the schoolboy C class as the leader in that one. And looks like a beginner class leader. Also back there, he was doing pretty good in the overall. We'll see how he does at the end of this second lap. T. Hicks checks in now. Second place, 1 minute and 37.5 seconds back. Thomas in this schoolboy C class. We'll give him just a moment. Enjoy our lunch and watch some great things on the video here this morning. I guess it's still morning, I guess, when we look at the grand scheme of things. Again, thanks for being tuned in here with us at GPTV, Cross Stream's online YouTube channel. It's Great Plains Cross Country Racing, and we're having a great time out here at Bear Lake. Thanks everybody that's tuned in and watching along the World Wide Web on our YouTube channel as well.
Flip it around, go back down.
are watching things unfold here, and yeah, you're going to have to turn that to see my face. Hey, by the way, I want to say thanks to Helios Injection Systems. They're going to be offering up a whole shot. Helios whole shot at stripe out there on the starting line. So got some really cool things. Again, you know, a lot of things to announce as we continue throughout the upcoming sessions and stuff. A couple of weeks, the 14th and 15th, will be at Twin Cedar Shootout over in Guthrie, Oklahoma. We'll be talking about more stuff and more great sponsors and some of the great things on the way as far as this 2026 season is concerned. As we check in with the Schoolboy C-Class leader again still, let's go ahead and look at the top 10 overall, and then we'll start breaking it down class by class and watch more for you. W. Thomas continues to lead this one. He's the Schoolboy C-Class leader and overall leader. B. Fine is the Open C-Class leader and second overall. C. Hicks, Schoolboy C second. C. Cochran, Women's Expert Class leader, is fourth overall after 2 laps. So Cochran is really moving out there. We may end up seeing her on the overall podium as we look. That elapsed time currently about a minute behind on that. But lap time, she's still got some, only 3 seconds faster than Hicks there last time around. So she's got a little more to make up than that, but we all know the world of off-road racing. Alrighty, with that, of course, then we go to our 6th place position, or 5th place position in German in the 133 KTM beginner class. S. Metz on the Open C class will be the 2nd place rider in that one. In 6th and 7th is Kay Aldridge, the Super Senior C50 Plus class. In 8th place, H. Green, Schoolboy C 3rd place rider. 9th place overall is A. Harmon. A. Harmon is the Open C 3rd place, and Jay Silk, the Open C 4th place, rounds out the top 10. Well, we got greetings from Chicago on our Streamline chat board there. And again, second round, 2026 season, Great Plains Cross Country Racing. It's grassroots racing at its finest out here in the heartland, my friends. And thanks for joining us and being a part of it here. This is Doug, by the way. He was talking with us there a little bit ago, and Of course, he's the driving force behind what we've got going on here. If you look at his hat there, you can see he is an airborne ranger, right? I've done some stuff. He's done a couple of things. He's got stories, like I say, but he's making more stories and making more memories out here with this GPS, that's for sure. As we continue to look at some of these other classes here, we've already checked in with the overall. Let's go ahead and start checking in with them class by class and row by row. The women's expert class is coming up next. Looking at right after 2 laps of racing. That's never mind. That's a completely different realm of the scoring, and I just totally jacked up my scoring. So we'll have to take a few seconds here to redo this and pull this back up, but it's really easy to do. Great Plains cross country. Dive right onto that. Hit that down, that tab that says more. Go to live scoring. Click on that, and voila, here you are. You're part of all the action and all the great things that are going on. We're now Kay Aldridge. Well, it says a 4-minute 58-second lap. I think they might have taken a wrong turn out there somewhere. So we're going to go down, as we said, to the first row. Women's expert, there we go. Cobran, Shockley, Maholka, 1, 2, and 3. Gaps right now, about 52 seconds between first and second. And 45 seconds back to the third place ride. C. Gray, the 76, is in fourth. And then the 24 Honda of M. Burns rounds out your top 5. In the second row, and your overall leader right now, Thomas, the 336.
Yeah, we've got brakes in here somewhere. The fast charger.
All right, there we go. I see how that's going now. Now I know how to play with this live timing and scoring on here. But anyway, Wyatt Thomas, T. Hicks, 1 and 2. There's 1 minute and 37 seconds. Thomas is really on rails out there, it appears. Rebello, the number 11 KTM, running in third. The 233 KTM of Bostert. Bostert only 5 seconds off the pace of Rebello. If we look at lap times, 23:09. They're running pretty identical lap times, so if they stay consistent, that one could be a great battle. And in all honesty, they're running about 20 to 30 seconds faster lap time than what the leaders were. So, oh, wait a minute, 23. Anyway, I thought it said 22, which would have put us in that realm. But no, Thomas Hicks, Rebello, Boston, and Denate Green in the number 5 spot on the 225. M. Doty, the 383, is 6th. Then in 7th, B. Slimp, the 169 G. Hall in 8th, the 37 Husqvarna, and B. Bevins, the 290 in the 9th place position. Rounds them out. The 9th place position there in the schoolboy class. B. Fine in the number 1 spot of the open seat class with a minute and 3 second lead over Jay Silk, who only had 5 seconds over S. Metz. C. Hannock running 3 seconds behind them in 4th, so a good 3-way battle for the 2nd place position in the open seat class. And that one's been waging on basically since and through lap number 1, through lap 2, and into lap number 3. Looking at lap times, wondering how that will end up shaping up. Looks like Hannock may be making up some time out there with a 22:13. Metz might be losing time with a 22:36. So this could be kind of interesting with the levels, so to speak, stepping up a little bit there in that battle. A. Harmon in the number 5 spot, 6th place, A. Durbin. R. Devaney is 7th, and P. Metz in 8th. C. Osborne, the 9th place position of the open C class. And rounding out the top 10, L. Youngblood dropping a couple of spots there in the open C class. To row number 4 next, after 2 laps of racing, we check in with our Super Senior 50 Plus class. Jay Owens leading that one with Jay Archer running in the number 2 spot, about 36 seconds back. D. Arnold in the number 3 spot. In 4th place, Jay Melton. In the number 5 spot, S. Wheeler in this Super Senior B50 Plus class. Jay Barron in 6th. Jay Holmberg is 7th place in your B class. 8th place is Jay Foss. 9th place, B. McCormick. And rounding out the top 10, M. Razak. Razak is 9 seconds out of the 9th place position. Got a 15-second lead over Cox in the 11th place position there, just behind him. So could see some challenges maybe starting to happen. We'll check in with row 5 in just a moment. I want to check and make sure that our timing and scoring is where we are in timing and scoring. So there we are, 21:40 lap time scored at 11:31. So 11:31 so we're looking at 11:52, and that's about 3 minutes out. We should be seeing a third lap complete. So give us about 3 minutes, and our leaders will be through the finish line, Drone Man. If you want to follow our leader in the last lap here, or not the last lap, but in these this third lap coming up. A 1 hour and 30-minute race here.
Doggy B! Doggy!
Is this worth it? Is it a lot faster?
All right, bye. They gotta get used to it. Well, I guess I can.
Alrighty, so the open C is where we were last. Actually, I believe we were picking up on the Vet C30 Plus class. I-Car after lap 2. Let's see, do we have that third lap in yet? We should be getting there pretty close. 21 minutes, so that would be at like 53, 54 minutes. We're at 52, so our leaders should be checking in here in just a few moments. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, and then likely trying to get a little drone footage of our leaders as they work their way through the things going on here at Bear Lake GPXC. And I imagine whenever our leader gets into earshot, we'll go ahead and continue with those other classes. But I'm just kind of waiting right now, anticipate and expect that there's going to be any moment. Yep. You want to minimize that? You can see what for sure. White flag is out, by the way. As you can see, there's, I believe that might be putting us in the realm of right where we are with 3 laps complete now.
Sorry, I don't want to be in there. The way that line's up, you have to go around. But you saw what the girl took it earlier.
Alrighty, so I haven't seen. Yeah, lap 3 is in. Thomas is checked in on a 3:36. We have a third lap in for our leader, 3:36. B Fine in second place. The Open C class should be checking in within. That was the schoolboy leader, I guess, checking in. But B Fine should be checking in shortly. In the Open C class, we'll also see Hicks checking in. He was about a minute 37 behind Thomas, which might have actually put him physically behind your Open C class leader also. But nonetheless, we'll pick up on class number 6 that we were looking at there a few moments ago, Masters A class. Our Hotstetler, Masters A 60-plus class leader. Pete Gentry, the 132 Yamaha. In second and third is M. Connell, the 984. In fourth, T. Kaufman. In fifth, and it's Jay Besson. In sixth, Ishamez. In seventh is Gearhart, the 963. Eighth place of the Masters A 60-plus class is Carpenter. And looks like McIntyre, the 906 in ninth. If I'm not mistaken, I think that Gearhart might be the same Gearhart that we went to his property, the Gearhead GPXC last year. One of my favorites. I love the color scheme on that particular event for some reason, of the logos and things like that. And speaking of color schemes, the reason that I remember is because the T-shirts and all the great things that people were able to walk away with that you can hear from this inaugural event at Bear Lake as well. The season opener of this 2026 of Great Plains Cross Country. So be a part of the memories. Cherish the memories and the thoughts. Grab your event souvenir shirts. Support the Great Plains Cross Country and get your GPXC gear as well. And wear it proudly. Tell folks they can go on to Cross Streams Online and watch GPTV and some of the great things that took place here over the weekend. R. Kirby, C. Kerrigan, 1 and 2 now in this senior C40 plus class. Looks like R. Leg in third, in the number 4 spot. S. Aldrich in the number 5 position. C. Osborne in 6. J. Walker in 7th. A. Sexton is 8. R. Fisher is 9th. And S. Brown rounds out your top 10. J. Tackett, C. Jacks, K. Wilson, C. Moore, and J. Wise round out the top 15. Now, I wonder, man, that's 22 riders in that class alone. Class number 7. I wonder how many riders have joined us here today. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 200. So that's pretty impressive, I think, just for this morning race. Build it and they will come. And I'll tell you, Hudson and Taylor and the entire staff here at GPXC have done an amazing job with Great Plains Cross Country in that inaugural season, the inaugural banquet. Top-notch, top-shelf kind of stuff. If you're looking for top-shelf racing and tough competitive racing, you're going to find it right here as well. Checking in next with our senior C50 plus class, K. Albert's leading S. Charlton. In third place then is Jay Little. M. Metz in fourth, K. McMichael in fifth, D. Solomon in sixth, A. Acuna in seventh, M. Salick in eighth, E. Hill in ninth, and P. Belk rounds out the top 10 after 2. As we go to the 9th row and 9th start, the Masters B60 plus class, C. Bingham in the number 1 spot, E. Croak is second. I believe Croak was leading on the 7-11 machine. He was. He drops off to second by about 3.4 seconds. Lost about 20 seconds on that lap. R. Hemphill, the 912 is a third right now, about 15 seconds back. Jay Farmer, the 442 in fourth. P. Burley in fifth. Jay Liddell in sixth. D. Craig is seventh. C. Standridge in eighth, the 352 KTM. T. Minyard in ninth. And M. Beckwith, I should say, the 562 Husqvarna in 10th. It's Jay Cox, the 413 in 11th. Way to go, Jay. Now, here's our team race. It looks like only one team is checked in. Team Nash Bell, and, it's Team Nash Bell. I know that you got Team Nash Bell and M. Hasbell. These folks, I think there were 4 teams if I saw that right out there. That's a pretty good concept to have during the normal event as well. Women's class, R. Christian leading A. Cone. C. Easter in third, M. Tillman in fourth, A. Raven in fifth, S. Smith in the women's class is sixth, C. Smith is seventh, L. German in eighth, L. Ools in ninth, and C. McFarland rounds out your top 10 in the women's class. Beginners class, M. German leading C. Hunter there, L. Edwards in third, K. Henderson in fourth, with C. Pruitt in the number 5 spot, J. Brown in sixth, Q. Lawson in seventh, S. Boyce in eighth, A. LaHood in ninth, and H. Rowe rounding out the top 10. And trail riders, A. Alex Gano, 633 out front in this one. Then it's Jay Swift's the 17 machine. And S. Chipwood, the 971 KTM. That's your 13 rows that are off rolling. Looks like we've got several riders in now with 3, and they do include, we'll just go down them and let you know for sure who they include. In row number 1 now, women's expert, C. Cothran is leading this one with M. Shockley running in the number 2 spot. M. Maholka is your third place position. C. Gray in fourth. And M. Burns rounds out your top 5. In the row 2, W. Thomas, whom I believe is still your overall leader. In that number 1 spot out there after B. So row 2. Followed by T. Hicks, the 799 in second. C. Foster in third with KTM. Fourth place, K. Rebello. It's fifth place, 225 H. Green. Sixth place, M. Doty with 383 KTM. Seventh place, B. Slip. Eighth place, G. Hall and B. Bevins. So ninth place position. Rider right now, the number 290. My next door neighbors. I grew up with Bevins. Ray Jr., we call him Junior. Junior Bevins, yeah. Bro Junior Bevins. Lost him just a year or so ago, unfortunately, but E. Fine is leading the Open C class, the 211 machine. C. Hannick in second, the 111 Husqvarna. J. Silk, the 877 in thirds. S. Metz, that is the 699 on the gas in fourth. A. Harmon, the 38 in fifth, and it's R. Devaney in sixth, P. Metz in seventh, L. Youngblood, I think they moved up a couple of spots there. C. Osborne in ninth, and A. Durbin in the number 10 spot. The fourth row is concerned Super Senior 50 plus class. Jay Owens leading that one. Jay Optree in second. This is after 3 for these riders as well. D. Arnold, the 172 KTM, is in the number 3 spot, while only 3 seconds back of Autry in that battle there.
Yes, they go up that way, honey, and you're in his way of his camera. Hey.
So Autry, followed by Arnold in the number 3 spot. Wheelan in 4th, Melton in 5th, 6th place Holmberg. In 7th place, Jay Barron. 8th place is Jay Foss. 9th place is B. McCormick. And rounding out the top 10 was Zach there with you in row number 4, the Super Senior B50 Plus class. Row number 5 was the XC30 Plus class. iCar, the 740 Yamaha, leading that one. 23:51, man, about 30 seconds per lap. Last time around alone, he's got 50 seconds ahead. Well, was 50 seconds ahead. And of course, with that being said, Willingham is yet to check in. That's your second place for his 3rd lap complete. So getting down into the meat of things a little bit. We'll see if row 6 has got any Masters A riders checking in with us yet. Slow up just a little bit. Yep, we got Aaron Hostetler has checked in with 3rd lap complete. He's the only one, so we'll give him just a couple more minutes to continue to do this. Just want to let you know that coming up at, well, our scheduled 1 o'clock race, just a little over an hour from now. This is an hour and a half race, so we got started by about 20 or so minutes late. I didn't see for sure, but so that means that there's a good possibility we'll be about that late in the next race, unless they can get the track swept pretty quickly. That's going to be a lot of it, plus timing and scoring, making sure that everything is A-OK in that department.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. All right.
Well, if you can't see it, there it is in the middle of your screen. If you're watching online, the white flag is out, so we are now less than a lap to go. So this will be a 4-lap race, it looks like, which makes complete sense. Get some action all over the racetrack right now as we watch riders going by. Continuing along here with the rosters now, it looks like we've got a few of these Masters A 60-plus class riders in now. Hostetler and McConnell in the number 2 spot, about 49 seconds back. Then it's P. Gentry, followed by T. Kaufman in the 5th place position. Then it's Jay Beslin, Roy Gearhart in the number 6 spot, and M. Carpenter in 7th with 3. Still looking for Ishmael and McIntyre in the 8th and 9th place positions to check in the Masters A 60-plus class. That's Ishmael Ishmael's is in now. So again, folks, our next race scheduled for 1 o'clock locally, just after 12 o'clock right now. And race number 7, the senior C40 plus class, has some pretty good racing going on there. Looks like C. Kerrigan leading R. Kirby after 3. Then K. Claypool trying to make some gains out there. 9 seconds back. 23:38 lap time, which is about 20 seconds, 21 seconds faster. Actually, maybe make that 23. Looking at a 24:01 lap time there for R. Kirby. So he lost a little bit of time. So did Kerrigan with a 22:50. Actually, Kerrigan's rolling along just under the 23-minute mark. Sorry about that. But a 23:38 for K. Claypool. Lets him chip away at some of that lead that Kirby has over him. R. Legg in the number 4 spot. S. Aldrich in the number 5 position. C. Osborne in 6. R. Fisher Jr. in 7. A. Sexton just checked in the 8th place spot. Looking at J. Walker, and S. Brown should be checking in the 9 and 10 spots. Again, I'm telling you, folks, now's a great time to stop over and get your event souvenirs while they're still there. I believe a lot of folks tend to wait till the end of the weekend to make sure they got the money and they don't need extra parts or whatever the case may be. If you're not needing them or if you're looking to hang on to some great memories, this is a great opportunity. Stop over and get your Bear Lake GPXC event souvenir shirt or one of our Great Plains Cross Country event shirt. Well, they're not event shirts, they're just shirts in general. So it's hoodies and hats and all kinds of cool stuff. Watching from the finish line region now as the white flag continues to fly here. I'm going to start doing some calculations. Let me get through these last couple classes. Masters B 60-plus class heading through the final lap. C. Bingham and E. Croak still 1 and 2. Hemp Hill in the number 3 spot. J. Farmer is 4th. P. Burrow in the number 5 position. J. Liddell in 6th. D. Craig in 7th. C. Standridge in the number 8 spot. T. Minyard in 9th. M. Beckwith is 10th. And J. Cox back in the number 11 spot. Row 10 is Hasbell, I guess, are the leaders and the only ones in that one. Women's class, R. Christian, followed by Alexis Cone. C. Easter in the number 3 spot. M. Tillman is 4th. A. Rabin in 5th. S. Smith 6th, C. Smith in 7th, 8th is L. German, 9th is L. Ools, and C. McFarland rounds out the top 10 there. And our final row, the beginners, M. German, C. Pruitt, L. Edwards, 1, 2, and 3, Hunter in 4th, K. Henderson in 5th, J. Brown in 6th, Q. Lawson is 7th, S. Royce in 8th, A. LaHood in 9th, and H. Rowe in the number 10 spot of your beginners class. And our leaders, well, M. German according to this, is your leader. He's from the beginner class. A 17-minute lap. I have to tend to believe that he's found a couple of shortcuts out there. Not necessarily purposefully, but anyway, I'm going to go on the overall assumption that W. Thomas is your overall leader. He turned a 22-minute lap time, checking in at 11:55, so at about the 15-minute mark. So we're just a couple minutes out. We should be seeing our leader check in, and Checkers flying here today. All right, a yellow still underway there at the finish line, and that's to keep people slow going through the finish line scoring, and that's something to note and remind our afternoon riders to be respectful going through the scoring chute today as the white flag continues to wave here today. Don't see a checker in hand, but according to my calculations, we're within 2 minutes easily, if I'm calculating this properly, of seeing the white flag turned to a checker flag. So looking for Thomas, the Schoolboy C leader. I believe he is your physical leader as much as he is your overall adjusted time leader as well. But find the Open C class leader. And T. Hicks, your Schoolboy C second place. Checkers are in hand. Checkers are in hand, so we're just about ready. As they are waving, and it looks like we got ourselves a winner here today at the GPXC, the Bear Lake Great Plains Cross Country, presented by Ajax Motorsports, your first winner of the season, checking in there. And I believe that's going to be for a fourth lap complete there for W. Thomas, the 336 KTM rider. So Thomas takes the overall win. So we'll wait and see exactly who will get second. Will Hicks be able to eclipse him on the overall time? It will be tough considering that there was about 26 seconds, 23 seconds or so that separated the two. Hicks is going to have to really find some big speeds there. So we'll wait. As we said, as you can see, our time machine scoring bus down there, Great Plains Cross Country. Big thanks to Ajax Motorsports and all the great sponsors for the 2026 season.
Oh, it's just any change I made had.
So watching, as you can see, checkers are out. One winner has been crowned, or well, we know who that is. That is going to be Thomas. And we expect that he will be the overall winner without any issue. Our open C class was our third row to start. So right now we should be seeing any time now our second place rider checking in from the open C class. If my calculations are correct on that one. Should be about, yep, there is, well, there's the schoolboy second place position. 22:14, so a good clip there by T. Hicks in the schoolboy class, the 799. Will it be enough to secure second overall? He does have second in that schoolboy C class, but still waiting with bated breath to find out whether or not they're able to hang on to a top 3 overall position here.
I'm having.
Alrighty, so we've got our third place position finisher in, and it looks like Hicks was able to get the best on time of 22, a consistent 22:15 or 22:14, that time of 22:47 for Peen. And that means that open C class leader will finish up in the number 3 spot overall.
I'm not touching it. What happened? Are we getting? All right, well, somehow or another it came back on over here. We got black screen. Camera 2 still up. All right.
Yeah, let me go get them.
All right, I got these. You go head that way.
I'm gonna text them, let them know that they're gonna head back.
Yeah, tell them to hustle on back. We need more people. Here's another thing. I mean, Destiny, Chance, everybody needs to come down here. We need runners. We need.
All righty, folks, we made the transition. We're going to give timing and scoring and everyone the opportunity to get things sorted out here as we are ready to celebrate. Don't forget, 2 more weeks. We'll be over in Guthrie at the Twin Cedars Shootout. That will be our 2nd annual Twin Cedars Shootout over there, and looking forward to that and returning back to for some familiar territory. This is our inaugural race here at Bear Lake, and honestly, I think probably the first race ever ridden here. I didn't notice any real trails out there other than what we'd burn in. And man, are the trails burnt in here at Bear Lake, just outside Oklahoma City. A beautiful skyscape over there. As you look off into the distance across the pond, you see the beautiful outline of the skyscrapers there in OKC itself. Just a great location just outside the city itself. And man, a great turnout as you look through this parking lot. It's almost a festival type atmosphere that we've got going on, and it's been rather remarkable. Great concessions here with us this weekend as well. Our good tried and true pal, the food dude and his old lady, as he would say, hanging out over there serving it up, and they've had a big line there all day long. Also the Chosen One, and don't forget Spence Coffee, always here with us as well. A big supporter, and great to have them all last season as well. I want to say thanks to our sponsors. We got our friends at Mid-American Rep Service, actually Ajax Motorsports, I guess, in the house. They represent the Mid-American Rep Services as well. But Ajax Motorsports, a monumental part of GPXC racing, and we tip our hat to you, my friend. And also Amsoil, the first in synthetics. They are here with us, and Amsoil products. Now, I'll just give you a little testimony about Amsoil itself. Back, let's say around 2011, 2012, I had a pickup truck. Actually, it was an 09 pickup truck, a Dodge, and it's probably more around 2014, 15. Anyway, I got this thing, and I was using oil, and about every tank full of gas, I would have to put an entire quart of oil in or more. And so I was working with the representative at one of the racetracks, and they said, hey, you got to give this Amsoil a try. I said, well, I'll go through that stuff like crazy because, so he said, I'll give you a case of it. He gave me a whole case of it, and I started using the Amsoil. And I noticed not long after a couple tanks of gas, all of a sudden I was using less oil. And I wasn't having to put oil in it again, and a few more tanks of gas. And then before you knew it, I got to where I was running probably 10, 12, 15 tanks of gas before I would even have to think about checking my oil, because my oil somehow or another, I don't know how, I don't know the science behind it, I don't even know the magic behind it, whatever you want to call it. All I know is my truck quit using oil because of the Amsoil synthetic oil that I was using. And I was told it's because it reconditions your seals and your valves, and it cleans all that stuff out. And let me tell you, I'm a firm believer in Amsoil products. So if you haven't tried it out, get you some. Get it for your generators. You know how you're supposed to change that oil every 100 hours? How many of us actually change the oil every 100 hours? Well, get that Amsoil in there, and you can go a little extra than the 100 hours. I promise you, you won't have to worry about it a bit. And I say that from the bottom of my heart. So, again, waiting for our leaders, our winners, I guess you could say, to make their way up to the podium and just to all be made official. I love it. This is the makings and the beginning of something great and wonderful here in this middle American, in the Midwest, if you will, of America, the heartland, the prairies, the great prairies out here. And folks, I love the different terrains that we're going to see over the course of the year. It goes from one side of the state, crossing back and forth down into Texas, and the different terrains and the different atmospheres that each particular racetrack has to offer is pretty spectacular. Again, it looks like we're getting things sorted out. As soon as we get the official word, we'll start bringing these riders up, and we'll begin our podium presentations and then transition over to the starting line for our final race of the Bear Lakes Great Plains Cross Country Racing event here. So stand by, give us just a couple of moments and we will get that. Hey, also, just a real quick shout out to our friends at Fuel Ministry. I know Trampus Parker is an independent minister and everything, but Fuel Ministries is another great thing that we have here at the racetrack. And they do great things more, I think, with the schools and the clinics and things that they provide throughout the summer months. You need to know more about it. Check out Fuel Ministry online. They've got pamphlets over here that you can pick up. You can go, you and your family can go to one of these camps that they have, if you will. It's all about riding motorcycles. They get some of the best and top riders in the world to come out and help teach. And then they also, they also have some good word and some great positivity and great things to share during their camps as well. And I tell you, it's a great experience. Everyone that I've ever talked to has gone to one and participated in any way, shape, or form, whether they participate by maybe teaching, being a leader in it, or whether they actually go. The Fuel Ministry camps are certainly something that you don't want to miss and you don't want to allow your kids to miss because it is well worth it. Give us just a minute. I'm going to run over and make sure that we got everything squared away, and then we will get podium presentations underway. Thanks for your patience, and we'll be right back with you. right, what a race and what a day. And it ain't over yet. Hey, folks, we need to get you to the line as soon as possible. If you're racing this afternoon's race, get on over there. We'll get over there and get the riders' meeting underway here in just a moment. As we celebrate this morning big bike race, put your hands together for our top 3 overall here at Bear Lake GPXC. In third place over here, Brady Fine, Wild Man himself. Or Wild, what's that all about?
It's a little girl that we ride for in memory of.
So Wild Lillian was her name. That's awesome, man. And I like that hashtag there on your number. But Brady, congratulations to you. Open C winner and third place overall. Tell me about your day, man.
Man, it was pretty good. Felt pretty good out there. Gotta admit, this part one of the noise trucks that red. She got rough. There's a bunch of holes out there, but hey, we stay strong.
And that's exactly it. You got a smile on your face. You barely look like you can go sweat, man.
No.
Well, I'll tell you, probably got a little wind. Is this the first ride this season?
Yes, sir.
Well, you did just fine today, Mr. Fine. So who would you like to say thanks to?
Big shout out to Cam Reynolds. That guy right there on that number 11 bike to keep my bike running every weekend.
Who is that guy?
That's Preston Young.
Hey, Preston, good job. Way to keep him going, man. Put your hands together, baby. Check the third place. Second place overall. Second place, Schoolboy C. Tanner Hicks, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I should do this too. I should give you your number plates and things so you can get some pictures. But Tanner, congratulations. A whale of a race. Time adjustment. So you got faster.
Yeah, it got real deep. I just stayed standing up the whole time. Tried to stay in the rut, stay smooth, and got second overall.
There you go. So what was it like there in the beginning? Please take us through that.
Got whole shot. I held it up for about 3/4 of a lap. Hit a tree pretty hard right in front of Wyatt. He took me there. Never saw him again.
Well, I'm glad to see that you made it out all right, man, and you're able to smile and laugh about it, dude. That's really great. Congratulations to you on second today overall and in class. Who would you like to say thanks to?
I'd like to thank God, my mom, Dad, Russ P. for helping me out and giving me some tips, and Hudson for putting on this amazing season.
Hey, man, thank you for being part of it. Right there he is, Tanner Hicks, ladies and gentlemen, second place. And how about this fella right here in the middle? Put your hands together for Wyatt Thomas. Wyatt taking the win of the Schoolboy C and the overall here today. Wyatt, congratulations. I like this new gear, man. Is this new season gear or is that old season gear?
No, this is new.
It looks good, man. You're sporting it, and you got it right here in the center of the box. Industries are probably going to be pretty happy with you, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. Let's take us through your day. How did it all break down?
Man, it was good. Got off to second into the woods. Tanner led me, and then there was this inside line. I took him, and then he passed me on a straightaway, and he hit a tree, and I just got around him and just put my head down, stood up, and stayed smooth.
What was the track like as the race went on?
Probably the roughest track I've ever rode. There were whoops like this deep, and it was bad.
A very memorable season opener. Make sure you get a T-shirt from this one, all right?
All right,
buddy. Who do you want to say thanks to?
Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Mom and Dad, Bearwood Lake for getting me where I am, Kenny Hardison Racing, One Industries, Scott Tools, and 100%.
All righty, let's go ahead and get you your plate right here, and I'll get Brady his as well. We'll get a couple of photos. Oh, you got yours already. Cool. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our top 3 overall here at the Bear Lake GPXC. Wyatt Thomas, Tanner Hicks, and Brady Fine. And Wyatt, reach down there and grab your bottle of bubbly, that Welch's grape juice there. Don't get too excited, man. You ain't 21 yet. So unscrew it, then put your thumb over it and shake it up. But that'll work too. Hey, we're going to have a bubbly popping ceremony or school there. There you go. How about it, Wyatt Thomas? Congratulations. Victory never tasted so sweet. You hurt your hand on the champagne bottle. All right, we got some photos and stuff to do. I'm going to head over to the starting line. We're going to get ready for this afternoon race again. Head on down there if you're not down there yet. And congratulations to you guys. Good job.
control of scoring staff. Keep writing, and if you do not agree with your final standings upon official release of results, you are then welcome to discuss the results with scoring officials. Note that mistakes do happen, and that we catch most, if not all, during the race, and the final posted results will reflect this. Do not rely exclusively on the monitor for your position. Again, ride your race and be sure to stop in the scoring zone to ensure accurate recording of your lap. Great Plains Cross Country Racing is a dead engine start. When the blue flag is waved, this signals that the race will start in 30 seconds. At this time, all riders must watch the official starter. When the blue flag is held straight out and the starter begins to flag, all mechanics must step behind her and their machine. Once the blue flag has completely stopped, the green flag will be thrown within seconds, signaling the start of the race. This procedure will be followed for each row. Rows will start approximately 1 minute apart. When the row has started, you will follow the colored arrows into the woods. The course is marked with arrows, ribbons, tape. The boundary of the course is within 20 feet of the color arrows. The exception to the 20-foot rule is fencing, signs, areas, hay bales, motocross tracks, or grass track sections. Stay with riders may pit anywhere along the race course except for the scoring zone. There is no pitting or kneeling allowed within the scoring zone. Penalties be assessed. X's signal danger. Please use caution in these areas as they are difficult sections of the track. A W signals that you are traveling the wrong way. Turn around and return to the place where you left it. You must stay on the marked course. If you are a bottleneck, you may go 20 feet off the marked course. To get around the bottleneck only, you must re-enter the course as soon as possible. Approaching this section of the course next lap, you must stay on the original course provided the track is clear. If you leave the course for any reason, you must return to the course in the place you left it. If you cut the course, we will not stop you. We will simply take your number and it will be reported to scoring staff. Will best. It is not an excuse that you were following another rider. You are responsible for following the marked course. If you encounter a lapped rider, give them notice that you're behind. Have patience and give the rider time to safely get out of the way. If you are a lapped rider, please be to move out of the way as soon as it is safe to do so. If you hear a rider come up behind you and they indicate they are not in your class, be a good sportsman and get out of the way quickly and safely. If you encounter an injured rider on the course, you do not have to sacrifice your position in the race. However, we do encourage that you make a mental note of the area of the course in which you found the injured rider or a course issue and tell the first track sweeper or course official that you see. We will get help on the way. The finish of the race is at the finish line, not in the scoring zone. The finish line is marked with a large metal frame with the finish line banner located just prior to the scoring zone. Do not race into the scoring zone, and again, please stop within the scoring tent. Be aware that the area between the finish line and the scoring tent is a no passing zone. Any rider who violates this policy may be issued a penalty. This is designed to improve scoring staff safety as well as to provide for scoring accuracy. Once the checkered flag is thrown, our track sweeping crew will begin to check the course to ensure that all riders and machines have been retrieved. Pit crews, if you are missing a rider, please notify the official scoring staff. Riders, if you break down, please remain with your machine unless you are injured. Our crews cannot tow out a machine without a rider to steer it. Results will be posted as soon as possible, and it is our goal to post results within 30 minutes of the last rider checking in. If you have a question about your result, then you may proceed to the scoring bus to discuss your times with scoring officials. Awards will be given on the Great Plains Cross Country Podium to the top 3 overall finishers in this race. And for Pee Wee classes, the top 3 riders in each class will also be awarded on the podium. The Great Plains Cross Country announcer will announce results prior to podium ceremonies. At the conclusion of the race, please check the posted results if available to see if you or your rider qualifies for a podium ceremony if you have not yet heard an announcement of race results. If you do qualify for a podium celebration, your prompt presence is requested at the podium so that ceremonies can be completed prior to the beginning of the next race. Great Plains cross-country racing, like all motorsports, can be dangerous. You have had an opportunity to inspect the race course. You have heard the race procedures, and you will soon be given a course description by the course designer and trail boss. Once you have received this course description, if you feel that either you or your machine is not prepared to complete this race, you will be permitted to withdraw from this race and receive a complete refund of your race entry fee, no questions asked. Due to the nature of Great Plains cross-country racing, there is no fence barrier around the race course. Race fans, it is your responsibility to keep yourself and your children, pets, and anything else you have with you a safe distance from the race course boundaries. No crossing the track on any motorized vehicle. You must use extreme caution in areas where you may need to cross the course by foot, and do so quickly. Never turn your back on oncoming racers. And remember, unless you are crossing, stay off the track. Finally, we ask you to do your part to be good stewards of Great Plains cross-country racing and help us to keep this property clean. Carry out everything you carry in and help our staff by picking up any trash that you see laying around. Please stand by for official pre-race activities. Ride hard, ride safe.
Well, that right there, the gist of what you have to look forward to as far as today's race is concerned from a rules standpoint. If you didn't get a chance to ride yesterday and during practice or during the races, now's a good time for you to listen up as to what's going on as we're getting ready to go with our course description. And if you find your place on the starting line and shut it down, we'll go ahead and give you a course description and let you guys know what to expect as far as this race and anything that might be prevalent to this race in particular. So listen up, folks. Course description and any other important observations that might need to be taken care of. And with that, I give to you once again the founder of Great Plains Cross Country Racing, the one, the only, Hudson Taylor.
All right, if we can get you guys to begin to shut your machines down. Okay. Everybody can shut them down. We've still got a little while. We're waiting on some riders to get off the track here still. Hey, everybody shut it down, please. Shut it down, shut it down. All right, thank y'all. Hey, so we're still waiting on some riders to get cleared from the course. We leave you with line procedures and course description. Y'all bear with us a little bit. We sure are excited to see this many riders out here. This is incredible. 136 in the PM bike race. That's a record for Great Plains. So thank you guys for coming out and racing with us. There was over 200 in the AM bike race. That's man, it's cool to see. So we're gonna go ahead and talk about our course for you guys that did not get to make a lap today. You guys have got your first three corners in the hay bale over here on the far side of the field. That's where you're going to make a right-hand turn and start on your loop. From there, you're going to go into the tall grass first field section. Listen up, guys. This is important. This first field section is extremely choppy and rough. I know everybody's going to be amped up and excited off the start, but please be careful. That first section is very choppy. From there, you're going to enter into the woods. You got a tight section with several passing options before crossing over the Spectator Road. Once you get across Spectator Road, you've got about 3.5 miles of open timber. Look to the left, look to the right. There's a lot of passing opportunities out there for you. The track is as wide as 80 feet at some point. Our arrow rule is 20 feet to either side of a single arrow, and if there's two arrows separated, you must go between them. From there, after the 3.5 mile mark, you're going to jump out into an open section right along the North Canadian River, still headed up north towards 36th Street. You're going to hop onto the bike-only section. Once again, lots of passing opportunities for you in there. It's going to take you around to kind of an open field section. That field is choppy right now, even though it is bike-only. It'll tie you back into where the quads raced at. From there, you're at about the 5.5 mile mark. You've got a good field section coming up pretty quickly after that. Make sure that you guys are paying attention there. Some more choppy stuff for sure. And then after that, you guys have got what we call the runway. That's where the grass is mowed and you run across a portion of the lake bed. Pretty high speed, but you guys will have fun with that one. A left-hander into the tall grass again after that. From there, you got another fun section of woods, a little bit of tight stuff, some line options there once again. Then it opens up to Pro Hill. Whenever you get to Pro Hill, Pro Hill is between the two trees on the right-hand side at the FMF fan zone. Fans, please make sure that you're courteous of that and stay back from the course. Allow plenty of space for riders, and from there it'll take you up over the top of that. If you choose to do that, you're going to have a left-hand turn at the top of Pro Hill. You'll run across the top of a skinny ridge. If you choose not to do Pro Hill and take the easy line to the left, it is a 25 to 30 second delay. After that, you're in your last mile of the course leading around into the scoring area. Guys, listen up. Here's the thing. We need you guys to go slow through scoring. Idle speed. We're having to stay over there and make sure that we separate you guys. We can't have anybody going wheel to wheel into the scoring chute. Whenever there's this many riders, we want to make sure that we keep things as error-free as possible and get these results out as quick as we can to you guys and as accurate as possible. So please, please, please go slow through scoring for us, all right? So we are checking back in with timing and scoring. We're going to be a little bit delayed for sure. We need everyone to stay on the line though. That way we can get you guys checked off and confirm that you are in the system. We'll kind of continue on here momentarily and pass it back over to Rodney, and then we'll give you guys an update here in a minute.
All right, folks, just checking in with timing and scoring. We're going to take just a moment here, and we'll get back with you here in just a second and give you the full details of when we're ready to get things rolling. And, apologize for getting things a little bit later than anticipated. But, hey, these are part of the growing pains, and we know moving forward just exactly what we got to do. So, again, thanks for being here, and thanks for being a part of GPXC round number 1 here at Bear Lake. Get more details coming up in just a moment. The racing action concludes with this big race. Who's going to come out on top? Will we have a new star this year? 25 pro riders await their introduction in turn number 1 right now as we speak. So, there's a lot of nerves, a lot of butterflies, and a lot of anticipation of what today's round number 1 holds for Great Plains Cross Country.
Can't hesitate. Fast-paced man, you know the deal. This ain't no place for a one-track mind. Take me out to the GPXC. Four-wheelers, dirt bikes, racing through the trees, out in the hill backwoods off-road. Gotta know how to roll with the terrain. Gotta keep it on 2 wheels through the corners bare. GPXC. Take me out to the GPXC. GPXC. For 90 minutes just trying to survive. Breathe deep, brother, it gets intense. With the Great Plains, cross country, and Bear Lake, ride hard, make no big deal. Take me out to the GPXC. Four-wheelers, dirt bikes, racing through the trees, out in the hills, backwoods, off-road. Gotta know how to roll with the terrain. Gotta keep it on to the GPXC.
Welcome you out to the GPXC Bear Lake version. Round number one. It's only a slight holding pattern. Production number one in the first. We're going to opening ceremonies continue. More rider introductions and the waving of the green flag. 7 o'clock here at Bear Lake. Of course, guys, we wait for the green flag to fly. One of our greats here in GBXC's, a great champion, of course, and we don't know if it's fun to read. Former world champion, we're talking back in the days when Americans didn't go and didn't do well when they went to Europe. But this guy did well.
The championship to make such a good part of what's going on here. Right now, as you look back through that's exactly what we got going on. You look back through all the amateur races that's going on right now. Those are the future stars of what we got, what we're going to be talking about one day. And we're going to see the rise to the occasion right before our very eyes.
Well, you know, I used to hear a lot of people say, well, that guy doesn't deserve to be on the track with me. But I hear, this is the way I look at it. I don't care if you're last place. A race is only fun to watch if there's multiple riders on the track. So it doesn't matter if you're the best rider or you're the slowest rider out there. As long as you're having fun and we all stay safe and okay, that's what I'm concerned about. And we definitely want to thank the Taylors, because when they called me last year and they asked me to be the chaplain of this series, and they said it's going to be about God's glory, I was in right then. But I did not expect it to grow this quick. I truly believe within the next 2 years, we're going to be GNCC big, and people will be going, the GNCC needs to be like Great Plains Cross Country.
I don't know about that, but I'll tell you, we're certainly looking forward to some big things here in Middle America and the Midwest, if you will, of America. And honestly, man, you know, this region has deserved a championship of this caliber for so many years, and like you said, to see it growing the way that it is so quickly and so wonderfully, it's a great blessing. Alrighty, so if you would, folks, shut them down now at this particular time, as it looks like we're about ready to go GPXC racing, my friends. And as we turn our attention to turn number 1, let me introduce to you today's 25-man starting lineup for this, the Bear Lake Great Plains Cross Country, presented by Ajax Motorsports. Rolling to the line today, first of all, the number 1 from Kilgore, Texas, Morgan Mahoka. Second to the line today from Fort Worth, Texas, Harrison Cafford. Aboard number 4 from Texas, Mason Mahoka. 17, hailing from Tulsa, Oklahoma, Bear Ridley. Number 22 from Concord, Texas, Ryder Razak. The number 72 from Tulsa, Oklahoma, Logan Adams. Up next, the 118 from Noble, Oklahoma, Stroud Tucker. I'm getting the hand of these guys, I believe. There you go. There comes Stroud. Up next, 44. And this rider who hails from Nashville, Arkansas, Holden Ullman. Aboard the number 12 from Elgin, Oklahoma, Grace Mohan. The 144 from Denison, Oklahoma, John Gentry. Riding on to number 77 from Little Rock, Arkansas, T.J. Good. Riding aboard the Society number 51 from Aubrey, Texas, aboard the number 91 from Green, Oklahoma, Tucker Groves. 142 from Round Rock, Texas, Riley Johnson. Texas, number 350 of number 47 to Arkansas, Jake Ingram. Righty Peavy. Texas, Noah Bennett. Number 37, Water, Texas, Zach Carter. Number 98 from Greenwood, Arkansas, Preston Young. And the rest of our field, riding aboard the number 40 from Clinton, Arkansas, Gage Alexander. Aboard the number 42 from Round Rock, Texas, Brian Johnson. The 591 from Oklahoma City, Tanner Meyer. The 469 from Round Rock, Texas, Carson Reese. And last and certainly not least, the 344 from Stormsville, Minnesota, Tatum Swigman. And that is the starting lineup for this, the Bear Cross Country, presented by your friends at Ajax Motorsports, as our riders make their way onto the all right, guys, shut them down if you would. Shut them down, shut them down, shut them down. Shut them down, guys, shut them down. One more order of business before we get this race day up and rolling. Tell your neighbors we need all as we get set to honor this great nation and the blessing on this day's race. Like, shut them down, shut them down, shut them down. I know some of those guys out there can't hear so well. Alrighty, as a hush comes across this starting line, we ask Mr. Trampus Parker to ask a blessing on today's race.
All right, if y'all bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Most Gracious Father, Lord, we thank you again. We thank you for everything that we've seen over the last 2 days. But Lord, right now we come to you and we ask your blessing, your hedge of protection around this facility. Lord, I just pray that you keep each and every one of these participants safe and okay as they go out and do battle. Lord, just look over our spectators as they're out watching this event. And Lord, we just pray that our racers put on a show that everybody remembers. Lord, keep us, protect us, but Lord, we also ask that we always remember it's all about you and your glory because your son died on that cross taking on all of our sin. In Jesus' most precious name we pray. Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please remain standing, stand at attention, remove those caps and cross those hearts as we honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well, there you have it, friends. The stage is now set, and GPXC Racing is about to resume here. One final race of this 2026 version and round number 1 here in Oklahoma City. As our attention turns down onto this starting line, take off here in just a few moments to wage war and battle throughout this entire field. 25 pro riders across this starting line here this afternoon, and I tell you, we can't help but want to have this on our minds and on our hearts. Blue flag is waving, folks, and we are less than 30 seconds away from going GPXC Racing Bear Lake style. Turn our attention to Hudson Taylor up in turn number 1. He readies these riders and lets them know it's time to roll in 10 seconds for a AA Pro here at the Bear Lake GPXC. Oh, mercy. I know the 544 is slicing and dicing, but I'm not sure if he was able to hang on to that or not. That could have been holding on. A couple of riders jockeying for position there as we go down the road number 2 next. Quinn Cox, Cole Peeland, also Zeke Moss, Gunnar Pike, Dakota Doty, Lane Hyatt, Luke Johnson, Gage Henderson, also Jordan Kilmer, Trevor Mullum, Colby Otsby, Jack Bostranger, also Jeremiah Willett, Hunter, Matthew Robinette, Jacob Barron, Michael Corral, ready to roll in 10 seconds. The number 4, Quentin Cox. That's what it says on his helmet number tag, grabbing the early lead out of Tryon, Oklahoma. Down to our futures class, one of the smaller classes on the day with 5 riders in our futures class. Dustin Barnes, Scout Ridgway, Reese Manning, Wyatt Piera, and Kanan Della Torre. That is your starting futures. Let's make a clear racetrack. Less than 30 as the dust settles here across the plains. And we ready to go. And the futures are off and rolling. It looks like 99 of Scout Ridgway from Kearney, Oklahoma. The 308 also given some challenge there of Wyatt Piera of Stillwater, Oklahoma on that Yamaha. It looks like he's take the early lead in this one. As we go down to our next row, the Vet A30 Plus class. Ready to roll in 10 seconds. Brad Kammer, Kanan Bala, also Matt Christian, Mason Smith, Colton Tion, Dakota Kuhlman, Dusty Mellon, Melvin Carrera, Riley Smith, Cody Rader, Jason Brunk, Chris January, Willie Watts, Mason Guin, Justin Likas, and Taylor Myers on the track right now. And can't quite catch the number on that leader, but down to our senior 840 plus class. Coming up next, Mike Krause, Eric Brien, Patrick Hickle, Jason Hancock, Kabar T. Gray. Next. 10 seconds. I thought that was 20-foot. Maybe Mike Krause on that one. Taking the early lead. Super Senior A, Tate Scott, Gavin Potts, Philip Gentry, Carlos Mayo, Steve Levian, also Taylor Williams, Trampus Parker, and Chris Benson ready to roll next. So that blue flag is out. Starting closer The drop of the green flag, the waving of that flag, ready to go in 10 seconds. It's Tate Scott of Edmond, Oklahoma, grabbing the early lead in this one. Open B class, Blake Walston, Eli Summerlin, Snowflake Moore, Jason Hudson, Asher Powell, Wyatt Evans, Connor Harris, Carter Wilson, Scott Malcolm, Corey Kramer, also Tanner Hudson, Alex Nava, Noah Roomba, Josephine Grissom, Jaden Villablock in 10 seconds. Cole Slazel, also Ethan Johnson, Ben Price, Jack Bubble, Brady Banks, Sloan, Lucas, Spencer Sanderson, Logan Hawkins, Gary Gibbs, Caleb Steele, Kobe Wilder, Carson Dart, Dakota Wheeler, all off and rolling in this one. Trying to get that one sorted out as we go to the Vet B class. Chance Kidd, Clay Cleveland, Brian Trennan, Mike Drury, Shane Upeltire, Lane Harrison, also Joseph Devine, Adam Birella, Nicholas Brewer, Stephen Hahn, also looking at Derek Root, Gregory Gibbs, Ryan Van der Bremen, and Garrett Bolton. Ready to roll next as we get it all sorted out there. Ready to roll here in 10 seconds. Great jump off the line for the 731 of Gregory Gibbs. Gibbs to the first turn first. Oh, he gets a little held up in that turn. Was that 371, 737? Maybe Ryan Vanderbreen grabbing the lead right away. So we go to the senior B40 plus class. Jason Marcellano. Also Jeremy Moss, Jared Enright, Derek Willett, Edward Davidson, Joel Thompson, Brian Clarkson, Kristen Beaver, Stephen Bradshaw, Jason LaHood, Justin Smith, and Matt Summerlin. Ready to roll next. 10 seconds. The 22-32. Jason Marcelno is your early leader on the gas. And we've got one rider on this final line back here. This is a PM Trail rider, Savion Clarkson from Oklahoma City. Welcome out, Savion. And you're rolling 10 seconds. Our final start of the afternoon, Savion. 817, the OKC boy right there making it happen. Well, we're going to shift gears. We're going to head back over to the finish line real quick and, of course, get you up to date on what's going on. Stand by, and thanks to those that are tuned in on our GPTV on, of course, Cross Streams Online YouTube channel. Thanks for being here for Great Plains. And, of course, this first round, the Bear Lake GPXC, presented by Ajax Motorsports. righty, folks. We have got ourselves a and right now, watching this one, we should be, we're looking at 25-minute laps or so. I think we got, I'm not sure exactly what time. Well, I'm hearing machines already in the finish line region. This could be early leaders out there. Man, do we have some names in that AA Pro class that we saw lining up there. Man, how exciting is this going to be whenever these guys check in? There is Jones checking in now in the AA Pro class, the 350 KTM rider. So here we are, Allman in the number 2 spot as we check in, River Zach in the number 3 spot with one lap now in the history books. Our first lap time right there in the 17:46 range, just under 18 minutes for our front three. Gentry, the 141 KTM running an 18:17, and then it's Harrison Gafford, the 240 KTM in 5th. Jake Ingram, the 47 now, is running in the number 6 spot, and T. Myers is the 591 in the 7th place position. That's what we're seeing so far. Checking in as our top 7 in this 2-hour race. And as you can see, things are getting pretty slick down there in the finish line region, and things are getting pretty heated as far as these riders are concerned. Trying to make some gains on this first lap as we talk to many of these riders in the podiums and post-race. The track really developing a bit of a race face out there. It's rough, it's tough, and it is taking its toll on the riders and their endurance levels. Many of these riders, their first ride of the 2026 season, so definitely not what they were expecting as far as the challenges that have laid before them. But TJ Gould running in the 8th spot, Logan Adams in the 9th spot on the 72 Husqvarna, and Peavy, the 21 KTM, rounds out your top 10. Your defending champ, the 20, where's that? The 44 of Morgan Mahalka, one of the Mahalka boys. The 44 is 12th place position. Johnson, the 142 KTM in 13th there. Wedlake, the 17 and 14th place. Mohan is running in 15th, and Stroud Tucker, the 118 gas rider, in 16th. Z. Carter, the 37, is 17th. B. Johnson, the Husqvarna rider, in 18th. And the 51 of C. Cameron, 19th. There's Reese and Swigman, and that's the 20th and 21st places. That's all pro riders that have checked in, folks. A 25-rider field of AA pros here today vying for top honors. Young checking in on the number 98 in the 23rd place position. Now it's Noah Willett, the 177, in the 24th place. And rounding out the top 25, we should be seeing our 25th pro hopefully check in here pretty soon if we didn't lose them along the way. But what a day, and how crazy this is. Open A riders starting to check in now. And they are only as high as a top 20 right now. So our top 20 positions actually makes that the 15th, because Open A leader Quentin Cox is running in a 15th place overall position after time adjustments out there. So what a haul we've got going for him right now. So some of the AA Pro class, Madden Jones out front, Holden Allman in second, rider for Zach in the number 3 spot. John Gentry in 4th. Behind Gentry is Harrison Gafford. Jake Ingram in the number, looks like 6th spot. Tanner Myers is 7th. 8th place is going to be T.J. Gould, Logan Adams, 9th, 10th place Grady Peavy. So we got your, and that is Mason Mahalka, the 44. One rider I didn't see was Morgan Mahalka, and I've only seen, it looks like 24 of our AA Pro riders have checked in out of 25, and I do not see the number 1 being one of those. So I have to wonder if maybe something happened to our defending champion here in Great Plains Cross Country. And what a heartbreaker if it did. And our thoughts are out to him, of course, as we go to our Open A class next and start looking at some of these riders as they make their way in. We got Jacob Barron actually is running in second place of that class behind Quentin Cox. Jacob Barron is actually turned a 2013 lap time, running about 25 seconds back right now. Behind Barron then is Dakota Doty. Dusty Melton in the 4th place position. Lane Hyatt is 5th. Kyle Farrell in the number 6 spot. Cole Phelan, the Open A first place, that's Scout Ridgeway. Cole Phelan is 7th place in the Open A. Then Scout Ridgeway leading the Futures class, checking in with us as well. Open A 8th place position, Jeremiah Willett checking in. Futures 2nd place, Wyatt Piera. Also Luke Johnson, Trevor Mulhern in that Open A class checking in. Mulhern, your 10th position in the Open A class. As we go back to these live scores, of course. So we've got row number 3 that we're taking a look at next, which is our futures. We've seen Scout Ridgeway and Wyatt Piera and Dakota Burns all checking in. Now, where are they in the overall, I guess, is a pretty big question here for Scout and the boys. And looking at that in the overall right now, it looks like Scout Ridgeway is actually 20th place overall. When we take a look at his standings here in the overall, but still leading that futures class, as he had a nice little lead starting to develop already in this one. Got some Vet A class riders in as well, so let's go ahead and start breaking these guys down class by class. Again, futures row, we got Dakota Burns in 3rd, Piera in 2nd, and the 3rd place position, or excuse me, the 1st place position of Scout Ridgeway. There you go. There's your chair back, man. Going to row 4, the Vet A. Then the Vet A is being led by the number 3 of Brad Kammer. Kammer out of Leander, Texas. Then in the 2nd place position is the number 28. That's Kawasaki rider Cannon Bala out of Sherman, Texas. In the 3rd place position is Myers. He's riding the 528 machine, and Myers actually is Taylor Myers out of Oklahoma City. Had a few hometown riders here with us this weekend out of Oklahoma City, which you can see, as we said, the skyline up in the distance of the track here. The number 4 spot is the 169 machine. That is piloted by Dakota Coleman out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Then it's the number 332 KTM of none other than Willie Watts from Broken Arrow. Behind Willie Watts then, actually 332, is Mason Gwynn. Mason Gwynn. I looked at that wrong. I told you the 333, but the 373 in 6th place right now is that of Justin Likas out of Broken Arrow. In 7th place is the 43 KTM, and that is Mason Smith from Yukon. In the 8th spot is the 286 machine. That, of course, is Chris January from Norman. 9th place is the 222 Gas of Riley Smith from Edmond, Oklahoma, and the 10th place position belonging to the 253 KTM of Cody Rader from Hara, Oklahoma. Looking at race number 5 now, or class number 5, I guess, Super Senior A 40 plus class. It is the 440 now of Casey Gray taking the lead over the 24 KTM of Mike Kraus. Behind Kraus, the 237 Gas being piloted by Bart Davis. Then the 311 of Billy Beer in fourth place in the Senior A class. And the 211 out there in the Senior A class is Jason Hannock out of Broken Arrow. That's your top 5 Senior A 40-plus class riders started on row 5. Super Senior A 50-plus. It looks like Tate Scott, the number 53 out front. Second place is the 316 of Trampus Parker. Then it's the 208 machine in the third place position. That is Steve Laban. The 81 machine in the fourth place spot is that of Gavin Punch from Collinsville, Oklahoma. And rounding out the top 5 then is the 313 machine of Taylor Williams out of Macomb, Oklahoma, with the 189 back there in 6, Carlos Mayo out of Springdale, Arkansas. Row number 7 getting into our B classes now. And leading this one, the 137 machine, which is a Honda from Oklahoma City, Scott McCollum. Then in second place, the 416 of none other than Jack Nolan from Ponder, Texas. Number 10 in the third spot is Blake Walston from Edmond, Oklahoma. Fourth place is the 131 machine of Ada, Oklahoma's Carter Wilson. Then the 186 machine of Richmond, Missouri's Noah Roomba. Behind Roomba, the 123 is sixth place. That's Connor Harris out of Perkins here in Oklahoma. Then the 477. That one ridden by Lones Lucas out of Plague, Oklahoma. A. Powell, the number 94 machine, Asher Powell out of Jinx, Oklahoma. Then it's the 530 machine of Logan Hawkins. Logan running in that 9th spot. And then behind Hawkins is the 224 of Jaden Villalobos. That's your top 10 Open B class riders. That was row 7, row 8. Looking at the Vet B 30-plus class now, and the 911 in this one has got the lead. That is, of course, Garrett Bolton. Behind Bolton is the 52 KTM of Clay Freeland out of Norman, Oklahoma. I think Clay would have been one of the riders vying for the early lead. Then it's the 389 machine of Adam Verla from Whitesboro, Texas. The 529 then, of course, that we'll be looking at is Nicholas Brewer from Mustang, Oklahoma. And the 157 KTM to round out the field of 5, top 5 anyway. That's not the field, but rounding out the top 5, Brian Drennan, the second for Preston, Oklahoma. Sixth place then is the 737, and that is Ryan Van Bremen. And then we've got the 174 of Mike Drury in 7th. In 8th place, this number 7 machine of Chance Kidd, the Tulsa Kid, if you will, out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. That is your top 8 of 14 that I see in the Vet B class, so a few more still to check in. We'll check in our Senior B 40-plus class, so no riders checking in there and no PM trail riders either, so kind of stuck there with our B class, 30-plus class riders, but checking out what's going on camera right now, as you can see. If you're watching on our Cross Streams Online YouTube channel, you can see Great Plains and the Bear Lake GPXC is streaming live right now. If you notice yellow flags flying at the finish line, that is to try and keep people a little slow going through there for safety purposes of those in the scoring zone, as well as the purpose of making sure that backup scoring can be completed in a proper way. Waiting on some of these 40-plus guys to check in the B class. And there they are, man. They just came through like in a wave, it looks like. It is, well, as we break them down, the 199 machine of Derek Willett out of McKinney, Texas with the lead. The 379 machine is Edmond, Oklahoma's Kevin Beavers. Then in third, the 314, that is Joel Thompson for Broken Arrow. In the fourth place position, 727, is Justin Smith out of Wichita, Kansas. In the fifth place position here at the conclusion of lap number 1 at Bear Lake, the 312 Yamaha of Edward Davidson out of Yukon. Then it's Bradshaw, the 399, Stephen Bradshaw to Manford, Oklahoma. The 418 Gas of Jason LaHood out of Norman, Oklahoma, followed then by the 333 Husqvarna of Brian Clarkston. Ninth place, the 161 of Jared Enright from El Reno, Oklahoma. And 10th place, the 135 of Jeremy Moss from Piedmont, Oklahoma. And Jay Marcelno, the 32 Gas back in the 11th place position of that class. So pretty much wraps up. Oh, we got the trail riders too, and that's class leader S. Clarkston from that PM Trail Riders. I don't know if that was that one of our leaders coming through there at the 7-mile marker? We got a red background on there, so.
I don't know. I didn't see.
So we're watching here and waiting to see what kind of exciting things we have in store. Look at that. He's already figured out what way to go on that one. Going up and hitting to the left side of the tree over there. So Jones, we're looking for the 350. KTM is our leader. And don't think that was him. Seen some red backgrounds, though, so I don't know if that's some red backgrounds from some other series or what, but I know that a lot of our top AA pros are running those different color backgrounds to separate themselves on the track, especially for the, for the process of elimination for us here on a streaming platform and for the race fans as well. Really helps you keep that dialed in. And me personally, I would put a different color background and number combination in every class. That way you could be significant. So Jones should be checking in up 17:46. I'm just going to call it 18 minutes. And checked in at 3:38. Or 1:38, I'm sorry. Good Lord. So maybe about 5 till. So yeah, we should be getting into the zone where we're likely going to see these leaders start to check in pretty soon. And I hear someone heading towards the finish line pretty quickly now. And is that going to be one of our leaders? I can't tell if it's a red number plate or not. And not all of the pro riders had red number plates. That's just something that was kind of implemented in the last little bit. That's rider for Zach, a 17:56 lap time. Wow, he moves up in that one. So way to go for Zach. He was third at the end of lap number 1. He's first here at the end of lap number 2. So Zach leading them out now. What happened to your early leaders? And man, he is like just pretty much blistered it and left these boys and gals and everyone on the course right now. Ullman is checked in now. The 544, Holden Ullman from Nashville, Arkansas. Then the 350 now checking in of Madden Jones out of Farmersville, Texas. Jones there on lap number 1, third place position, holds steady in that third place position, it looks like. So right now I'm seeing Verzak, Ullman, and Jones, 1, 2, and 3, and the only riders to check in with 2 laps complete so far. Just under the 18-minute mark for Verzak. I'm going to say that the second lap's probably a little bit longer than the first lap, as most of the lap times are reflecting a little bit more time. Gentry, that is the 141 of John Gentry checking in fourth, and the 240 KTM of Harrison Gafford checking in the number 5 spot, with 2 laps complete now in the pro and in the overall. Man, what you can see one single line basically developing up the face of that pro hill, and I have to think that this hill, I'm really surprised. I'm shocked. I expected this to be kind of like what we were seeing the forest floor and some of the flat straight areas to look like, where it started actually, starting to roughen up, starting to see whoops and things like that. I figured this sand would create a lot of stutter bumps and things up the hill, and that doesn't seem to be the case. Looks like it's packing in a pretty good line. Pretty smooth, if you ask me. If you watch the suspension work on these motorcycles as they make their way up out there in the FMF zone, then, of course, you can see what we're talking about. That line has gotten burned in, and that might be the way to go, just plain and simple, period. It didn't rough up. It didn't get gnarly and nasty, or it hasn't yet, as folks are hitting it with some speed and getting up it relatively easy. Now, I'm not going to say that it hasn't bitten a few folks. You got to ride it with some respect. You can't expect that it's just going to, it looks tame, so it's going to be tame. You got to hope that it's tame and treat it like it's wild as you make your way up the face of that one. '17 machine of Bear Wedlake just checking through with the hill climb. Was that Corey Carmen there? No, I thought that was a... So catching some of these riders as they're going by, trying to get the numbers. There's the 99. I think that might have been Scout Ridgway. He's your futures class leader, so he's gotten up into actually the thick of some of these AA pros from back there on row number 3. So he's worked through some Open A riders, worked through some AA riders. Pretty impressive ride right now going on for Scout Ridgway. I'll be interested to see where he happens to sit in the overall at the end of this one. I think he was somewhere in the neighborhood of, he was 20th place at the end of the first lap. Don't be surprised if time adjustment doesn't put him up even further there. Cole Phelan checking in the Open A class we saw there just a moment ago. Not sure where that puts him in the class. But right now, riders checking in with 2 laps complete. Ryder Verzak, Holden Ullman, Madden Jones, 1, 2, and 3. John Gentry in 4th. Harrison Gafford in 5th. Jake Ingram in 6th. Let me make sure I'm getting that guy's name right, just to make sure. Yep, Jake Ingram. TJ Gould, the 77 in 7th. Then the 21 machine. That of Grady Peavy in the 8th place position. Logan Adams is 9th. And Morgan Mahalka, the 44, now up to 10th place. So got some work cut out for him. A 19:01 lap time. 19:52 for Myers and Johnson just behind him. So he's got, he's broke the right at the 19-minute mark, and everyone else ahead of him is sub-19. I have to think that Mahalka's probably got that in him, as Quentin Cox checks in 16th place overall, drops a position in the overall on that 4 KTM, but checks in with 2 laps himself in this one. Now, as I was talking about that hill, it is rather smooth getting up it and all, but one has to wonder, how deep is that rut going to get? Are we going to start to see foot pegs and so forth dragging up that hill and creating some issues? Oh, well, see, it's not as easy as it looks, as we've seen one rider tip over there. Still checking in at the finish line out here as riders one right after another. The top 21, 22 riders have checked in overall so far. Again, don't forget, if you want to follow along in timing and scoring, just go to the Great Plains XC webpage, and what you can do, of course, is, find the tab that says Results and Live Scoring and click on that, and magically, it all appears. Taylor Myers going by in the plus 30 class there. We'll see where he is in the standings right now. Myers actually in third place as they finished up lap number 1. He was running about 5 seconds behind Bala, and Cameron was another 13 seconds there. So we'll be keeping an eye out at this finish line to see what is going on in that 30-plus class. Yeah, there you go. You're not, this is your first time.
I'm getting it down, though.
All righty, class by class breakdowns now coming up. So we're going to go ahead and break them down on this class by class. Top 10 in each class. Give you an idea of what's going on after 2. Ryder Brazak in first, Holden Ullman in second, Madden Jones in third, John Gentry, Harrison Gafford, Jake Ingram, your top 6. TJ Gould in 7th, Grady Peavy in 8th, Logan Adams in 9th, and Morgan Mahalka. Make sure I'm getting that right. Yeah, no, it's Mason Mahalka. Mason Mahalka in the number 10 spot. Again, it was Morgan that I was looking for that I hadn't seen come through yet. And we do see that he came through with a 28-minute, 20-second first lap time. He was 6 minutes and 31 seconds behind the final rider to check in. So I have to think there might have been an issue there for your defending champion. And what a way to start the season in the hole like that, back in the 25th place position, at least in class. Meanwhile, we go to the Open A class, as we'll find out, I'm sure, as we wonder. We'll get the lowdown on that coming up sometime. But the Open A class, Quentin Cox, who is, one of the top 20 overall riders. He started out in like 15th place position. Then we got Barrett in second, Melton in third, Logan Hyatt in fourth, Doty in the number 5 spot, Phelan in 6th, Farrell is 7th. Johnson in 8th, Moss in 9th, and Ostby rounds out your top 10. We'll get their first names for you coming up in a little bit, but right now we go to the Futures class once again. Scout Ridgway leading after 2. Second place, he's got a 53.7 second lead over the 3:08 of Wyatt Piera.
The number 5 then in third place is Dustin Burns. Fourth place, the Yamaha of, I believe that's Reese Manning, and then, well, that's fifth place. It looks like Della Torre, the 357, is just ahead of him. Skipped over that one and apologize. Della Torre out of Fort Worth, Texas. Canaan, and then it's Manning. Saw Reese Manning going through the FMF zone over there, the fan zone, still working on lap number 2, back to the number 5 spot of the Futures class. He was 2:23 behind Della Torre at the end of lap number 1. 2:23. I expect that he's probably going to be close to that or more, probably more when he checks in here in just a few moments, but
open and watch him. He misses the head every time. They've said stuff about it a couple times. Like, hey, upset about her head a couple of times. So, but I don't want to tell him that. I want him to know that he's doing a good job. His positions are good. I just need him to be up. Yeah. And we need to teach him what a good position is, where he can get multiple shots in the same one and not have to move. Right. And what he's getting with that switch back and forth, he'll be good. Robbie will be on. Oh yeah. He'll be good.
So right now, folks, as we continue to watch this, Ridgeway leading the Futures class. As we're going to check in here with some of these other classes. That A class, Kammer, Myers, Bala, Likas, and Gwynn, your top 5. This is after 2 laps of racing, 2:53 of Raider in 6. So if you break them down and get their names out there, the number 3 of your Vet A class leader is Brad Kammer. Behind Brad Kammer is the 528, and that is Taylor Myers. The 28 machine of Kanan Walla. Justin Likas in the 4th place position. In the 5th place, the 332 KTM and Mason Gwynn. In 6th place, the 253. That is Cody Raider out of Hera. Behind Raider then is the 43 machine of Smith. That's Riley Smith we're looking at there. What? Nope, wait a minute. That's the 43 we're looking at. Mason Smith. Sorry about that. Got a couple of Smiths out there. 286 of Chris January is running in the number 8 spot. After 2, it is the 222. That is Riley Smith. Riley Smith in 9th, and rounding out the top 10, the 220 KTM of Melvin Carrera. So that's your Vet A, Senior A 40-plus class. 440 KTM, Casey Gray out of Cattle Mills, Texas, leading by about 10.7 seconds over the 237 gas of Bart Davis. The 24 machine of Mike Krause out of Plano, Texas, running in third. Is Billy Beard, the 311 gas rider, in fourth. 211 of Jason Hannock in the number 5 position as we wrap up 2 in that one. And it looks like P. Hickle, which is Patrick Hickle. Pat Hickle, Senior A40 Plus, is 6th place. As we go to the Super Senior A50 Plus class. Levan in the number 1 spot. That is the 208 machine of Steve Levan out of Golden City, Missouri. The 316 Honda mounted pilot back there again is Trampus Parker. He's in second after 2, still at 6.5 seconds, or right there in that neighborhood. So, well, it looks like he might have lost some time out there. Might have had a different change-up out there, but nonetheless, Tate Scott running in the number 3 spot. The 81 machine of Gavin Punch out of Collinsville, Oklahoma, running in 4th. Super Senior A 5th place, number 313. That is Taylor Williams. Williams with us out of Macomb, Oklahoma. 189 machine of Carlos Mayo from Springdale, Arkansas, and the 852 of Chris Benson. Benson 2 minutes 17 seconds back, and Benson out of Glencoe, Oklahoma. Row 7 was our open B, and Scotty McCollum, the 137, leading that one after 2 laps. The 416 running in the 2nd place position is Jack Mullen. Just want to point out 28 riders in the Open B class here today. That's impressive. You get a top 10 today, you're doing something. So Scotty McCollum, Mullen, that is the 416. Jack Mullen, and then the 186 once more is that of Noah Roomba. 131 in the 4th place position is Carter Wilson. 5th place is the 131 KTM. That is Carter. Remember, that was Carter Wilson. We're looking for the guy right after that. We're looking for the 224 KTM is what we're looking for, and that is Jaden Villalobos out of Edmond. And then, of course, we've got the 123 of Harris. That's Connor Harris out of Perkins, Oklahoma. That's your top 6 with the 94 KTM. Powell, Hawkins, the 530, E. Johnson, the 274, and it's 830 of Wilder. Colby Wilder right here out of Oklahoma City. So that's a look at the Open B class. Got a Bet B class to look at next, the 911. That's going to be Garrett Bolton. Behind Bolton then is Phelan, the number 52 machine. Clay with us once again. Adam Brilla, Nick Brewer. Brian's running the 2nd and 5th. Ryan Van Bremer in the number 6 spot. In 7th place, the 174 of Mike Drury, followed by the number 7. That one should be easy enough to remember. Chance Kidd checked in just now. Actually, Kidd's going through the scoring barrels. 174 of Drury is 8th. Mike Drury out of Sepulpa. 9th place is Divine, the 388 machine. Quite Divine, as a matter of fact. At 388. Where did I see that at? 389 maybe. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Vet B 30 plus class. Drury Divine the second. The 174 I think is one that I was looking for. Mike Drury out of Sepulpa. Then we got to Divine the second. There it is, a 388. Joseph Divine the second from Edmond, Oklahoma, checking in now in 9th place as we just saw him go through the scoring tent and barrels. And the 174, Mike Drury out of Sepulpa there. So actually, Drury's dropped off to 10th place now, so some changes going on there, it appears. And your senior 40-plus B class is looking like this. Derek Willett out of McKinney, Texas, leading 379 machine of Kevin Beavers from Edmond, Oklahoma. 314 Husqvarna rider is that of Joel Thomason at a Broken Arrow. That was the 314, then the 312 machine out of the same class. Edward Davidson. You got Joel Thompson and Edward Davidson, 2 and 3. Or 3 and 4, I'm sorry. So there you go. That's the senior B. You got E. Davidson in 4th, B. Clarkson in 5th, S. Bradshaw in 6th, Jason LaHood in 7th. Smith in 8th aboard the 727. Jared Enright, the 161, in 9th. And Jake Moss, the 135, rounding out the top 10. Mason Mahalka, after 3, appears to be a man on a move. We've watched him climb through the ranks for the first 2 laps, and then on his 3rd lap, he has not only bridged the gap to the top 10, but he is inside the top 10 all the way up to a 7th place position. Taking a look at lap times in 18:51, that's in traffic out there. Your leaders, an 18:23 and an 18:47. I don't know if he's going to catch the overall leaders or not today, but I'm telling you, a few mathematical calculations and continuing to ride the way that he is right now, it's going to be tough in the time that he's got left, but not impossible, especially the way that we watch Mahalka push it out there. Currently after 3, it's for Zach, Ullman, Jones, Gafford, and Peavy, 1st through 5th. Logan Adams in 6th, Morgan Mahalka in 7th. 8th is Jake Ingram, 9th is Tyler Myers, and TJ Gould rounds out the top 10. That is your AA Pro class, top 10 there. Folks, if you didn't stop by and get your event souvenir shirt or your series shirt, your Great Plains Cross Country hoodie or shirt or hat, We encourage you to do so because, well, number one, you just need it in your wardrobe. Number two, I was talking about those event shirts earlier, and as cliche as that may sound, about how those things just kind of take you back in time. They're great memorabilia and great pieces to open up conversations and just remind you of a time gone by in your life, which you could say in 10, 20, 30 years, you could bring that shirt out and say, this is the second season, the season opener at Bear Lake. Remember that when they used to let us ride motorcycles there? Hopefully it won't be motorcycles like motorcycles are a thing in the past or anything, but you know. Who knows what the future holds? Those electric machines are pretty nifty. I was riding one of the Roar bikes this weekend, earlier this week in preparation for the racing. And, well, you know, you get out there in the woods. I was just riding it from point A to point B kind of thing, you know, trying to get from one place to another. Then I seen a few arrows. There's nobody around. I'm not going to get ran over. I'm not going to run into anybody. So duck over into the track. And the next thing you know, about 2 miles later or so, I feel like I'm ready to go race everybody on the racetrack. And then I woke up the next morning and realized just exactly how sore I was. And I haven't done that in a long time. It'll make you rethink that kind of stuff, that's for sure. But no, lots of fun, man. Those electric machines, I'm really enjoying riding those. I didn't think I would, to be honest with you. They are lighter weight. They've got a different ergonomic to them. But they do also handle like a motorcycle or a bicycle. You find the flow with it, and you get the oneness with that machine. You're not going to have any problems with it. You're going to enjoy it as much as anybody else. 2-stroke, 4-stroke, or E-stroke. That's not a word. I made it up. Just letting you know. But you can start using it if you want.
You should copyright it.
I copyright. Yeah, I'm going to copyright E-stroke, the E-stroke class.
Yeah, right here. Copyright.
E-stroke. That's mine.
Hey,
that's ours.
Yeah, we were over top of the other.
Nice shirt, by the way. See that right there? For those of you at home, you can shop online for your apparel as well. These are the, this is the simple single color Great Plains cross country shirt. You see the one that Buck has on here? That is one of the Great Plains. I like that one, that light tan cream color. That's a nice one. Got hats and all kinds of stuff to go along with it.
Now, is it Krampus's wife that assists with the...
Yes, Miss Sherry Parker is over there, so you can stop over and see Krampus's lovely bride, and she will help you suit you up with the best fitting attire in the world. By the way, Jeff, that we were talking to there a little bit ago, he's the one that does all the designs on these shirts, so good job for him.
I was going to say, this was the shirt.
Very interesting. The rumor has it that whatever shirt Sherry wears that weekend is the one that sells out in the trailer or in the merchandise. So head on over to the merchandise trailer, folks, and head on over to the merchandise tab on Great Plains Cross Country. Support the newest series in Middle America. This is our second season, still in our infancy, so to speak. We're crawling now. We're about ready to start walking.
Oh, yeah, I believe so.
I believe that. All right, so who was that number 13 that just went by there? Was that one of our bigger wigs? No.
I didn't see it.
I'm wondering if that might have been Trampus going by there. That might have been it. Said he started on row 6. No. Trampus is riding 316, so.
Tripods.
Now we found our camera guy on the track out there, so we're shooting from above. He's shooting from the ground. And speaking of the ground, right here at the hill climb on the live stream, you can check it out. We've seen some pretty gnarly, well, especially earlier today, some pretty gnarly crashes during that morning class race. If you're into that, that's always a lot of fun to watch. There's no doubt about that. I ain't gonna lie, I enjoy it too. All right, so lap 3 in the history books, working on lap number 4. 18:23 lap time. Last time through was 14. So with that being said, we're about 4 or 5 minutes out. I'm going to say 5 minutes, probably around the 19-minute, excuse me, I'm looking at that completely wrong. Give me just a moment. Yeah, so we got 2 more minutes. That'll make it. So we're still about, we're still probably about 15, 17 minutes out from seeing your leaders check back in on the 22 machine. Well, I can update you on the trail rider. That's still Clarkston out there. Clarkston was the only one off the line, man, but he really seemed to have probably as much fun as anybody off the line. Didn't have to worry about somebody bumping him in that first turn. He got the whole shot. But being a first-year racer and everything, it's a good opportunity to just get your feet wet, learning the mechanics of the start, especially, and even if there's nobody in your class, that might be even better because you get the mechanics at the start, and you don't have that nervousness of a whole bunch of people on the same row with you and stuff like that. And anyway, I just like the class. I think it's a great introductory level for some riders that have never done it, want to give it a try, and if they do well in that, get the bug, if you will, then they can move up into other classes. Haven't looked at their senior Bs in a while. Willett is running in the number 1 spot there after 2. I'm expecting that 23 minutes. So that would be, probably about 4 or 5 minutes. We will be seeing Derek Willett or someone from that senior B40 plus class checking in. Beavers in 2nd, Thomason in 3rd, Davidson in 4th. It's Clark in 5th, S. Bradshaw in 6th, Jason LaHood in 7th. Smith is 8th place position, Enright in 9th, and Moss rounds out the top 10 senior B40 plus class. Vet B still working on their 3rd lap, so let's give them some time to do that. We'll go back and check them out for ourselves. Folks, again, don't forget, coming up 2 weeks, the 14th and 15th, will be over in Guthrie, Oklahoma for the Twin Cedars Shootout, the second version of that, the second annual Twin Cedars Shootout. And like we said and pointed out, that was last year's season opener, and Hudson Taylor and Taylor and the entire GPXC staff, their first time ever, putting on an event. And, man, did they do a great job. And they have continued to do so and continue to this day and this weekend, even with some hiccups that folks didn't even realize or recognize. That was what the beauty of it was. Yesterday, I felt so bad because we couldn't get the stream on, and I kept apologizing and saying, we're having a rough day and this and that. And folks were asking the question, what do you mean you're having a rough day? And they weren't just talking to me. They were just talking in general. They were like, this is going spectacularly. This is the greatest thing we've been to. So I'm glad whenever it comes across like that. So that's wonderful. And all apologies to those that were looking to watch the streaming with the ATV yesterday. Just sometimes it just isn't in the cards, man. Back out of the hill climb if you're watching online here, but all around the racetrack, our riders are with us, and right now 3 laps down, working on lap number 4 for our leaders. 18-minute laps. And there it is. Brzak checks in just about the time that I said he would. The 33 mark. So somewhere in there. And I was somewhere close to right. A 49-second lead at the end of lap number 3. Now, my big question is, keep an eye out for the 44 machine. There he is. If you're watching the hill climb, Maholka, the 44 machine, right there behind that, was that Logan Adams we saw just ahead of him on the 72? So we got 6th and 7th, basically nose to tail as they came up the FMF hill out there just a moment ago. So this will be interesting to see if either or both of these riders are able to make some gains out there. If that's the case, Maholka has been following behind Adams for an entire lap, it looks like, and hasn't been able to get around him, it doesn't appear. That may have been one of our women's class riders going by there, or was it? Maybe from, I seen that blue background, and that's what I was expecting. Let's see. 339 checking in there. I'm not sure what class he was from, but yeah, Brzak is in. Ullman is in now, 1 minute and 8 seconds, so a 19:02 lap time. Taking a look at Brzak's lap times. He started out 3rd place on lap number 1, was quickly elevated to the 1st place position. Checked in at the end of lap number 3 with the lead there again, and at an hour and 12 minutes into the race, basically an hour and 13 minutes into this race, another 18 minutes. And all right, so let's start doing some math here. Let's just say 19 minutes on to an hour and 12 minutes would then be an hour and 31 minutes. Add another 18 minutes onto that. We probably got about 3 laps or so to go. I can't necessarily swear to that. Have you guys seen the pro row? 25 pro riders up and down pro row out there. I was blown away. When we get that drone back up in the air, I want you to fly over and check that out. That'll be a great looking shot just to show. And we are probably right there in the midst of time for these riders to pit if they haven't already pitted. We're at the 1 hour mark of a 2-hour race, so this is a good time for these guys to check in. I'm not sure where exactly the pro pits are just after the finish line. If that's the case, we might be able to catch some of those guys gassing up and grabbing some extra goggles, grabbing a drink of water or whatever they use to hydrate themselves. Many choose different kinds of compounds in those water bottles and different nutrients to try to replace into their body after exerting so much energy. And if you've never ridden a motorcycle, never raced a motorcycle, riding a motorcycle and racing a motorcycle are obviously 2 different things, and that goes with about anything. The level at which you push your body to is amazing, and what you're able and capable of being able to attain there in the heat of the moment is pretty impressive too. But try to replenish some of those nutrients during these water bottle breaks and things like that. As you can see, the pro pits, it's actually on 2 sides. That is 2 pro pits, a pit and a lane and a half long. I want to see that thing all the way, both lanes filled up next race. So a challenge out to any of the AA pro riders in the Midwest. You want to come race the big boys. You want to race the fast guys. You think you're fast. You think you got what it takes. Come out and get the big bucks out here. I'm not sure how much pro purse payout's going to be today, but I'm sure it's going to be a nice little healthy payout for these riders. As I can tell you that Hudson Taylor does a great job of taking care of the pros and, well, taking care of everyone, as a matter of fact. But what a beautiful shot there, pro row. Seen some riders go, a rider go in there just a moment ago. And that is just after the finish line. So we probably missed Holman and Jones and Gafford and Peavy and those guys. Mahalka in after 4. Now get this, 1.2 seconds. That was Adams. He was just behind there that we saw at the 7.5 mile marker out there at the FMF zone. So powering through that zone, still not able to get around. But, man, he's made some gains, lots of them. And he's hit a wall by the name of Logan Adams out there, it looks like. Get some of these riders out here at the FMF Hill again as they are wrapping up their lap. You'll see some of the leaders of these classes making their way towards the finish line area. You could have seen Mohan there, the 10th place rider in the AA Pro class. Let's see what we're going to be looking at as far as row 2. Be looking for the number 4 of Quentin Cox to check in. Also the 711 KTM of Jay Barron there. Those guys should be coming through. They may have already gone through this section. I can't swear to it. But we're waiting out here patiently at the FMF fan zone. Riders still utilizing that secondary line out there and not taking the chances. And I'm going to keep an eye right here over the next couple of minutes to see if we can see Cox coming in. He had about a 30-second lead over the 711 at last check when they came through there. There is the 17 machine. I don't know if that was Melton or not. If that was Melton, then that means that, we've missed our first and second place position riders in that Open A class coming through. So, again, we'll wait there with bated breath just to find out for sure. I don't know how bated the breath will be at this point, but we are pretty interested, and we are kind of holding it.
A little bit.
You know, this is the meat of the race. This is where things really start to change. You have a lot of that excitement in that first, few laps, and then you'll have that lull moment in the, say, about an hour, just before the 1 hour mark to about the 1 hour 20 mark or so, 1 hour 30 mark. And then it gets very exciting. And look at that. That is pro row from an aerial view there. Look at the teams down there. That is slick stuff right there. And thanks to those teams and those riders that have come out in full force to be here with us today to showcase themselves, the riders, the products that they use. And this is a great platform to do that here in the Midwest.
dead on battery. Dylan, you're the show right now.
So, yellow flag still waving as we look at this one. I believe that we are, well, whenever we checked in with the AA Pro leader for Zach, that put us at an hour and 13 minutes basically into the race, turning 18 minutes a lap, so that would put us at the 31. Yeah, so we got 2-3 more laps. I didn't see a 2-lap board or any indication, so we could have as many as 3, maybe 4. I don't know what the race officials are going to call on this one, but I can almost guarantee you that those riders that are out there with us today, many of them may be prepared for this, but many more are not. Many more are not prepared for that, and they are starting to feel the toll of the winter on their bodies and souls here. This and if what the guys were saying from this morning is true, we've got plenty of testimonies that this is one of the roughest tracks a lot of people around here have ever ridden. Now, whether it's just the toughest one they've ever ridden because it's the most freshest in their mind, but look right there. If you're watching, you can see those stutter bumps or whoops beginning to develop out there. As we talked about, this particular facility is really heavy on sand. It's very sandy soil, so it gets kicked up very easy. It's even more powdery than what beach sand would be. It's a total different sand than what you're going to see in Florida. There is some clay in it and everything, but it's just so much different than any other kinds of sand. But it does do exactly what sand does, and that's break down. It gets rough. In this particular instance, a lot of square edges, and we are seeing some whoops develop in those high-speed areas, lots of braking bumps, and some deep, deep ruts. You notice that going up that hill, we talked about that. I expected that to really get chopped up, but a lot of riders utilizing the same lineup there, and it looks like they packed it in and dug it out pretty good. My big question is really start dragging brake pedals and foot pegs through there, and will it slow them down, or momentum will get them to the top? Well, it appears that momentum is still winning in this one, and they're making it all the way to the top. It's Great Plains Cross Country on Cross Streams Online. Check us out on YouTube when you go home, on your way home, right now if you want to. And again, just letting you know, we are, just like a lot of folks starting out small, trying to work our way up into big. We want to think that we're big, and we want you to know how big we are. But we're doing it just like they do here in GPXC. We're flying under the radar, I think is what we'll call it. I like that idea, but this guy right here is driven out east and back 2 or 3 times. Well, he flew home at one point and then drove back. So he spent the better part of 48 hours. He spent about 20 some hours of it on the road, about 26 or 27 hours of that on the road or more. So you're tired, huh?
Yeah, but it was worth it, though. It was completely worth coming out here with GPXC, and I want to say again, thank you, Hudson and family.
Yeah, that family. How about those? The Taylor family, dad and his mom are out here, his brothers and his sisters. I said, how many of you are there? 7 Hudson siblings and growing. They've got babies on the way and everything. I mean, it's a great family and a good, wholesome, God-fearing family too, and that's what I like about it. For anybody that knows me, I used to do other announcing, the GNCCs for, well, the better part of 25, 30 years. Well, in the late 90s, and in 2002, I decided I was tired of the road, and we passed the reins on and left. But last year, when Hudson called me and said, "Hey, I've got something new going on," and he didn't just call me once; he called me several times and talked to me about this, and he got me excited. Yeah, and that's what got you drug into this. And he got me excited about it. And I found a new passion. I found a new reason to be back out on the road. I mean, not that the other series wasn't a great series, and I tell you, it's the elite series as far as off-road racing is concerned, world renowned. we are Midwest renowned, and we're growing, you know, and we'll be nationally renowned before you know it, and we're going to be one of the premier racing series, I think, here in the country. You know, you've got your East Coast racing, you'll have your Midwest racing, and I'm sure eventually we'll see the West Coast racing start to build back up eventually. But
looking forward to the Texas.
Yeah, heading down to Texas. We're actually going and see. We'll go next. Next race, the 14th and 15th will be at Guthrie, at Twin Cedars, and then on the 28th and 29th is when we go down to Kilgore, Texas. I was asking Hudson, GNCC back in 2005, but I think we went to, it wasn't there, it was Gilmer, Texas, I think is, yeah. So it's just down the road from where Kilgore is located from what I've been told. But I've been to a lot of Texas races. I've been to, did a lot of motocross down there.
A lot of races.
A lot of races.
Like a lot of races. I mean, even when you remember I came, let's see, it was, this was 97, 98, right off active duty, and came out of the Army, and you said, hey, you want to go to a race? I said, yeah, that'd be a big good time. And wow, look, what's this, 30 years later, and you've drugged me back into it again. So thank you, Rodney. I appreciate it.
Hey, man, once it gets in your system, you can't help it.
I'm a full throttle on.
All righty, let's get back in here and see what's going on as we are well into this race right now. We're an hour and 13 minutes into elapsed time there a few moments ago. As we look even further into this one, we'll try to give you an idea of where we are in the race and time and things of that nature as far as the battling. So we got 3 laps down for most of our classes. So we're about an hour and 28 minutes now into this race. An hour and 28 minutes. So, and that's whenever Otsby checked in the Open A class, your 10th place rider in that class, currently running in the 35th overall position. And if you wonder how off-road racing is scored, it's scored individually, class by class, and you get, you're out there racing for the class. But as you've seen, these races start class and rows one right after another. Now, what happens is there is this thing called the overall, and how do you score the overall? Well, basically, everyone starts at their own time. Everyone races their own class, but at the same time, the clock is zeroed for everyone. So when row 5 takes off, it takes off on a 0 clock as far as scoring is concerned. So if they ride a faster lap than anybody ahead of them, then they're going to take that position away from them. So even if you're in row 7, 8, 9, all the way back there, if you're faster than the guy in front of you, you don't even have to see the guy in order to beat the guy. It's a really interesting concept as far as scoring. It's nothing new, nothing really out of the ordinary, but for some, it's a different concept of racing and the way that things go. But basically, everybody's score is zeroed if you can ride the faster laps, and that's why you see guys like, futures racer Scout Ridgway, the 99 machine. He started on road number 3. We see him running in that 15th, 16th place overall position. And why? Because his lap times have been consistently faster whenever you take into account his overall time out on the track since the green flag waved for his class when he checked in was 1 hour and 21 minutes and 38 seconds, as opposed to the Tucker, the 17th place overall position, 16th in the AA Pro class. Tucker had 1 hour and 22 minutes and 3 seconds. So when you start breaking that down, you're looking at a 25-second faster overall time through those first 4 laps for Scout Ridgway than what you're looking at for Tucker there. So that's how it all works out. So seconds add up over time. If it's just a few seconds here and there, and if you can do that consistently lap after lap, and if, say, someone in front of you has a bad lap or takes a little longer on one lap because they took an extended pit stop or something like that, those seconds can add up. And I've seen races where we've seen less than a second, tenths of seconds have actually separated the winner and the overall winners of these events. It's pretty incredible what the clock can do for a good race.
Absolutely. It just blows my mind, the sheer physical nature of motocross in itself. I look out at these guys, and I mean, this is grueling. This is. I mean, you're talking to an old paratrooper. I mean, like I had to walk miles and miles, but look here, I'm sitting back at 50, and I'm like, Good on you boys. You guys are tougher than I am.
They are, and it's not only a physical toughness; it's also a mental toughness. You've got to be mentally strong because it's so easy when your body starts to ache, when you start to get thirsty, your muscles start to cramp. It's hard to hang on. Your vision starts to blur a little bit. Sweat gets in your eye. You get hot. Or you get cold, whatever the case may be, to mentally fight through that. That's where the big wins come, and that's what makes a great motorcyclist. And speaking of which, Ryder Verzak, a great one himself, just checked in with a 19:01 lap time of 14:52. And what are we looking at? Do we have a white flag out there yet? Should have. If we don't, if it's not checkers yet, we should have a white anyway. Well, maybe I'm calculating this wrong. I thought this was a 2-hour race. Okay, well, no, that would make sense because he's an hour and 31. I read that wrong. I'm sorry. He's an hour and 31. I thought it said an hour and 52 minutes. An hour and 32 minutes. So add another 19 minutes on that. That's going to put us right at the 2-hour mark. Oh, yes, sir. Man, I got to say this. Hudson Taylor is one of the most impressive track and course designers I've ever seen. We have had multiple tracks that have come out where it's even races and the races end at the time that they're supposed to end on an even lap number. It's remarkable. And it's not the first time. It's not the only time. I mean, he's within a couple of minutes every time. And to be able to do something like that, well, it may be luck. It may be talent. I don't know what it is, but Hudson's been able to make it happen through the first 13, 14 rounds of racing that he's been able to produce. So my hat's off to him and his great course design. And he's got a great team that helps him out there as well. So tip of the hat to all those guys.
I hate to say, though, as a reinvented novice and an old-time throttle jockey, Hudson has ruined me from any other race from this point on. I'm telling you right now, I've never felt so welcome at this track with the folks around here. It's just been an absolute amazing trip, and I've had a blast.
Absolutely, and I liken it. It's a race family, and even though you haven't met most of these people, you feel comfortable. You feel related. You feel like you've got common ground, and you feel like you can go up and talk to anybody out here. And you all got something to talk about, whether it's a little kid, whether it's an old man or an old lady. You got stuff and it's crazy to me the grandparents and people that come out here and how in tune they are with this sport as well.
Absolutely, and as far as cross streams online, we're looking to be on Roku here very soon, so that would be super easy for folks to just download the app. It's right there on your Roku TV. Click, and boom, you're watching your favorite rider.
That's it, and that's for those that can't make it out or just surfing through their channels. This will be a good thing for people to watch. But again, I encourage you to get out here to one of these, and then go back and watch it online later on. But for those that can't be out here, make sure you're tuned in every race because that's what our plans are moving forward.
That's the direction I was going with it. So say you've just been unable, you're unable to make it down here, so you're like, I have to watch this race. This is where you want to be.
And you got mamaws and papaws and aunts and uncles, brothers and sisters who might be away at college over in another state. Somebody might be on vacation this week or something, or might be ill at home, can't make it for whatever reason. This is going to be a great way for them to keep checked up, hopefully. So. Not Mama and Papa at college, brothers and sisters at college. Yeah, well, yeah, they do. I mean, look at you. You're going for your third master's or something crazy like that. He's a nerd.
I haven't figured out what I want to do when I grow up, so it's.
Well, I think you have figured out. You need to be taking broadcasting classes. Is what you need to do.
No. That's you, my lovely uncle.
Well, right now, Ryder Verzak is checked in. He's got a 1 minute, check this out, a 1 minute, 19-second lead over the second place ride, the 544 of Holden Ullman out of Nashville, Arkansas. Then in the third place position, once again, is the 240 KTM. That is piloted by Harrison Gafford. In the fourth place position, it is Gage Peavy, the 21 machine, or Grady Peavy, I'm sorry, out of Jonesboro, Louisiana. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 states, 5 states, Minnesota, Texas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana all represented in our pro class here today. That's impressive. That's cool. That's good to see. 25 AA pro riders across that front line. Man, that is super exciting. So, again, Brazak, Allman, and Gafford, 1, 2, and 3. It's Grady Peavy once again in that number 4 spot. In the number 5 position, it's the 350. That is the KTM ridden by Madden Jones. Mason Maholka, excuse me, I keep saying the wrong name in that one. The 44 machine, Mason Maholka, up to a 6th place position. Again, I question what happened to his brother out there. As we look down through the roster here of the AA pros, I know he checked in way behind. Not only 1 lap in the history books for him. So whatever it was, it took him out of the race, whether it was mechanical, whether it was physical. I'm not sure what the case may be, but again, that's a tough row to hoe. And starting out in the championship season with a DNF and that number 1 plate on the machine like that. That weighs heavy when we head to round 2 at Twin Cedars. So hopefully he's okay, and we'll be back to battle with us again in 2 weeks, the 14th and 15th at Guthrie, Oklahoma's Twin Cedars shootout. And then 2 weeks after that, we go to Kilgore, Texas, the 28th and 29th. So we got lots of racing in a short amount of time. And you know what? This weather, you couldn't order this up any better than what we had. I left Ohio at like 20-some degrees. I think that was the high that day, like 22 or something like that. And we rolled into, we got out to, what was it, Missouri, I think it was. We started getting warmer, 50s, 60s, and then you get out here and it's 70s, and I think we even hit 80s maybe there yesterday. Just pretty remarkable. A little chillier today and a little chillier in the forecast tomorrow, but perfect weather conditions, and we're expecting perfect weather conditions as well coming up here in just a couple of weeks. All righty, so with that, we've analyzed a few things, letting these riders check up with 5 laps complete.
License, I never could. So as we work through this, Ryder Brazak, again, Holden Allman in the number 2 spot. Then it's Gafford, the 240 machine in 3rd, Harrison there. Grady Peavy in 4th, Madden Jones in 5th. That is the 44 KTM, Mason Maholka in the 6th place position, a 19:13 lap time. I will say this,
Theoretically, he should be able to make, I think, 2 more passes. We should see him up battling for 4th place by the end of this lap. If he's 20 seconds faster than PV, you do the math right now, he's 8. He's going to be tough to get to PV, but Jones, he should be able to get to, maybe around Jones. And with 1 more lap to go, at the pace that he's running right now, good Lord, an 19:13, an explosive lap time. But the rider to keep an eye on, I just saw this, Tanner Myers, a hometown boy, and I believe Tanner, if I'm not mistaken, I recognize him from a little national GNCC championship racing in XC2, if memory serves me correct. But Tanner Myers right now, not real sure what's going on with him over the course of the race. Well, we'll just check it out. He started out in 7th, and he started out in 7th place on the first lap, dropped back to 11th, has fought his way back up to 7th place here on lap number 5 as they head in the lap and through lap number 6 now. So Tanner Myers has had his work cut out for him, it looks like. But Tanner Myers is turning, get this, an 18:33 lap time, which is even 45 seconds faster than Mason Mahalka, so he should be around. So theoretically, Myers might be all the way up to the 3rd place position, at least 4th place position, challenging Peavy at the pace that he's going at right now. There's no reason why he can't catch Peavy, and there's no reason why he won't catch Gafford for that 3rd place position. So, folks, we might be having a sleeper back there in the back as this race wears down. We're looking all the way back in the 6th and 7th place positions as Mahalka and Peavy have clawed their way up through the pack. Now, Peavy started out in 7th, fell back, and has slowly and methodically worked his way back into position. You know, we've got excitement going on with our front runners up there, but my question is now, can the riders in the back, can they pull the necessary strings within themselves to make things happen out here in these closing and final moments as we are looking and expecting a white flag next time around? I don't see a white flag at the finish line right yet. So that means, and that makes sense, and that would probably put us at the 2 hour and 7 or 8 minute mark if my calculations are correct, when the checker flag finally does fly on this one. So excitement in the air. I'm getting up and excited. I'm walking circles right now, pacing at this one, because I know what looking at these lap times can signify and signal. Now, what's going to happen? Will that bring Mahalka up to pace as well? If he's being pushed that fast, and he's already going so much faster than everyone else, will Myers make him rise to the occasion? What will happen when these two are locked together? They were a second apart when they came through the finish line at the end of lap number 5, so it got busy then, and we might be able to catch some of that action over at the hill climb as we're watching some of the riders check through there. So if that's the case, I'm expecting our leader due in at, came in at 14:52. Add 20 onto that. That'll put us at 2:10. 2:08. And then that will put us also maybe around 2:30 before the checkers fly on this one. 2:25. But again, we did get a little bit of a late start today, trying to ensure that everything was kosher before we started this pro race. We had that amateur race, the morning big bike race out there. Over 200 riders on the race course this morning for that particular event. And took a little extra time to get everyone off the course, but they all made it off. And from what I understand, everyone has been pretty healthy through the day. We've had a couple of bang-ups here and there, but the whole weekend we've been very blessed here. And you know those guys have got to be feeling it out there. I'm feeling it, especially whenever I look at some of those chatter bumps and those whoops that are developing out there. That is, you better hope you got some good suspension is all I'm going to say, because that will help some of that fatigue out there. But even with the good suspension and everything, you're going to find yourself with quite a bit of extra effort and a lot of physical demanding situations. And again, we get back to the mental aspect of it. You know, as physically demanding as it is, the mental aspect of it, it is a huge and monumental part of the racing. It's easy to give up. It's hard to keep digging, especially whenever you feel like, well, what if, for instance, we're talking about Myers and Mahalka. What if they let the bad start or the circumstances that took place during the race, what if they let that affect them throughout the rest of the race? They wouldn't see the glory that they're about to feel, because no matter where they finish at this point, they have a remarkable ride and more to be proud of than, well, a lot of folks in these days, not necessarily in this race, but a lot of folks in this world, because they have not only the physical attributes, but the physical attitude, the mental attitude to make it all keep happening. There went Adams through there at the at the 7.5 mile marker there. So it looks like, I believe that was Adams. So we missed Myers and Mahalka going through. I was sitting there talking and walking back and forth and looked away from the monitor for a few moments. So I might have missed him going through this section of the race course. But if that's the case, let's see. What time is it right now? Oh, yeah, we're about time. It's about time for lap 6 to be in the history book. So this is making sense now. So we're going to get a good bird's eye view of what's going on. Adams came through. He was 8th place behind Myers and Mahalka, so I didn't see him go through on the screen right there. Not saying they didn't. I would say that they did, but the question is, where exactly did they go and where are they? So looking at that finish line, there's a 5.44 going through as well. Don't think that was one of our pro class riders, though. Razak checks in for lap number 6 complete now, as the, I'm pretty sure that we're going to probably be able to say that that white flag is, yep, that white flag is flying right now as our leaders are starting to check in. This is where we get to answer the question of what's going on with Mahalka and Myers now. Myers at 591 out of Oklahoma City. Tanner Myers is his name. There's the 44. That was Mahalka going through at the 8 mile marker. So I guess that wasn't Logan Adams I seen a few moments ago, but that was Mahalka that just went through there at the FMF zone. So he's on his way in now. Who is behind him, I guess, is the big question. Be looking for some of these other rides. There's the 357.
Yeah, run over and grab him, and let's get a picture down here. If Dylan can get a drone up.
All righty, so as we're watching, and 6 laps down for Zach, Allman is checked in, Peavy in third. Myers is up to the number 4 spot. He's 7 seconds behind, an 18:26 lap time. He's turning about 28 seconds faster lap, so in theory, we should see Myers actually in a third-place position by the time we get around here to the end of this this final lap of racing, lap number 7 that these riders are out on. Gafford just now checked in on the 240 KTM, but looks like Maholka might have had some issues. That's why we saw him so far back there a few moments ago. I imagine the heated battle he had going on with Myers may have taken its toll, plus trying to catch the rest of the field at the same time. So Maholka has dropped off now to 6th place position. Thought he'd drop back a little farther. There's Logan Adams at 72 in 7th. He's running only 1.6 seconds behind him now. So he did get around him. Gafford, though, is still standing between he and Tanner Myers. Myers up to 4th. And looking at that lap time, a minute faster, a minute and 2 seconds faster than Maholka, a minute and 10 seconds faster than Gafford, and about 28 seconds faster than Peavy, who's in third ahead of him right now, and only 7 seconds. So I would expect that Myers is going to likely track him down and make that pass. Now, if you're wondering about the second place position, start doing the math on this. We're looking at a 52-second gap between the two and a 1 minute, 1 second faster lap. So theoretically, Tanner Myers could do it. Myers could come all the way back from 11th place and theoretically could be challenging and maybe even in second place by the next time we see him, depending on what kind of battles wage on when he catches those riders. But at the pace that he is racing right now, he will literally demoralize anyone he comes up on, because I'm sure at this point in juncture in the race, these riders are probably pushing themselves as hard as they can at this late juncture in the race, knowing that somebody else is pushing out there, trying to steal away their glory. But when someone comes at you at the speed and the velocity that you see that rider Tanner Myers, the 591, coming at you, it can be somewhat demoralizing. You're going to rise to the occasion. Some maybe even be able to fit the bill, while others will find themselves, well, pushing themselves beyond their limits. So we'll see what happens. And we've got less than 20 minutes, about 15 minutes to get it all sorted out and figured out in here in this AA Pro class today. Let's go ahead and give you a breakdown. It's been a while since we've checked all the classes, so let's look at these. We'll give you last name breakdowns because, well, that's just what we got to do today. In the row number 2, all right, let's go ahead and do the AA class. Verzak, Ullman, Peavy, 1, 2, and 3. Myers is 4th, Gafford in 5th, Maholka in 6th, Logan Adams in 7th, Matt Jones in 8th, Jake Ingram in 9th, and Mohan rounds out your top 10. Mohan. In the row 2 Open A class, Derek Milton out front, Quentin Cox now in 2nd. If you remember, Cox was killing it out there, running 15th place overall at the end of that first lap. He is currently 17th overall place, and somehow or another turned a 15:04 lap time. So we've seen his lap times go from a 13:41 to a 14:01, a 14:22, a 14:43, and a 15:04, basically a 15:05. I have to wonder, is he succumbing to first race endurance levels? And what I mean by that is the lack of the endurance, because it's been a while since you've been on the bike. You aren't bike fit, and these are some rather demanding conditions, according to some of our earlier classes that were out there with us. Demanding conditions, and the track is rough. Heard a couple of the kids say, "Man, the roughest track I've ever ridden." I don't know if that's the case, and if it is, that says a lot about it. But certainly, it also tells the tale of this is the first race of the season, and folks kind of forget what it was really like the last time they raced in these types of conditions. You know, talking to a gentleman, but this city park or this city facility that we're at this week, from what I understand, there's some 1,600 acres that is involved in this entire project or this entire field area. There's another motorsports complex on the other side of the facility that is kind of growing and everything right now, which I think is a pretty cool thing. And I think they're going to have the Riverfront Grand Prix over here, if I'm not mistaken. So you're going to want to find out more about that. That's a race that has been ridden for many, many years and has a lot of, reverence, I think, out here in the Midwest. The Riverfront Grand Prix happens right here on this property, a ways away from where we are right now. Not here for certain. But anyway, back to the classes. Quentin Cox in second, Hyatt in the number 3 spot, Johnson in 4th in that Open A class, Jay Barron in 5th, and it's Farrell in 6th. Phelan is 7th, Doty in the number 8 spot, Moss in 9th, and Otsby looks like he's dropped back a few positions. Otsby, if I remember right. Nope, he's been holding pretty steady. Actually dropped back to he's 14th, so he's moved up to 10th and ridden steadily there in that 10th place position for the last 4 or 5 laps or so. So interesting there for sure. As we go back to check in with our next class, row number 3, the Futures, Scout Ridgeway, Pereira in the number 2 spot. There are 7 minutes, 48 seconds. Man, Scout is just on rails out there. Now, where exactly does Scout stand in the overall? 14th place overall position for that young rider. Is that not impressive? Well, I will say it. Yes, it is very impressive. And if you're not impressed by it, well, you're just not going to be impressed by anything. Pierre in 2nd, Burns in 3rd, and Manning in 4th in that Futures class. Row number 4 next is the Bet A30 Plus class. Cameron, Gwynn, 1 and 2. Boila running back in the number 3 spot. Lankus in 4th. Chris January is 5th, rounding out the top 5 there. Then 6 is Carrera. Cody Rader in the number 7 spot. Myers in the number 8 spot. Smith is 9th, and Watts back in the 10 position. Senior A 40-plus class, Gray out front of this one on the 440 KTM, enjoying a near 3-minute lead over Billy Beer, the 311 Gas Gas. Now, Beer started out, I think, a little further back. He's 41st overall, 4th on lap 1 and 2, 3rd on 3 and 4. He's up to 2nd. After lap number 5 is, of course, one Billy Beer out of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Our Billy is. So Krause in the number 3 spot. Jason Hannick is 4th. Patrick Hickle in the number 5 spot. And Davis rounds out the 6th in the Senior A40 Plus class. The Super Senior A50 Plus class, Levan in the number 1 spot is Parker, Trampus Parker, our GPXC chaplain in the number 2 spot. And it's Scott, the 53 KTM in 3rd. Punch is back there in the number 4 spot aboard the 81. Then it's Williams in 5th aboard the 313 Yamaha, Mayo, and Benson rounding out the 6 and 7 spots. Open B class now, Rumbaugh in the number 1 spot, enjoying a 18-second lead over Mullen. Then Scott McCollum in the number 3 spot. It's Harris, the 123, in 4th. Wilder in the 5th place position aboard the number 830. 6th place is Villalobos. Villalobos, the 224 KTM. 7th place is Powell, the number 94 KTM. 8th place is Wilson, the 131. Moore, the 38 KTM, in 9th. And Johnson rounds out the top 10 on the 274 KTM. Row 8, the Vet B, Bolton out ahead of Phelan. 3rd place in is Rala. Van Bremer in the number 4 spot. It is Drennan the 2nd and Devine the 2nd in the 5 and 6 spots. Hahn in 7th. Kidd in the number 8 spot. 9th place is Brewer, and Alkire, the number 206, rounds out your top 10 in the Vet B 30-plus class. Senior B 40-plus class, Willett and Beavers 1 and 2. Then we got Thomason in 3rd, Bradshaw in 4th, Clarkson in 5th, LaHood in 6th, Davidson in 7th, Smith in 8th, Moss in 9th, Marcelno in the number 10 spot to round out the top 10 in that Senior B class. And your trail rider again is S. Clarkson, still on point out there. All right, so as we watch this, riders checked in at the 151 mark, a 19, we'll call it a 20-minute lap just to be safe. So 151 and 20 turns out to be 111. Or excuse me, let's see, 15:11. Add that to, I'm looking at the wrong time. So add 20 on to 11, and we're looking at 31. So in about 7 minutes, we should be seeing a checker flag fly. And within 10, we should know whether or not Tanner Myers is able to, bridge that gap to 3rd and maybe even up to 2nd and make that challenge. That's where I sit with my nails being bitten right now, wondering what Tanner Myers is going to be able to pull off in this final lap. Is he going to be able to sneak one in there as we go back and once again follow his route to the 4th place position? And 4th overall, started out lap number 1 with a 7th place position. Lap number 2, he dropped all the way back to 11th and then began the slow crawl forward. 9th after the end of lap 3. 8th after the end of lap number 4. Locked up with Mahalka, and he was 7th after lap number 5. And on lap number 6, he was able to turn and burn all the way up to the 4th place position, just behind the 3rd place ride out there in this class once again. That is going to be Mr. Peavy, Grady Peavy, just ahead of him. 7.7 seconds is where he was at. He was turning about 28-second faster lap time. So, again, very interesting and exciting for me, a race fan. One of the biggest race fans you'll ever meet. I like to try to race, but I get as much excitement out of watching great racing as I would, I think, participating. I don't know, man. Participating would be pretty cool too. But hey, you got to get in where you fit in. That's what they say, right? Get in where you fit in, and this is where we're fitting in here in the off-road racing world. Talking about these great people that are just performing remarkable feats here. Like again, I'm just Tanner Myers, the 591, just waiting on that ride. What is going to happen? Is he going to hit a wall? Will we not see him at all in that top 4 or 5? Will he have pushed himself over and past the limit? Will he exceed any of our expectations here today? And as we look at this clock, I'm expecting again in about 3 more minutes or so, we should start to maybe get ready and prepared for your leader to check in, Razak. on that 22 KTM coming for the win. A 19:30 lap time. He had 1 minute and 18 seconds over Allman. The 5:44 in second. But again, Tanner Myers could be striking. And if he does, he could strike as high as second place in this AA program. Will he even get third? If he gets third, can he get to the number 2 spot? The clock says he can, and the history of these laps says that he will. But there is another wheel out there, the wheel of the people that they are racing against, and they can rise to that occasion to make this as exciting as it is. So waiting so patiently for a answer to these questions that we have heading through these final and closing moments of the Bear Lake GPXC presented by your friends at Ajax Motorsports. Thanks again for those that have tuned in today and watched this one and listened. Thanks to those that have made their way out, and we hope to see you at many, many more. We will be prepared for you moving forward, even more so. 25 pro riders. That, to me, is pretty exciting at this level of racing on a lot of different levels. Still waiting, still watching, and lap 6, working on lap number 7. Will we see a checker coming out? When will we see? We will see a checker coming out. It's a matter of how soon. Will that pace be able to be kept by Verzak, the 22, throughout the entirety of this race? Checkers are out, and we've got a winner. As checking in at the end of lap number 7, I believe is going to be none other than Ryder Verzak there. Ryder Verzak all the way from Ponder, Texas, taking the first round win, the big win here at the Great Plains Cross Country Bear Lake GPXC. Now we wait for the second place position to check in. Will Holman hang on to it? Will Myers have been able to get around both Peavy and Allman for that second place position? The clock said it was possible, but is it reality? That is the question we await right now as these riders race toward the finish line. Some minute and 20 seconds is what we would have to wait to see Allman, and maybe even a little more than that, maybe as much as 1 minute 35. But time is waiting, and we are too, to see what took place on this race course for that second, third, and fourth place positions here at the Bear Lake GPXC. So checkers continue to wave here today. Here comes someone in hot and hard and very fast into those finish line chicanes and turns there. And as the checkers fly, I would expect that that is going to be one of our AA pro riders, and it is. Peavy gets through into the second place position. He rose to the occasion, turning an 18:36 lap time. But what about Myers? What happened to Allman? Allman has dropped out of the second place position, and Myers is yet to check in. Allman is checked in third. What happened to Tanner Myers, who was on the pace and looked like he was ready to take this race by storm. He was 7 seconds behind at the end of lap number 6, and as we said, there's so many variables out there. Would he make the pass? Time said it would. The clock said it would. The history of everything leading into this final lap said that Tanner Myers had the speed and the ability to claw his way into a second-place position today. However, reality checks us and tells us a different story. According to what I'm looking at right now, unofficially, unless I missed something here, Ryder Vazek, Grady Peavy, and back there in the number 3 spot, that 544 of Holden Ullman here at this Bear Lake GPXC. Still haven't seen Myers or anyone else check in for 7 laps complete, as far as a matter of fact. No Gafford, no Mahalka, no Adams, no Ingram yet. So we wait again patiently to see if these guys will finish in those top spots. Myers certainly had the speed, but you got to put it all together for the 2 hours of racing. And as expected, right around that 2 hour and 10 mark, our elapsed time today was 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 43.959 seconds. So Mason Mahalka checks in 4th. Gafford checks in the number 5 spot, and still no sign of Tanner Myers according to timing and scoring. So big questions to be answered there, but what a push also by Mahalka there as he started out himself way back and got himself way behind the 8 ball in that one. Both he and his brother having some struggles today. Unfortunately for his brother, the number 1 of Morgan, Mason Mahalka, though, was able to finish this race and come through with some great championship points for the 4th place finish here at the end of this one. So with that being said, I'm going to get things geared up and head over to the podium and get things ready to go as we celebrate our final race of the opening round here at Bear Lake. Stand by. Podium presentations are next.
kept me on the edge of my seat right up to the checker flag as to what was going to happen. And man, did we see some big changes there in that final lap. That was exciting. And we got to get the story on this one because mercy sakes alive, there were a lot of things going on out there on that racetrack today. So if you would, those that are here, put your hands together for our top 3 overall. And we're starting here with Holden Ullman in third. Second place over there is Grady Peavy, and your winner, once again coming across the finish line, was Ryder Verzak. And that is your top 3 overall here at the Bear Lake GPXC. We're going to start over here with Holden. Holden, congratulations. What a race. And look at that blister. Look at those blisters on that hand, man. Those hands.
They're bad. They're all over.
You know, this, I got to say, I spent a lot of time with the GPXC for many years, and we always opened up in Florida for many, many years, and I'd seen that so many times. Let's talk about this first race, the sandy conditions, the track, the race itself. This was a spectacular one.
Oh, yeah, the race was phenomenal. The track just got so beat, though, with all the bikes on it this morning. And there was a big turnout in the long course, too, which is great. This is the most people I've ever seen in the Great Plains, but that sand got so whooped out and deep that it just tears you up, man. You got to watch around and just try to be on top of those whoops, but it's hard.
Let's talk about those last couple laps, man, because I'm sure you had a great pace going, but man, that's when you started feeling it. About the hour and a half mark, I'm sure you started really feeling the pain, huh?
Oh, yeah. I came in at an hour on the clock, and I was like, oh, I'm going to try and push here. And then the lap after that, I just kind of started falling apart. I couldn't. I was being a baby, whining about my hands, and I just couldn't hold on. And then Grady got me on the very last lap. And then somebody on a KTM was right behind me, too, and I just had to push the last quarter mile not to let them get me. But it's hard not to fall apart in conditions like this. I just got to tough it out more, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, I was talking about this racing, and this style of racing, especially this first round, it's as much about the mental fortitude and toughness as it is your physical toughness.
Oh, for sure. I mean, mental is, like, when that starts happening, of course it hurts. You got to tell yourself it doesn't, and I just didn't do it enough.
Well, you did good enough to get third here today. Congratulations. Who do you want to say thanks to?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Of course, got to give it up to the good Lord, keeping me safe, providing me with the best parents who always support me through this. Sherco US, Bone Cutter Off-Road, 60 helmets, 100%, just everybody that helps me out. It's really appreciated, and it wouldn't be possible.
All right, put your hands together for Mr. Alma taking this third place position. All right, let's put our hands together one more time for this guy right here, Grady Perry, ladies and gentlemen, taking the second place position. And Grady, I got to tell you, man, I was watching out there. Good race, very good race. I had questions, though, on that last lap. I started seeing, with 2 laps to go, lap times dropping, and I saw a couple of guys coming up very fast behind you. Mason Mahalka, I think, was one of them, and Tanner was another one. But, man, I tell you, you dug deep on that last lap. Not only did you fight those guys off, you got another position. Let's talk a little bit. Let me see your hands, man. Your hands are good. So no blisters on you. You just rode it. And have you been riding this year?
Oh, yes, sir. I've been riding a bunch. But, yeah, it was a tough race. Started off 21st on the first lap. And then I just had to dig deep the whole race. Thought I was doing good. My dad said 8th, and I was like 2 minutes down. So it was a whole race. I was pushing, and I didn't know where I was at. And the last lap, I seen he was just cheering me on. He was like, right there. So I kept digging, and I was about to throw up. But, yeah, it was a good day.
It's a really great day, man. That says a lot about it, too. I mean, again, the physical aspects of it's one thing, but being able to fight through that mentally tough, being tough like that's you got to dig extra deep there, huh?
Yes, sir. It was a tough day.
So, man, congratulations on your second place finish. Who would you like to say thanks to for that?
Most importantly, I thank the good Lord above for having him. I wouldn't be able to do this and be blessed enough to ride dirt bikes. But thank Vexon Moto, Basis KTM, Resilience Spray Foam, Sinclair Solutions, my mom and dad, and just everyone helps me. Thank you.
All right, Grady Peavy, ladies and gentlemen, taking second place here. As we move over to the center of the box here, I'm going to step on this side of you, Ryder. But how about it? Let's make some noise. Our round 1 opening race winner. Put your hands together for Ryder Verzak. Ryder, you got you. Look at that. That is sweet. You got that. You got that nice looking trophy there, man. Congratulations. Take me through this day. What was this one like, man?
Well, you know, I was sitting on the line and I was just super nervous the bike wasn't going to fire off. But I was able to bang my way through the first 2 corners and then got P5 off the start, which was all I was hoping for off the start. Just slowly worked my way to the lead. And then I knew the conditions were going to break down, so I put in a good charge the first lap and a half so that I could start to take the smooth and flow a little bit more.
Wow, man. I mean, what's it like lining up out there when you looked across that line? I imagine it, before opening ceremonies get underway, you're standing there, sitting there on your motorcycle, 25 riders on that starting line heading over there. That had to be pretty exciting in and of itself.
Yeah, it was awesome because for the most part, this whole group of people, we've all raced each other at one point or another, but it's always been racing here, racing there. It was cool to race everyone I've ever raced with basically all at once. It was fun.
Great collective effort with all the riders turning out. I would.
There's nothing I love more than a points battle, so I'm pumped to get to go in the first round of the points game.
That's awesome, man. Well, congratulations to you on a great season opener. Who do you want to say thanks to, Ryan?
First off, I want to thank the Lord for keeping us safe. It was a gnarly track, a lot of people going down, and just thankfully kept everyone safe. I want to thank my mom, my dad, my girlfriend for putting up with me so much. Thank Shimoto, Fly Racing, Garnet Boots, and Black Golden Mexico and Steve Bill for helping me out in the offseason. And Fast Track Foam Services and Cornwall Services.
Alrighty, that sounds good, man. Put your hands together, Ryder Versac, taking the overall win here to Bear Lake GPXC. Now, did anybody get the whole shot? Do we have a whole shot award or anything to give? Definitely not you. You got fifth, man. So there you go. And that is our top 3 overall. So if you would, let's get our pictures, hold up there, and smile real good. We'll get you that bottle of bubbly there. And that is Welch's grape juice, too, so you can drink that and go home and not have to worry about it. But you can drive home even. Look at those trophies. The hardware he's taking home today, the extra near $1,000 that he gets, of course. And just the opportunity to do this right here. To the victor goes the spoils of GPXC, the sweet, sweet spray of champagne.
Woo-hoo! Good job, guys.
Y'all will pose.
No, that's
get
not
some more
grape juice.
pictures.
That's the real stuff. I'm sorry. That might give you heartburn.
Don't smell like grape juice.
You like the grape juice better? I do too, honestly. I do too. Well, folks, that's going to wrap it up as far as our coverage here on Cross Streams Online. We did have a great monumental day today. We got all the races in today, right from the Pee Wee race right on through, and we hope that you folks enjoyed that. And again, let's just do it. Show them some love. Make some noise for our top 3 overall in your season opener. Top 3, man. That said a lot right there. So going into that second round, 2 weeks will be at Twin Cedars. But again, thanks to Ajax Motorsports and Energy Transfer, also Helios Injection Systems, FMF, Elevate Sports Medicine and Performance, also High Octane Graphics, Roar Moto, and a special thanks as well to many other great folks, including our friends at MPS, MSI Mid-State Services, Trident Capillary, FTS, Fast Track Phone Services, Oklahoma Deer Feed and Supply, Double Down, and of course Guts Factory Racing Product, Marshall's Racing, Beta Motorcycles, Sales and Service, our good friends at Amsoil, Kirsten Synthetics, TaylorMade Fencing, also thanks to ProTech, our friends at Troy Lee Designs, Fuel Ministries, Race Gas from our friends at Rocky Mountain ATV&C, also thanks to Rowdy, Resilent psychotherapy and psychiatric services. TJ Psycho, Austin, Texas, Altus Motorsports, NNH Construction, Long Motorsports, and of course a big special thanks to our friends at Dump Monster and all these great sponsors that help make the 2026 Great Plains Cross Country Series what it is. On behalf of Hudson Taylor and Taylor and all of us here at GPXC, thank you for tuning in and thanks for being here. God bless your heart and all your vital organs.
The Outlaw Pass right up the bridge, the same location. I don't know if they're too far apart. Yeah.
Did they get the money? The money's not with that. Let me get it for you. I didn't say him was the one. I don't think we got it. I just want to make sure I get it for you.
Mine's later on. That's right. You can really see it from the road. Yeah, so it was nice to get followed because I was following because the woods were not leaved up. You know
Exactly.
You know,
it's
like
so much easier to see.
I took the lot over by the Pro Hill and followed over top of that and was following them around the lake. Are you done with the drone batteries?
Yes, they should be charging in there. Okay. Obviously, yellow ones on there.
I'm trying to make a little rock splash plan. Not very far, but I got a lot of design work to do. I can get heavy next round stuff in production.
Yeah.
Right.
Sounds good. Hey,
see ya.
See ya.
That's a good day for everybody, TJ.